They ran with all their might, ignoring the intense pain in their legs, the branches catching on their clothes, and their heavy breathing. Clinging tightly to the guy who carried her faster than the wind, the girl prayed to the merciful God. Just this once, if he really exists, let him help her. Just today, the muscles in her arms were burning, as they had been tense for a long time. She squeezed her eyes shut as the ultrasound of a burst of flashes rang in her ears. A thin sheaf of golden light flew past with a screech, barely missing her. Her wounded cheek burned, but now she had to thank God that the shooter had missed. The lightning bolt remained in the tree, burning everything around, and the air smelled of burning. The arrow was familiar to her, just like the smell of ozone that overtook her. This was it. The girl turned around in horror, knowing what she would see. Burning golden eyes, white hair, and most terrifying of all, the shining bow from which that very arrow, Rakik, came. She felt how just one clash of gazes caused a storm of feelings, mixed with fear, to explode in her chest. The girl glanced tensely at her companion. They needed to move northwest. The man's piercing blue eyes were full of excitement. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but she interrupted him without stopping. Although his face was displeased, fortunately he didn't say anything. 6 months have passed since she was suddenly summoned into this world. If everything had gone according to plan, today she would be shedding tears in the Crown Prince's bed, becoming a sacrificial lamb and losing her virginity. And she would lose her mind every day, waiting for her death. Once again, experiencing the piercing gaze of her companion, she involuntarily felt embarrassed. The man grabbed her abruptly, causing her to cry out in surprise. She pressed herself closer to him. She had been so scared lately. But instead she ran away, in the arms of another man. Vikan is the name of a man who fights for protection. Holding her tighter to him, he ran even faster. But still, the young lady continued to look into the distance at the retreating figure. Even without seeing the Crown Prince's face, she knew how jealous and angry it was. But what happened 6 months ago? There was a peaceful silence in the sanctuary, broken only by the echo of the servant's footsteps. The maid sighed with sadness in her voice. She couldn't believe that she had to work here on her day off just because she had drawn some water from a jug. Who should she blame, herself for spilling the water or the Archbishop for showing up at the wrong moment? Well, her life is not so rosy and bright, but she feels even worse because of these sacred vessels. A week has passed since the end of the ceremony. If they do not wake up today, they will be sent back to their families. The sanctuary must be disappointed too. They have been praying continuously for thousands of days during the prayer ceremony of invocation, and still not a single vessel has awakened. Suddenly the maid hesitated, wondering what it was. Was she really imagining things? And indeed, she screamed throughout the sanctuary, reporting that one of the vessels had moved, and she had indeed woken up. Soon, a deafening ringing of the bell rang throughout the entire area, and the divine creation appeared. All the servants of the sanctuary flocked to the main building. A divine creation appeared before them. The chosen vessel is a madwoman, that is, the daughter of the Rommel family from the Summer Hedge. It was painful to hear such offensive words. The sister screamed that it was all her fault and that she should get out of her sight. Despite the apologies and tears, she didn't want to listen. Let him get out of this house. She clearly remembered the argument with her younger sister during their trip. And she remembered well the escape from home, but then something strange happened. The flying drops of water, which didn't scare her since her clothes were already wet, and the blinding light of the headlights. But what happened after that? After that, she woke up in a completely different place, an unfamiliar place. A girl in a shapeless robe leaned over her and asked if she was okay. The servant's face was shining with happiness, but the heroine did not understand the reason for it. The young girl began to read something about the separation of soul and body, but the heroine had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Could she really be a foreigner? Her throat was so sore that she couldn't make a sound or even move her body. The young girl began to knead her limbs, so the thought came to mind that she was a nurse, and the girl herself was in the hospital. A low, velvety voice interrupted the servant's chatter, and she finally came to her senses. He can't believe she chose a vessel from the Summer Hedge. He looked up at her with a cold, half-closed gaze, which only added to her headache. But she need not worry, now that she is his, her value will increase in all aspects. The heroine remained silent, continuing to listen and hoping to learn more information. But the mysterious man switched to more pressing matters. While talking to the servant, he did not take his devouring gaze off the heroine, which was alarming. Finally, he broke eye contact and nodded his head, ordering the letter to be sent to Rommel's house. Let him report that the poisonous flower of the summer hedge has finally blossomed. She can also congratulate them on selling their daughter at the highest price. The attendant forgot how to breathe. What kind of rudeness is this? The man's gaze darkened. She had to convey in the letter exactly what he said. She had no choice but to obey and accept His Highness's order. The girl left, but the prince was not going to leave. On the contrary, he sat down next to her. He just looked at her, without looking away and without saying anything. A minute, two, the silence continued. It was a little awkward. Finally, the prince poured water into the glass and twirled it enticingly in front of the girl's face, the crystal facets sparkling in the light. Continuing to tease, the prince brought it closer. Perhaps she wanted a drink. The girl felt that something was wrong here. Danger was visible in his eyes. She frowned in confusion as the prince took a sip from his glass. What is he doing? He just offered her a drink. His face was getting closer and closer, and the girl felt her heart squeeze with fear. Her eyes widened when she felt his lips on hers. It's so suffocating she can't breathe. Fear, panic, and embarrassment filled her head. Enough the water continued to flow down her chin and drip onto her clothes. His Majesty pulled away slightly, enjoying her discomfort. Holding her face in his huge hand, he looked her over appraisingly from all sides. She doesn't know how to use her language. If she dared to avoid him, he would be disappointed. There was a hint of threat in his voice. His gaze, disgusting, suffocating, as if he saw right through her, made the heroine feel dirty. Unfortunately, it was this disgusting man who gave no name to Regria in this new world. The madly beating heart would not calm down. Without a doubt, this man was crazy. As Regria later learned, she was in the Bellagram Empire, specifically in the Imperial Palace. Despite the spacious chambers and pompous furnishings, the girl still felt as if she were in prison. 5 days had passed since she had woken up in this world, and they had been difficult days. Never in her life had she felt so weak, her body could barely function. She tried to get to her feet, but her weakened muscles wouldn't support her at all. Now she can move her arms and upper body, but she still can't walk. It's so tiring. The only thing she can see through the windows is the continuous forest surrounding the palace grounds. A tired sigh escaped her lips, as if she wished she knew where she was. Like clockwork, every day a haughty woman with 2 assistants comes to see her. Frowning with displeasure and saying nothing, she feels her legs every day. Judging by her face, the results are not very good. They only check it for a few minutes a day, so it seems like they're doing something illegal. But people continue to come running here at the slightest movement or sound that Regria makes. Soon the heroine was struck by a realization that sent shivers down her spine. They were most likely listening to her, and since she couldn't even walk, escape was out of the question. Until Regria finds a way to get out, you need to try not to provoke anyone, hide your emotions, and stay calm. Hide your emotions and be calm. Don't laugh and don't cry in vain. She constantly heard such instructions in her past life, and they finally came in handy. What if her sister failed her piano recital because of her? Her mother repeated these words over and over again. All her life, her mother's attention was given only to her sister, simply because she was talented. At her mother's insistence, Regria suppressed her feelings and gave up what she wanted, and every day she tried her best to adapt to the circumstances around her and get through it. A low, hoarse voice brought her out of the abyss of dark thoughts. Every time the Crown Prince appeared, the scene with the kiss involuntarily popped into Regria's head. She couldn't understand how she felt about this situation. All her feelings were tangled into one unraveling ball. His Majesty involuntarily rolled his eyes, but his voice was satisfied. This girl was very picky. He took off his gloves, threw them carelessly on the table, and brought the fresh strawberry to her lips. It had been 5 days since she had found herself in this body. She should have been able to eat at least some fruit by now. The fragrant aroma of strawberries filled the air, and Regria could not resist the temptation. As if training a dog, the prince praised her, "Good girl." But Regria didn't care. No one in her life had ever treated her like that. His Majesty turned away to give an order to the servants, but the girl did not understand a word of his speech. She was sure that he definitely did not speak English, but maybe Czech or Romanian, Bulgarian. When he spoke her name with authority, it rolled around in his mouth in growling sounds. It was pleasant, but at the same time frightening. Using all his charm, His Majesty politely introduced himself, syllable by syllable, as Rakik Verakil Beligram. Regria repeated after him hesitantly, her accent clearly evident in her pronunciation. Then, pointing his finger at her, he said just as clearly, "Regria." The young lady lost her temper, but not again. Her name is completely different. She closed her eyes in irritation and waved her hands. That was not her name. She wanted to name her present, but at that moment she hesitated. She doesn't remember at all what her name was. The rumors circulating about her were poisonous. They called her all sorts of things. A high society bitch, a poisonous flower of the summer hedge. She wouldn't die even if she drank poison. The Empire's nightmare, her name is Beatrice Rommel. The bishop winced at the loud bang on the table. His office could not be called pleasant or comfortable. As soon as you enter, you get the feeling that the empty eyes of the scarecrows are watching you. But now he was more frightened by the young man sitting opposite him. His eyes were definitely more frightening. He says that the future crown princess is like this woman. His eyes seem to glow gold with anger. The archbishop's face glistened with sweat, but the soul in her body belonged to another person. Rakik leaned forward and slammed his fist on the table again. Did the archbishop really think he was an idiot? He may of course try to hide the truth, but he will not be able to hide it from him. The soul of the saint will be called into the body of the sacred vessel that is most similar to him, such was the prophecy. Verakil touched the bundle with disgust and threw it on the table. He ordered his men to collect all references to Beatrice Rommel, and they brought him this list. What particularly caught his eye is written in the last 3 lines. This girl blinded her younger brother, Dietrich Rommel, in one eye with shrapnel for unknown reasons. As a result, she was severely punished, after which she was chosen as a sacred vessel. But Lady Beatrice, or rather Lady Regria, will soon be living in the imperial palace. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the archbishop tried to smooth things over, but this only angered the prince further. The imperial wedding is just around the corner. Countless commoners want to receive the saint's blessing, yet Regria must be perfect. There are 6 months left before the wedding, during which time she must get rid of the image of a mad dog. He is sure that red will suit her. Saints usually react the same way when they find out the situation they are in. They cry all day long, get angry and throw tantrums, or they may deny what is happening, closing their eyes and ears to the truth. But Rakik, with perverse care, fed her the berry again, and she took the situation calmly, without hysteria. It was as if she had learned to come to terms with reality a long time ago, and that was what he liked. He touched her however he wanted and where he wanted, and she did not resist it at all. There was something attractive about it. He leaned forward, but Regria pulled away sharply. He's just a pervert. He has some kind of fetish for languages. Why is he fixated on this? He's completely out of his mind. Verakil's eyes lit up with delight. A crazy man with a tongue fetish. He loves the sound of it. He was curious how she would react if she found out that he understood her speech. Regria cursed under her breath. What should she do? She needed to pull herself together, as she couldn't allow herself to upset this man. Putting on a polite smile, she waved her hands lightly. She was sorry that she got angry. She didn't mean it that way. It's just that sitting in the same room is irritating. Rakik continued to listen silently. The girl thought that the situation was under control. She began to slowly repeat that she needed a map. But the prince did not react to her words at all. He silently handed her the strawberry. The heroine's gaze darted between the berry clutched in his fingers, a look that made it clear that she would not receive any card. Regria rolled her eyes and sighed in irritation. Well, it was not the first time she had played by other people's rules. She obediently opened her mouth. Despite the body's previous owner, she seems to be someone who is easy to handle. Rakik once again ran his finger over her lip, and Regria could hardly suppress a wave of disgust. What made the situation worse was the fact that the prince seemed to enjoy this reaction. He smirked, and Regria realized with disgust that the prince considered her his puppet. She needs to learn at least a little of the local language. Until then, she will have to try to be as submissive as possible. She will eat and wear whatever Crown Prince Rakik gives her. While the girl was thinking about the prince, he also mentally analyzed her without taking his eyes off her. He did not know that the quiet disposition of the one who depended on him would give him such pleasure. His face instantly became bloodthirsty. He ran his hand through her soft hair. It was exciting. But he had to wait. Something in his chest was burning, resisting the thought. She is the result of 1,000 days of prayer in the shrine for the invocation ceremony. All living things will bow at her frail feet, and she will complete them. Regria felt tense. Why was the man in front of her so close? What was he going to do? No matter how much she promised herself to worship the prince, she would not tolerate such treatment. She closed her eyes and pushed him away from her with all her strength, but her hands felt like they were touching a rock. She wants to look in the mirror. She needs to see her face. Rakik's face acquired a surprised expression. Wow, so she knows at least 4 sacred languages. Impressive, even in this world. Only royalty and linguists know multiple languages. His Majesty intercepted the hands that were leaning on him and moved closer again. Regria will be able to look in the mirror on the day of the Holy Spring ceremony, so she will have to wait. Unfortunately, the girl didn't understand anything he was saying. The man called the maid and ordered her to feed the saint properly. Today she seemed to be feeling better. And he will go to the sanctuary to prepare for the ceremony. No matter how hard Regria tried, she couldn't make out a word of their speech. She thoughtfully repeated his phrase. After some time, His Majesty was already in the Holy Spring, which was located in the basement of the sanctuary. Seeing him, the bishop instantly fell to his knees in fear. Rakik rolled his eyes. His face would crack if he kept smiling like that. The servant followed His Majesty, asking a bunch of intrusive questions about how the saint was feeling, whether he could talk to her. The prince chuckled thoughtfully. He had never had a pet before, but this seemed to be the feeling. The bishop breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so worried that the crown prince would be displeased with her. Just think, of all the families. The sacred vessel was from the Rommel family. Well, actually, that's a good thing. Duke Rommel tried his best to remain neutral, but now they can win him over to their side. Perhaps Duke Rommel was hoping to get his daughter back, as rumours suggest he wanted to marry her off to a scion of the Sebereich family, which also remains neutral. But here's how it all turned out. There was no official announcement about which family the crown princess was from, so after the ceremony there will be a lot of noise in the empire. It will be an interesting spectacle. They will tremble in fear, afraid that the new crown princess may be insane. Few people know that poisonous plants can also be medicine if used correctly. A dark aura emanated from His Majesty as he spoke of his subjects, the damned bastards. If they have a child with a spirit as strong as Lady Beatrice's, he will be able to conquer the entire continent. What a wonderful future! Prince Rakik's voice grew cold. The archbishop was overdoing it with flattery. They would like to make appropriate preparations. Could he inquire where they will stay after the Holy Spring ceremony? His Highness must remember that he can stay in the sanctuary as well as in the imperial palace, because the sanctuary is also a place where all the holy knights can rest. Holy knights are people who possess superhuman abilities and form the backbone of the Bellegram Empire's power, and are usually born with the blood of saints. If the mother is a saint, then only one child is born, and he is born with great blessing, regardless of gender. It first appeared in the Holy Knights in the 15th century, allowing them to freely use their new powers. But to survive, they need a saint. If the Holy Knight cannot meet her, he will fall into madness, using force. However, if the saint copes with the knight's madness, he will quickly come to his senses. Once upon a time, his father, Emperor Bellegrama, told him about all this. Verakiel's mother, who left this world, was also a saint. The emperor was supposed to console and reassure her, but he failed, and so his relationship with Rakik's mother finally deteriorated. The crown prince tried to listen attentively to his father, even though talking to him was difficult for him. War with the Aritum Empire is inevitable, so he must find a mate before the war begins. That's all his father said before leaving him alone. His blessing will only be fully revealed through the power of his partner. The crown prince was deep in thought. He had not expected things to become so complicated. The attraction to the saint is the fate of the knight. For him, everything is the same. Therefore, he will inevitably submit to his saint and kneel before her, worshipping her fragility. As Verakiel grew up, he saw holy knights go mad after failing to find their saint, and saw those who became enraged at the rejection of the saint they had chosen, while others walked the path of destruction after her death. But he has no intention of repeating their mistakes. He will keep everything under control. Rakik had long ago decided that he would definitely tame his saint, and then he would be safe. Finally, he ordered careful preparations for the ceremony, and the prince headed towards the exit. But the annoying archbishop again minced after him, asking him to stop. With all due respect, he has one more question regarding the barbarian locked in the dungeon. This man still hasn't eaten anything. What if he dies? Barbarians have long lives and will eat the bugs crawling on walls to survive if they have to, so the archbishop shouldn't worry. His Majesty chuckled and casually asked the prisoner's name. The archbishop scratched his eyebrow thoughtfully. It seemed like Vikan. The forest was quiet, except for the chirping of birds and the quiet conversations of two girls. Mormala, and why is it so expensive? Mormala is a special herb that grows only in the sacred forest surrounding the sanctuary. When the saint eats food containing its pollen or inhales its aroma, her experiences are significantly reduced, and her body becomes more easily accustomed to the new environment. Unaware of what she was about to put in her mouth, Regria took her first bite. And most importantly, it helps to weaken the saint's wariness towards people from this world. The girl sat quietly, eavesdropping on the maid's conversations and memorizing the words at the same time. Perhaps the reason for her calmness is the pollen of the Mormala. Celine already adored the new saint for her tender gaze, despite the fact that she was the former lady of the House of Rommel. They say that in the past some saints would go berserk and become like barbarians, but she looked completely different. Her eyes were full of wisdom. Celine massaged her hands and she thanked her with her eyes. She could even make her personal priestess. From somewhere to the side there was a gnashing of teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Celine's face darkened instantly, her cheerful mood bursting like a soap bubble. The girl who interrupted their conversation crossed her arms over her chest. She has no self-respect. It's funny, she's trying to use this stupid saint for career advancement. Celine muttered in fear that this was not so, but her words angered the girl even more than before. They are here straining themselves while this woman eats the food they prepare for her. And why should they serve her just because she is a saint? Celine's partner was tired of listening to her. Anita shouldn't take out her anger here. Collecting herbs is their duty. She is sure that the girl is also confused and exhausted. Anita's eyes flashed with anger. She grabbed Celine by the chest and pulled her roughly towards herself. Oh, Celine always stutters when she's nervous. She's such a loser. The saint won't take care of such a fool who can't even speak normally. Insults, like an endless stream of dirt, flew from Anita's lips, and tears welled up in the priestess's eyes. Towards the evening, the weather worsened, thunder was heard periodically, and it began to rain. The candles had not yet been lit, as it was still quite light, so the atmosphere in the castle was gloomy. The maid entered the saint's chambers to check on her, as her master had ordered. Lady Regria was nowhere to be seen, apparently asleep with the blanket pulled over her head. Coming closer, the maid cleared her throat, signaling her presence. With a rustling sound, the silk blanket slid down, and the red head of the lady appeared. Regria raised her sleepy eyes to her and quietly muttered, "Eo salena Berta." They say that people adapt easily. The maid nodded and obediently moved towards the window. Nobody teaches her how to communicate in the local language. Finally, fresh air rushed into the stuffy room and it became easier to breathe. But nevertheless, the fatigue in her body and the confusion of her mind did not go away. And a heavy sigh escaped Regria's lips. But if she overhears their conversation, she will be able to repeat some words. The girl came closer to the window, enjoying the fresh smell of ozone. It's raining today. The air was so pleasant and cool, her lips involuntarily stretched into a semblance of a smile. She sat in this room for a long time. It must have been stuffy. Today His Highness wants to have tea with her in the sanctuary garden. It seems like it will be a good opportunity for her to get some exercise, even if it's rainy. Regria still doesn't understand much of what they're telling her, but she's still glad that she finally understands something. At least for now, she nodded and smiled politely at the young maid. The girl clapped her hands and ordered the others to come in. Since this is the first time the lady will be leaving her chambers, His Highness wishes to take special care of her. These are the latest additions from high society's most celebrated designer, Bellegram. Regria walked from one stand to another in shock, wondering if all these dresses were really for her. One had a ribbon as wide as her face, the other had too many bows. She didn't really like the dresses. One of the stands was covered with cloth. What was underneath it? Taking it off, Regria staggered back in disgust. She could put them on later during the Holy Spring ceremony. Now she's going to the garden, so they better pick out a dress for it. Eso kindly sat her down on the couch, while the other woman, humming a tray to herself, rummaged through her clothes. She pulled one of the mannequins forward. How about this dress? It doesn't have any fancy frills or embellishments. It's simple and looks cheaper. Regria touched the soft fabric with interest. It was just her taste. The dress was just right. Bursting in without knocking, the Crown Prince walked into the chambers. They had already finished. They better hurry, as he doesn't want to waste time. Feeling uneasy, Regria swallowed loudly. She glanced at the prince. They say people adapt easily. The maid and the lady designer almost cried with delight when Regria changed her clothes. Verakiel's intentions towards her are unclear, although his voice now sounds like music to his ears. She's sure she looks pretty cute. It's a shame she can't look in the mirror. Ivcentina may not be much different from other fabrics, but it is very durable. Even if you step on it, it will not tear. While the prince was listening to all this chatter, his patience involuntarily ran out, and he interrupted the conversation without a twinge of conscience. Without saying anything, he looked the girl over from head to toe with a thoughtful gaze for a while. Running his fingers through her hair, he chuckled in displeasure. He didn't like it. She looks much better disheveled, judging by his face. He doesn't like the dress, but he did buy it for her. Rakik just chuckled briefly and agreed she was right. He was also sure that he was making a special request. Waving his hand, he ordered it to be brought. The lady who dressed her brought out a tray with something on it that looked like collars. The Crown Prince smiled sadistically. The collar would look good on her. Regria raised her eyebrows in confusion. Could these really be dog collars? If Rakik had a dog, she had never seen it. But then something even stranger happened. The prince took one of the collars and headed towards her. Since Regria has fair skin, any color will suit her. It can't be. She knew he was crazy, but not that crazy. A muffled click, and the collar was secured around her neck. The Crown Prince pressed his whole body against her, and the girl was overcome with disgust. This was more to his taste. Regria felt suffocated. It couldn't be. No, she can't put this collar on. She doesn't want to. In a panic, she began to tug with all her might in an attempt to tear it off her neck. She is a human, not a dog. Someone clicked their tongue in disapproval. The girl turned towards the sound. It was clear that even these people considered her pathetic. Crown Prince Rakik continued to loom over her as she fought her own tightening throat. Enough. She shouldn't harm herself. Her body belonged to him. Regria felt her legs give way. Okay, let her do what she wants. She has already given up this body. After all, no one will help her here. This man, Rakik, has all the power here. Someone clicked his tongue again. How annoying! She should do the same to him. Breathing heavily, the saint lost her balance. Her head was splitting. An unbearable pain, like a hoop, squeezed her head. The girl grabbed her hair. What's happening? Her body went limp. Fortunately, Crown Prince Verakiel managed to catch the saint's body in time. She weighed less than a feather. Rakik stared at her with an uncomprehending look, as if expecting the unconscious girl to give him an answer. For the first time, his heart sank with anxiety. It seemed that her ears had picked up some kind of irritating noise. It was difficult to make out because there was a buzzing in her ears. It was cold, so cold her body began to tremble involuntarily. Someone was calling her, but the sound was so muffled, as if it was coming through the thickness of water. Gradually it grew louder and louder until someone shouted, "Regria!" The girl suddenly sat up on the couch and looked around in fear to see who was screaming. But the more pressing question is where she is. The maid arrived just in time, and Lady Regria finally woke up. She was so worried when the young lady suddenly lost consciousness. Eos suggested postponing the tea party out of concern for her health, but His Highness still insisted. Fortunately, he forgave her, but such behavior is very wrong. Regria moved away in shock. She didn't understand what the maid was telling her. Slow down. Eos continued to mutter something indignantly, so annoying, if only they could speak the same language. Lady Regria sighed heavily, and the girl again panicked that she was feeling unwell again. 1 second, she'll call the doctor, just a moment, and she'll be gone. Regria tried to stop her, but she had no choice but to wait for her return. There were indignant voices from the side asking why they had to collect these herbs in the rain. They were soaked to the skin. Anita noticed that they were not alone. Not far from them there was a gazebo, and someone was sitting there alone. Who is this, and why is she wearing a dog collar? Her partner continued to sigh. They were working their asses off while the saint just sat and rested. She really hated her. Anita didn't listen to her. Instead, she looked at Celine with a nasty grin. Before the girl had time to come to her senses, she was knocked down, and the collected flowers scattered across the ground again. Does she see what the saint has put on her neck? Let her look carefully. It's a dog collar. If she wants to serve the saint, she must be like her. What are these girls doing? They are not bullying one of them. Before she could finish her thought, a bark was heard in the garden. It was coming from one of the girls. Regria froze in place in amazement, a chill running down her spine. Anita laughed contentedly. She was talking to Celine. This saint doesn't care about her. She just sits and watches. Let her not even dream of becoming her servant, the stuttering and idiot. She deliberately mimicked her. Regria fought the urge to intervene. Enough, enough, this was too cruel. This girl is also a human, she is not a dog. It seems like she really will go crazy soon. The collar felt like it was choking her. What the hell was going on? Someone explained to her why they treat people like dogs. She just wants an explanation of what's going on. Even if she's told she was abducted by aliens, she'll believe it. She needs to know, she wants to know, she begs. The voice from the side came again. He cursed furiously. She could no longer stay away. These girls are so damn loud. Regria felt some kind of power from outside filling her hands. What, her body moves on its own? She rose from the couch with a leisurely gait. Even her gait was now different, more confident. There was another burst of laughter. She barked so naturally without even stuttering. Celine must just wait for what they had in store for her tonight. Anita enjoyed her tears. Regria approached them silently. They didn't even notice her appearance. When she screamed, all three of them flinched. They all need to get out of here immediately. There was contempt in her eyes. The girls, confused and shocked, froze in place. Regria raised her chin, and why did they stand there? They thought she wouldn't remember them. She beckoned Celine with her finger to come here, right now. Wait a minute, now she sounds just like crazy Lady Beatrice. Damn, everyone thought she wasn't chosen as a saint. Anita gritted her teeth, realizing what kind of problems she had just gotten herself into, all because of that damn Celine. She pulled Celine's hair again, asking her to tell the truth. Had she really lied to her? She said that the saint was chosen by Lady Beatrice. Regria was no longer going to tolerate this, and a loud slap was heard. Anita's ears began to ring, and she looked up in fear at the lady looming over her. Regria was panicking about what just happened, her body moving on its own. But what is most surprising is that she spoke the local language, and the clergy understood her. Regria grabbed her head in irritation, stopped crawling on the ground and let him stand next to her. Celine's face turned red as if she couldn't breathe, and she started stuttering again. An annoying squeak came from somewhere below, and the girl turned her head in its direction in irritation. It's unfair that she got a slap in the face. Anita just punished Celine for not working hard enough. As the eldest, she has the right to do so. Lady Regria lightly scratched her neck and nipped her chin with her fingernail. Now she would contradict her. How impudent of her. Well, she will tell His Highness everything she thinks. Anita blinked her eyes in shock. What's wrong with her face? She said it was unfair. Regria will tell him everything she saw and everything Anita just said. An animal fear seized the priestess. She threw herself at her mistress's feet, ready to beg for forgiveness. The girl straightened her shoulders. Finally, it took a while for this small, impudent girl to understand her place. Suddenly, a piercing, sharp pain gripped her head, and the girl's gaze became empty. Her head is splitting again. The pain is now unbearable. The saint's vision became clouded. She could no longer bear it. Regria screamed as she fell to the ground, and Celine tried to calm her down in a panic. A cry of horror echoed through the garden. They have invaders! They came for the saint. She needs to stay safe. But the man, whose face was covered with a scarf, answered dully that they were not their target. They have no reason to shed their blood. Let them choose. Anita was the quickest to react. She stood up and ordered everyone to leave. What, would they really prefer to die defending the saint? Anita cannot run away. She must fulfill her duties, that is, protect Lady Regria. Anita laughed venomously. Was she crazy? Trembling with fear, the priestesses picked up their baskets and left. Celine screamed, shedding tears. They are cowards! Her heart sank when she heard the scraping of metal behind her. Even though she was scared, Lady Regria didn't have to worry. She would stay to protect her. Grabbing the empty basket, she threw it with all her might towards one of the intruders. Regria has been through a lot of difficult situations, so she can handle almost anything. But all this is insurmountable. The strength left her body. The thug, who was twice the size of the girl, lifted her off the ground without any problem. Celine was desperately gasping for air, her brain desperate for oxygen. What do they want from her? Do they really want to kill her? Having dealt with Celine, the barbarian took out a knife. Lady Regria had no intention of resisting. Perhaps it was for the best. She was already so exhausted. The intruder swung almost silently and sent the blade flying, a whistle cutting through the girl's ears. But, unfortunately or fortunately, the blade landed behind her. Did he really miss? The saint opened her eyes with her last strength. The tall figure of His Highness towered over her, protecting her from the blade. When her collar was finished, Lady Regria approached the tray again. She chuckled thoughtfully and, playing with her fingers, grabbed another one. To put this collar on, she needs to press both ends to unfasten it, and to fasten it, she needs to press them together until she hears a click. The girl followed the instructions with a satisfied smile, so it opens if you pull. And when he heard a loud click, His Majesty's eyes widened in surprise. Before he knew it, one of his collars was around his neck. The servants forgot to breathe from fear. What insolence is this? But Lady Regria was not afraid. She smiled tenderly at her fiancé. She always knew that pink suited him. It suits him very well. He is such a good little dog. Lady Regria's eyes widened. Her whole room was in semi-darkness, so she still felt sleepy. She looked out the window. The rain had not stopped for several days. Gradually coming to her senses, she wondered what had happened then, whether she was really alive. Something rustled behind her and a groan was heard. She was not alone. All this time Prince Rakik was sleeping at her side. She noted with surprise that when the Crown Prince was unconscious, his face could be called pretty. Her gaze dropped lower. A pink collar was adorned around his neck. She ran her fingers over it lightly, wondering if this man had really saved her life. The man's eyelids fluttered, and Regria quickly removed her hand from his neck. He looked much better when he was sleepy. A slight smile even blossomed on his lips. She had finally woken up. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the saint smiled back at him. She knew that on that day, at that moment, something changed between them. Her voice was hoarse as she called his name hesitantly. The Crown Prince turned around sharply, his gaze still full of bloodthirstiness and anger. Rakik looked the girl over from head to toe with an unreadable gaze and called her by name in response. When his gaze fell on the knife sticking out of the ground, anger rose in his chest. How dare they lay their hands on his woman? Reality drifted away from Regria and then returned. Now even she doesn't understand whether this is a dream or reality. She sobbed, but she didn't understand, and after that everything went dark before her eyes. Come to think of it, the girl giggled lightly. Pink would be better. Ignoring the maid, Regria looked straight at the prince, wondering if he could help her up. Like an obedient dog, Varakiel carried out her command, and the girl was pleased. The crown prince's languid voice brought her back into the room. She seemed to be in great shock, poor thing. What's going on? She doesn't understand what happened earlier. Rakik rose abruptly, curious. He wanted to ask the same thing, how she could speak their language. But Regria didn't know. She suddenly had a headache. Then she heard an unfamiliar voice. After that, her body moved on its own. And then, the girl started hyperventilating. She was choking on her words. In an attempt to calm her down, the prince squeezed her hands and fell back onto the bed with her. Closing his eyes, he gradually sank into half sleep. In the end, nothing would change. All she needs is to depend on him. Having settled himself more comfortably, Rakik pulled her towards him, lowering her head onto his chest. Regria was confused about what he was doing. The man chuckled. Her body was cold because she was wet in the rain. He looked at her point blank with half-closed eyes, and although he didn't say a word, Regria understood him. So he tries to warm her with his own. No one wants to harm her here, so she can rest and sleep. Sometimes she feels like he's a little nuts in the head, a little crazy, but he doesn't put his hands on his chest or below his waist. Her heart fluttered when he lightly touched her forehead with his lips. He didn't seem like such a bad person to her. Of course, that lingerie could have been a gift for another woman. Regria fell into a slumber. She can't even remember the last time she slept next to someone. Before falling asleep, she barely audibly thanked the crown prince for saving her. Rakik opened his eyes for a moment, tenderness visible in them. Two people who felt warmth for the first time in their lives fell into a deep sleep. But late at night, Lady Regria's bed was empty. A man from Queasy left a request for compensation for the dead contract killers. If they don't pay, they will follow them around and bother them to death. Rakik waved it off. Let him just pay them as much as they need. Queasy really has a disgusting way of doing things. Eos rolled her eyes. After everything they had done, they had the nerve to demand money. No matter how they tried to get out of it, this was an attempt to assassinate Lady Regria. And how can they even ask for compensation for the death of their mercenaries after this? Any mercenary organization tries to live in the shadows, but Queasy operates shamelessly in broad daylight because their current leader loves money. He's the type of guy who would rummage through garbage for a single coin. This dirty bastard won't do anything that won't make him money. Eos unconsciously accepted the collar from the master's hands. Did he really know this man? The attack was definitely perpetrated by the neutral nobles. The camp that supports the emperor belongs to him. But if we talk about the neutral camp, which is on the side of the Duchy of Rommel, the Archduke's camp, which is on the side of his uncle, Archduke Mosgrato, they are all trying to gather more supporters to increase their power. Initially, the duchy wanted to expand the neutral camp by marrying its daughter. They have no intention of sharing power with the supporters of the Archduke or the Emperor. That's why their family planned to marry their daughter to a neutral nobleman. There are enough people there who don't want Lady Beatrice to become Crown Princess. This will definitely influence further actions, meaning the mercenaries could have been paid by anyone. His men spread the rumor that Archduke Mosgrato's camp was involved, and although he had no support, he had the motivation to target the Regri. When rumors spread, the nobles will begin to act according to their interests. The culprit will be among them. They must collect as many cards as possible in their deck. Every time the Crown Prince headed to the sanctuary, he was greeted by the same scene. The Archbishop was almost in tears on his knees. He could not believe that this had happened just a few days before the ceremony. Varakiel resisted the urge to kick him. He had been lying around spending money, and now he was about to go to hell. No wonder he was scared. If the future Crown Princess is killed in the sanctuary, who should he hold responsible? The Archbishop burst into tears again. It was all his fault. He would increase the number of guards and strengthen the defences around the sanctuary. Fortunately, the temple did not suffer any damage, and none of the students were killed. Nobody kills anyone for free, like the quiz he knows. However, those who left the future Crown Princess unprotected will face severe punishment. Rakik also heard that there was a girl who treated Lady Regria disrespectfully. Is this true? Yes, Anita, the eldest of the novices, her grades are perfect, but she stops at nothing to get ahead, and even told an outrageous lie during interrogation. She screamed that the lady spoke the language of Bellagram fluently, and also slapped her in the face. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did Regria really hit her? The girl said that the lady behaved just like Beatrice Rommel. The man chuckled thoughtfully, seeming to have a couple of ideas on the matter. She also behaved very strangely during the preparations for tea. She had the nerve to put a collar on him, and at that moment she spoke and acted more like Beatrice. Golden hair fell as the prince shook his head, trying to get rid of unpleasant thoughts. He changed his mind about punishing those who ran away that day, for now it was better to just leave them. There must be a reason for their arrogant behavior. He himself will follow them and secretly visit Duchess Rommel. He'll be back in time for the ceremony, so the Archbishop had better make sure Regria doesn't leave her chambers from then on. And one more thing, they must bring all the pollen of the mormala to the source, the servant coughed. It's not that difficult, but it will be very expensive. 10 kilograms of mormal cost 10 times more than gold. There was a clang of metal, and the Archbishop instantly closed his mouth. It's better for him to remain silent than to be left without a head. The days passed monotonously, one after another, until the day of the Holy Spring ceremony arrived. Eos and the lady designer visited Lady Regria again. Today is that very day. The girl looked up at them, puzzled, wondering what they were talking about. The women congratulated her on having safely reached the day of the Holy Spring ceremony. Prince Rakik will be here soon. Time to sort out the outfit. Regria felt that all this time something had been hidden from her. What kind of ceremony was this? But she forgot about all the questions that interested her when the girls took out her outfit. It's finally time to try on the formal outfit mentioned earlier. The prince walked into the main hall as preparations for the ceremony proceeded. They finish as soon as Lady Regria sits in the palanquin. She will be taken to the source. Verikil was heading to his bride's chambers when a squeal was heard from there. Even if they don't fit, do they really think she would actually wear something like that? The maids began to worry. Now was no time for arguments. She had to be ready for His Majesty's arrival. The saint shook her head furiously. No, she already looked pathetic enough. Eos now looked more like a hunter after a naughty kitten who wanted to catch a bag, that is, a nightgown. Rakik frowned. This looked like a disaster. Everyone present panicked, awkwardly greeting His Majesty. Forgetting all about propriety, Regria shouted in a displeased tone, asking what was going on here. Why was Rakik trying to dress her in trashy underwear? The man sighed tiredly. It would be easier if she cried in his arms, but instead she was stubborn. He gave a sign, and the servant took out some kind of bottle from his bosom. Recently she thought that he might be a good man, but now she is disappointed. Please. It seemed to him that everyone treated her well, but if they were rude, he could replace them all. Regria cried out, "This is ridiculous. Everyone here was nice to her except him. If he is going to replace someone, why not start with himself?" Squeezing the bottle, the Crown Prince laughed. It seemed impossible, and with a sharp movement he sprayed the contents of the bottle onto the unsuspecting Lady Regria. The girl was about to scream again, but consciousness was quickly slipping away from her. A disgruntled groan escaped her lips, and then her eyes closed. Her relaxed body fell to the side. Verikil caught her with ease. As she can see, no one can replace him. The servants can forget about the palanquin. He himself will take the future crown princess to the spring. The servants bowed, and Verikil easily lifted the limp body of his bride. In the sanctuary, everything had long been ready for the ceremony. By order of the prince, mormala flowers were floating in the spring. Lady Regria gradually came to her senses. She was haunted by a strong feeling of discomfort. It was cold, and she was lying on something hard and rough. The girl's vision was still out of focus. Where was she? Her lips parted in surprise when she saw the stained glass window looming above her. A voice came from somewhere outside. This place is called a holy spring. Here you can immerse your body in the spring and wash away all your impurities. The anger that was boiling inside Lady Regria did not go away. She cursed. Pervert! That's why he dressed her in a thin piece of fabric. Rakik grinned. Calmer, she might grin and glare, but that didn't scare him. Of course not. He can do what he wants, but she leaves. She tried to get to her feet, but her body almost collapsed to the floor. The sadistic smile she so despised blossomed on the Rakik's lips, and for a while she would not be able to move. She would have to rely on him. Resistance would not help her in any way. Her rebellion would only inflame him more. The girl stepped back in fear. Switching to Korean, Verikil whispered to her that she was turning him on. A new wave of anger engulfed Ragria. He had been lying to her all this time and could speak Korean. Picking her up in his arms, the man grinned. He wasn't lying. Rakik never said that he didn't know Korean. He ignored the girl's request to let her go. He had his own reasons for not revealing his knowledge of the sacred language, Korean. Each saint is rated based on the number of languages they speak and their reaction in a similar situation. This way, they can be brought together with a holy knight of the corresponding rank. However, Lady Regria had already been appointed crown princess, so for them it was just a formality. The flowers floating in the water made the water fragrant, but the overly sweet smell made me feel a little nauseous. The water felt pleasantly cool against his skin, making the prince's body heat feel even more intense. Inhaling the sweet aroma, Lady Regria gradually relaxed. Rakik's lips curled into a half smile. She looked calmer now. They added mormala pollen to the entire sauce. He had to be honest with her. She had been tormented by this for quite a long time. He had kidnapped her, or her mother had done it. Verikil frowned and shook his head in displeasure. Did it really look like that? The girl leaned forward. Rakik must understand that she knew absolutely nothing about this place. Let him tell her everything he could. The man chuckled. It seemed the time had come to reveal the truth. Beating around the bush would be a waste of time. He laughed a low, throaty laugh. Her red hair was beautiful. Regria got angry, stopped changing the subject. Besides, her hair is not red but black. Since we are talking about that, what did he do to her hair? There was a reason why His Majesty had not allowed her to look in the mirror until now. If she's that curious, she'll know as soon as she looks at her reflection. However, the mirror is located in the very center of the sauce, at the bottom. She can't control her body, so why doesn't she just ask him for help? His hand warmed the skin of her thigh. She only had to ask. If she wants, he will take her to the mirror. No need to beg, but if she clings to him and asks him to take her there, he might. Regria snorted in displeasure and stepped aside, but no way. She will do it herself, and it would be better if the mirror really was there. After these words, she dived under the water, splashing it. Rakik involuntarily closed his eyes. Everything was going completely differently than he wanted, but what could one expect from this girl? The girl's muscles were still weak, but she stubbornly swam towards the bottom. But no matter how much lower she sank into the water, the bottom was still not visible. The darkness surrounded her, so deep here she shivered. What should she do? It seems she won't be able to get there. With a chilling horror, she realized the fragility of her situation. If things went wrong, she might die. And again that voice was heard calling her name. Everything is fine. If she is not sure that she can handle it herself, then she should not be stubborn and ask Rakik for help. Until the end of her days, she can only ask others for help, and surely Rakik will like that. Regria felt anger. No, this time she would not rely on him, and even more so she would not depend on him as he wished. Gradually the air in her lungs ran out, but she stubbornly continued to float down. She would not allow herself to be controlled anymore. And yet her efforts paid off. There really was a mirror at the bottom. Lady Beatrice chuckled, seeming to like Regria now. Time to introduce herself. Her name is Beatrice Rommel, and what is it like for her to occupy the body of the most beautiful woman in the Empire? Lady Regria stepped back tensely. What the hell was going on right now? But her reflection didn't threaten her in any way, so she leaned forward with interest, wondering if she was really sleeping. The air in her lungs ran out, and she pressed her hands to her mouth in fear. She can't breathe. She's been underwater too long. She's finished if she doesn't get to the surface quickly. A hand emerged from her reflection in the mirror and pulled her along with it. Regria resisted, but her reflection was stronger. She expected that her face would now collide with the plane of the mirror, but imagine her surprise when she passed through it. She will feel better when she coughs. It's painful, isn't it? But Beatrice is still happy. She was glad that the girl did not rush to the crown prince, begging him to save her. A cold smile blossomed on Beatrice's lips. To Regria's desperate question about where she was, Beatrice explained that this was her inner world. More precisely, it is the inner world of the person whose body she occupied. Exactly, she is the true owner of this body, Beatrice Rommel. They have already met, haven't they? Finally, Regria realized that it was she who had controlled her body back then. The noblewoman laughed. Yes, she should have laughed more restrainedly, but she could not bear it any longer. She knows what the girl is thinking. She probably has a lot of questions. Well, she will answer them all. But first, why doesn't she decorate this plain inner world? Let her sit down. Regria's eyebrows shot up, but there was nowhere to sit down. She blinked just once, and the whole picture changed beyond recognition. She sat at a luxurious table, laden with all kinds of dishes and exotic desserts. But it's too early to be surprised, as Beatrice said. Now it occupies her body. Unfortunately, she doesn't know what happened to Regria's body. The girl gracefully positioned herself opposite. But she also has no reason to return to her old body, right? Lady Beatrice's gaze was alarming. She saw all her memories. Even if she returns, no one will be waiting for her there. In her opinion, Regria has no compelling reason to return back. The princess asked about her body not because she wants to return there. She just doesn't understand how she ended up in a stranger's body. Once she starts asking how, there will be no end to the questions, only a headache. She just needs to know that the old farts of the sanctuary prayed for 1,000 days until they lost consciousness, and that's how she was ultimately called into this world. To be honest, Beatrice doesn't know how it happened either. Listening to her double, Regria followed her advice and took her first sip of tea. She put the cup back down on the table with tension because she couldn't taste it at all. If you think about it, she knocked on the table. There was not a single sound heard here. In fact, they shouldn't be talking to each other like this. Did the demons from hell really kick her out because they couldn't handle her? Having shouted this, the noblewoman instantly calmed down. If she did not want to return to her world, she could just stay here. Then she would not have to see her mother or sister again, and she would be free from their torment. Moreover, Lady Regria may get what she deserves. Beatrice leaned in very close and whispered softly in her ear, "Freedom." This is what she wanted, to live free until the end of her days. Before Regria had time to fully grasp the idea, Beatrice had already switched to something else. She really wanted to show her something. Grabbing the girl's hand, she pulled her along with her. They would have to walk a bit. A moment later, they found themselves on the threshold of a room so dark it was pitch black. Beatrice spread her arms out to the sides with a smile and pointed into the room. This was her gift to her. Lady Regria stared at the skein of thread in confusion. What was that? Lady Beatrice beamed with delight. This is the confused soul of that idiot. Now she will unravel the threads of this crazy bastard soul one by one, time after time. The saint glanced warily at the ball. Did she really need to untangle all of this? Beatrice grabbed a thick thread and handed it to the girl. She should try. The rope was heavy, deep dark in colour, prickly, and truly resembled the crown of Prince Rakik. Lady Regria tugged, unravelling it, and the tip glowed and disappeared into thin air. Lady Beatrice praised her proudly. She knew the girl would be able to cope the first time. Once she unravels everything, he will become calmer and less crazy, and the more she unravels, the more dependent he will be on her. When she finished, Rakik would already be lying at her feet in tears. Beatrice was delighted with this thought. She hoped that she would see this very soon in person. The only one who can enter the inner world of a holy knight is a saint like her, and Beatrice sees this ball only because she is with her. That's why she wants to teach Lady Regria everything she knows while she remains conscious. During the day, she will study to become more than just a princess. At night, Lady Beatrice will help her put her knowledge into practice. Regria gestured energetically, and in surprise, no one had ever told her that she was destined to become the crown princess. No way, she doesn't want to become the crown princess. Oh, sweet, naive Regria. It's time to stop being a fool and let her start listening. From now on, she shouldn't say that she doesn't want to become the crown princess. In fact, Beatrice lightly poked her in the forehead, even if she didn't think about it. There is only one reason: as soon as she gives up the title, they will kill her. Or they will consider it a waste of the saint before they sell her into slavery. Knowing this, is she still against becoming the crown princess? Regria was ready to tear her hair out, but this is such an important position. It's too much for her, and all that pressure. Beatrice laughed meekly. It would be nice if she were her sister. Then how about this? Until she finds a way to escape, she better play the role of the crown princess, since she stole her body. Then let her fulfill at least one request. Does she really want to let her body become a toy for these vile holy knights? The girl became exaggeratedly tearful. Regria felt a pang of conscience and apologized. It wasn't even her body, but she was acting like a selfish person. Beatrice smiled. She knew they could get along. Now let him try to impersonate her. Not only men should hold themselves with dignity, girls should also lift their chins and maintain good posture, looking confident and dignified, so that no one underestimates them. In addition, she must use her power to find someone who will take her side. She must use everything and everyone, even if they are her friends, for example, Fedor Ian Sebereich. She just needs to remember this name. Before all this, he was Beatrice's friend. He was straightforward, and he hated the vessel system, so first he can pour out all his anger on her. When he's done, she doesn't need to worry. She should be steadfast and tell him. Beatrice's tone became extremely dramatic. She couldn't believe that he was trying to intimidate such a fragile girl like her, and then called himself a knight. Regria hesitantly but obediently repeated Beatrice's intonation, and she did a good job. And now, Beatrice grabbed her hand again and pulled her towards herself. They would walk again. It doesn't matter who she was before. As long as she is in her body, she can do anything, laugh like crazy, live in luxury. That's all for today. Time is up. Lady Regria must hurry and leave through this door. Beatrice shook her fists in support. Regria moved forward cautiously. The door was dark and high. For some reason, she was afraid to open it. At the threshold, she was met by complete darkness. What was this? She couldn't see anything. But while the girl stood on the threshold in doubt, her double pushed her forward. For a moment, the saint hung in the air, as if she were weightless. After that, her body felt like it was pulled down by a magnet, and she screamed in surprise. Beatrice watched her fall from above. If she wants to know the rest, she will tell you. The whole ugly truth about this world. Regria found herself in the water again, the cold gripping her body. Her body drifted in the water for a few moments until she opened her eyes. Finally, a quick stream of air rushed into her compressed lungs. Coughing and spitting, the girl realized that she had finally gotten out of the water. Verikil pressed her to him, his voice filled with excitement. She had finally come to her senses. His fiancée acted so stupidly and would have been in more trouble if he had reacted later. A couple of minutes later, she finally found herself on dry land, shivering from the cold and slowly coming to her senses. Her body and mind were exhausted, and she was grateful that the crown prince had taken care of her. Did she regret finding out the truth? But Regria didn't want to talk about the new things that had been revealed to her. She changed the subject. The taste was strange. Russik squinted and examined the berry from all sides, but she hadn't even tried it. The saint shook her head. She was talking about the water from the spring. It tasted simply disgusting. The man raised his eyebrows. She almost died. But now she was only complaining about the taste of the water. She tastes like the spices Eos constantly adds to her food, which is what he's been feeding her all this time. The girl turned away in disgust. Was he really feeding her bath salts? It's mormula pollen. Once she tastes it or inhales it, it will reduce the anxiety associated with the change in her environment. Without ceremony, Regria cursed. Bastard! He stuffed her with this. The prince's voice sounded offended. He went through so much to bring and eat, and she calls him that. The saint ignored his complaints. She looked in the mirror as he asked, now let him tell her everything. This is a sacred place in the Belagram Empire. It is called Utrad. According to legend, the first saint from the sacred world appeared here. And on this site, a sanctuary was built to pay tribute to the legend. The place from which she came they call the sacred world, and the people from there saints. Continuing to speak, the man brought the berry to her lips, but the girl refused it. Rakik shrugged and deftly threw it into his mouth. Simply put, this is not the world Regria lived in. According to history, there are currently around 2,000 saints discovered in their world, with at least 1 or 2 saints appearing every year. But she is different from the others, because she is the only saint in this generation who was called into their world from another. The others are not treated the same way. Beatrice, the sacred vessel, the body she now occupies, is called the sacred vessel. The purpose of the sacred vessel is to bring the saint into this world, and those who wish to do so offer their bodies, and only one summoning ritual is performed in each generation. 7 sacred vessels are selected, and they wait to see who will be chosen as the saint. Regria's mouth opened in surprise. It turns out that she chose Beatrice's body herself. She remained calm, so he thought that she had no more questions. Wait a minute, but what about himself? Beatrice is a sacred vessel for her, so who is he for her? Well, it all depends on the choice she makes. He may be the husband of a noble crown princess, revered and respected by all, or he may just be a bastard whom she hates. Lady Regria stared at him in surprise. How strange and fickle this man was. She doesn't believe in all this. In the eyes of these people, she is no different from a lab mouse. Every word he says makes her stomach churn. Damn Rakik. But there's something this bastard doesn't know. Now she can gradually unravel the tangled mess inside him. She will do it with her own hands and will never obey him again. Everything will be quite the opposite. Lady Regria now knew for sure that the situation was under her control. Beatrice said that when she was finished, the Rakik would be lying at her feet. In that case, well, she would have looked at it too. The Crown Prince's expression changed subtly. Regria stared at him with wide eyes, waiting for some kind of reaction. His lips twisted into a smirk. She wanted to fight him for dominance. Funny. The girl let out a quiet scream. Strawberries scattered across the floor. Rakik was sitting on her hips. She felt a slight pang of fear and something else, adrenaline rushing through her blood. They say that saints choose the vessel that is most similar to themselves. The body she occupied belonged to an arrogant girl who looked down on everyone as if they were just insects under her feet. She was so confident that he wanted to strangle her all the time, Regria wheezed. The Crown Prince relaxed his hand and narrowed his eyes. Her pulse is stable, so it turns out she's not nervous. Lady Regria chuckled. Why should she be nervous? He wouldn't do anything to her anyway. A dangerous light danced in the man's eyes. Was she sure about this? He leaned over her sharply and bit the skin on her neck. Rakik ignored her request to stop, so the saint punched him in the face with all her might. Verakil's gaze trembled. He contains several animals in the palace garden. Does she know why they recognize him as their master and obey? Not because he is the Crown Prince, but because he is strong. Today he will show her who is her master. Beatrice's words surfaced in her frightened thoughts. It wasn't only men who had to behave with dignity. Stop being afraid, be confident, and behave with dignity. Rakik, enjoying her tension, watched her with a smile. His eyes widened as she gently touched his cheek and stroked it. Regria also wanted to say something. He is handsome, not only wealthy, but also of high status. That must be why he thinks he has a lot to offer, but if you think about it, that's all he has. Verakil felt hurt and moved away in displeasure. What did she mean? In the world Regria came from, people first date and then marry when a man proposes to a woman, so why is the Crown Princess being forced into marriage like this? Verakil's voice sounded puzzled. She thought they should look after each other like people from her world. Did she really think he was that considerate? Oh, she didn't expect any attention from him at all. She just wanted to ask for something, to be honest, that he has, besides money and status. Is he sure he can win her heart without all this? The prince chuckled. What an absurdity. What else does she need? Regria looked into his eyes for a long time before answering, asking for respect. In her world, she was always ignored and oppressed. She can't be with a man who doesn't respect her. Rakik closed his eyes, but she has no choice. The girl raised an eyebrow skeptically. Why not? She could just run away. Her soul came from a completely different world. Is she sure that she can escape? Because he is the only one in this world who can help her. Actually, she has someone who can help her, for example, Fyodor. It was a simple shot in the dark. Regria silently prayed that it would work. And lo and behold, everyone's face except the prince's instantly darkened. His gaze was so bloodthirsty and threatening that the girl involuntarily crawled back. If she continued like this, he would get the better of her. Lady Beatrice could not help but intervene. Regria should not avoid his gaze, nor should she behave like a victim in front of a predator. Rakik remained silent, piercing her with a withering gaze. Beatrice told her that she should remember that it was not only men who had to behave with dignity. The more afraid she is, the higher she should raise her chin and also keep her chest straight so he won't be able to underestimate her. The Crown Prince exhaled heavily and turned away slightly. Okay, he would do as she wanted. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that it really worked, and he resigned himself to it. Rakik assured her that he would respect her if that was her wish, since she was his future crown princess. But the girl felt a little uneasy. Unexpectedly, Rakik picked her up in his arms and, with the loyalty of a dog, buried his face in her hair. She was definitely a picky woman. Regria said that she could walk on her own, but the man ignored her words. The floor was cold, just like her body. Now she will need to become a flawless crown princess, so she will be assigned a tutor, and she will also be moved to new quarters. And one more thing, Varakiel's voice became tense, even if she didn't think about mentioning another man in front of him again. The ceremony concluded successfully, although there was a bit of confusion. Regria buried her face in his shoulder, enjoying the warmth and the tart scent of his body. A month has passed since the ceremony, during which time the leaves have fallen and snow has fallen. During this time, the girl managed to learn a lot, without even noticing how she had changed. Regria not only studied the politics, culture, economics, and international relations of Belegram, but also the holy knights of the empire. The strength that these holy knights possess is beyond that of humans. This is the reason why Belegram is so strong. However, knights pay a price for this power, suffering from madness. The inner world of all knights is different, but they all have something in common. Once the holy knights go mad, their inner world becomes pitch black, not allowing a single ray of light to pass through. But the saints can bring the knights back to sanity through a mental link. If the saint becomes the knight's mate, they will be able to concentrate on purification. But if the knights do not have a pair, then another saint can cleanse them, but none of them will be able to cleanse themselves completely. After studying the holy knights and their circumstances, Regria decided that she would never become Rahich's mate. Her thoughts were interrupted by screams coming from behind the door. It seemed like a fight was brewing there. The alarmed servants rose from their seats with the intention of stopping the disturber of the peace. Eos was furious as the other maids hid the girl's body from view with a cloak. If she becomes the wife of Crown Prince Rakik, she will never be able to get out of here. Hope blossomed in her heart, so Fyodor Ian Sebereik stood at the threshold. Regria's heart began to beat faster involuntarily. Beatrice confirmed that this was her friend she had been talking about. Eos screamed at him in an angry voice, trying to get him out, but the man ignored her screams. He walked quickly past the maid and, bending slightly, looked into the eyes of what he assumed to be Beatrice. How wrong he is. This is Lady Regria. He must show respect to the future crown princess. Fyodor remained silent, but a heavy sigh escaped his lips. His voice trembled with emotion. He had come only because he had learned of the appearance of the man who had stolen the body of his close friend. Eos was shouting something about getting permission from His Highness. The shouts faded into the background, drowned out by Beatrice's voice. This was a chance to talk to him without Rakik. She has to win him over to her side. You need to use any excuse to get rid of the maid. Regria waved her hand gracefully and politely asked the woman to leave them alone with Lord Fyodor for a while, as she wanted to talk to him. It won't take long, will it? She smiled at Lord Sebereik. Eos was displeased, but she cannot disobey her mistress's orders. They had little time. Regria started the conversation first. She knows why Lord Fyodor is doing this. In his eyes, she is just an uninvited guest who stole the body of a dear friend. The young man's sensitive nature was hurt by the pretense. He asked with disgust not to be called by his name. However, his arrogance quickly faded when the girl announced that she had met Beatrice's soul. The girl knew it was hard to believe, but she hoped that the young man would listen to her words. Fyodor's voice was full of arrogance. The universe and the real owner of the body cannot meet each other. Does she really think that he does not know about this? The Lord raised his chin and walked quickly towards the door. It seemed he shouldn't have come. Beatrice cursed. Suddenly the girl screamed. Again he thinks that she is going to marry him. Fyodor froze when he looked at Regria again. His eyes were full of pain and confusion. Regria awkwardly cleared her throat. Beatrice asked to tell him this. Lord Sebereik's gaze warmed. He chuckled to himself. She said this phrase every time he was sincere with her. But Beatrice also told Regria a lot about Lord Sebereik. They were friends since childhood who were supposed to get married in the future. Beatrice told her that the two of them had been together since childhood. Young Lord Sebereik was timid and weak, which is why his friends often made fun of him. And Beatrice had helped Lord Sebereik many times. Although you couldn't tell from his appearance now, Regria was slowly approaching, taking control of the situation. However, the confidence in her actions quickly evaporated when she saw tears. Listening to her, Fyodor did not make a sound, but his whole face was wet with tears. The girl's heart sank painfully. She didn't want to make him cry, but this man, even if he looked cold on the outside, her hand involuntarily reached out to his face. Lord Sebereik froze in shock as the girl wiped away his tears. But coming to his senses, he instantly turned away and shouted, "No." And yet he couldn't take his eyes off her. Countless times this same hand, warm and familiar, touched him. But the difference was that these touches were desired and not painful as they were now. Regria felt terrible. Why was this so hard? Her eyes became slightly moist. Blinking, Regria found herself in a place completely unfamiliar to her. She was not surprised and took it completely calmly. And where is she this time? She was surrounded by an ensemble of unimaginable architecture that could never be reproduced in reality, as well as endless frost. This is Fyodor's inner world. Beatrice giggled. She couldn't believe the girl was crying after wiping away someone else's tears. What a silly girl. Since they are connected, they cannot escape by force, otherwise their consciousness will collapse and she will turn into a vegetable. Despite how Fyodor looks on the outside, his mind is a complete mess. Rakik's soul looked like a ball of yarn that needed to be untangled, but this one was completely different. The girl, puzzled, picked up the ice brick and examined it from all sides. Needing to restack these bricks, she dropped one of them and it fell into place with a pleasant clang. Beatrice was shocked at what she was doing. Regria only once entered into a mental connection with Rakik, but didn't his attitude towards her become softer after that? Perhaps it would be the same with Fedor. A little time passed, and a small wall was already standing in front of her. If she wants Fyodor to be on her side, then it would probably be best if she laid down as many bricks as possible. Beatrice praised her for her intelligence as the girl continued working. But it seemed she wouldn't be able to do this for a long time. Her hands hurt from the cold. The real problem is how long she can survive in such an inhospitable environment. A little more time passed, the wall continued to grow. However, Regria was getting worse. Her hands were numb and red from the cold, her lungs were bursting with coughing. But she was not going to give up. The girl stubbornly continued to carry bricks. The wall was already higher than her. Her arms barely had the strength to lift such a weight. Regria rose up on her toes, a little more, just a little more. But the block did not hold, it slid to the other side. The princess fell down on the snow, exhausted. She couldn't continue this any longer. She spent about 6 hours in the inner world, but on the outside it will be different. Chattering her teeth from the cold, the girl apologized to the owner of the body because she had exhausted it. Her body felt heavy from the heat. It seemed to be quite warm here. Her eyes slowly closed. Beatrice screamed. She couldn't sleep, but Regria couldn't hold on any longer. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a crackling fire. The heat pleasantly warmed her tired body, every muscle burning with pain. Regria rose on weak legs. This was her room. She breathed a sigh of relief. She could. It seemed like a little more and she would die of cold. Why is she so reckless? The cold voice made the girl jump. She shouldn't use this body irresponsibly because it doesn't even belong to her. Fedor warned that he was not eager to do what he was planning. Regria staggered warily, wondering what he was talking about. Lord Seberike didn't want his close friend's body to die, so he would only share his warmth for a little while. Graceful, muscular arms wrapped around her. The body that pressed against hers really warmed her. She should understand it. Don't underestimate the cold that the Winter Watchtower family holds within them. If she enters into a mental connection with him, she may lose her life. Regria was embarrassed by such close contact. What he was trying to do was let him take his hands off her immediately. She struggled to shake off the young lord's hands when pain shot through her fingers. Her arms up to the elbows were blue. Her skin was completely covered with protruding veins. Did she really have frostbite? A tingling pain ran through them, like an electric current. It turns out that what happens in the inner world also affects the real body. Fyodor hesitantly touched her shoulders and addressed her by name. The Winter Watchtower family has the ability to directly share warmth with others. There were no other options. The cold penetrated deep into the body. The warmth of someone else's body burned the girl's nerve endings. Ian Seberake convinced her that if she still felt uncomfortable, she could push him away, and he didn't care if her fingers fell off. After bringing order to his inner world, Regria thought that Fyodor would become a little softer, but it didn't work with him. That's not all, he just stopped the process. The second wave of pain will begin soon. Before the girl could say a word, a searing pain pierced her body, confirming his words. Fyodor swore, damn, she needs to control herself. Regria groaned in pain. She was so cold and in pain. Fedor pressed her tighter to his hot body. Everything will be fine soon. His soothing voice resonated in Regria's ears, his strong hands bringing a liberating warmth. The pain came in waves, cramping her body, then receded, bringing relaxation. Regria, Regria, came from somewhere far away, but the girl did not find the strength to answer. A painfully familiar voice called her, sister, and the girl's eyes instantly opened. She found herself in a familiar place, although for her it was familiar from the perspective of the viewer. Regria rose to her feet, her whole body filled with lightness. Her little sister was actually there, sitting in her favorite spot at the piano. A cold smile played on her lips. This poor man who lost his beloved is now crying because of her. How heartless she is. Why doesn't she cry? She didn't shed a single tear when she came into this world. Did she really think she had any hope left? Regria stepped back in disbelief. She fled to a new body. She should have been overcome with despair and shock. Regria screamed, enough. She didn't cry in this world because she had no reason to cry, even if she doesn't play the piano that well. In this world, she doesn't have to live as if she doesn't exist, hiding in the shadow of her family. The younger sister rolled her eyes in disdain and tisked. Anyone hearing something like that might think their relationship was over. A grotesque smile distorted the girl's face. Well, that's not all. Breathing heavily and drenched in cold sweat, Regria opened her eyes wide. Her whole body was tense, ready to run without looking back. A tall male figure asked in a low voice how she was feeling. Blinking a few times to get her vision to focus, the princess turned her head towards the sound. She said Fyodor's name in a questioning tone. Her voice was hoarse and her throat hurt. She was grateful that he helped her, and she knows that he most likely wanted to save Beatrice's body. Rakik's voice took on an angry tone as he addressed the girl by name again. The rustling of fabric, the ringing of metal. The crown prince turned to face her. The girl's eyes widened as she realized the mistake she had made. It seems he already warned me not to mention the other man's name in front of him. Her body felt heavy and wobbly. Her head was buzzing, but she still tried to get to her feet. When he returned, she was told that he would be busy. The crown prince's voice trembled with anger. She had brought a man into the house in less than a month, and she was worse than he expected. How tired she was of listening to this. Regria closed her eyes in irritation. She didn't mean to. She just left. Rakik quickly walked towards her, which happened since they even entered into a mental connection. He leaned over her, hovering, the mattress creaking alarmingly under his weight. It must have been because she was being too free. Regria resisted the urge to step back. You need to stay calm. There is no point in getting angry, it will only waste your energy. First, she would like to apologize. As a lady, she should watch her every word and gesture, but she couldn't, yes. The room smelled strongly of ozone, and the air around the crown prince hissed and began to move in waves. Rakik snatched up the sacred sword and swung it sharply. The blade flew dangerously close to the girl's face, but still got stuck in the opposite wall. How dare this insignificant sucker, defending the Winter Watchtower, commit such impudence? And how was his inner world different from Fedor's? Now Rakik was more like a big, offended child. The girl obediently responded. His inner world resembled a play area for a cat with a large ball of yarn without any distinct shape. But Mr. Seberak's was like a ruined castle in need of rebuilding. Rakik flared up again, and she spent the whole night working on it. The princess swore that she had not noticed that so much time had passed. The man sighed. She had asked him if he was sure. The crown prince avoided her gaze for a moment, then he stared at her. He had a deal to make. Rakik will allow her all kinds of contact with other men, except for intimate ones. If she is so confident in her abilities, shouldn't he also use his most valuable weapon? Regria raised an eyebrow, and if she didn't agree, Rakik suppressed a flash of anger. It would be annoying. After that, he obediently fell to his knees in front of her, and the girl's stomach did a somersault. His strong hands crawled under her nightgown and authoritatively stroked her hips. How can he give up the precious position of crown princess to a woman who hates him to death? He is ready to give her 100 days, during which time he will do everything to make Regria beg to make her the crown princess. Regria felt a pleasant sensation run through her skin like a weak electric discharge, and she even began to wonder if such a person really had nothing better to do. Well, she feigned indifference, okay, she accepts his proposal, but not just like that, she has a request. Rakik softened his voice, let him speak if he wants. At that moment, Regria's head echoed with her younger sister's malicious words. Did she really think that she had any hope left? Even if she escaped into a new body, she would be overtaken by even more despair and disappointment. Rakik continued to look at her with a questioning gaze and did not notice how the girl's breathing quickened slightly. Regria clenched her fists, calming herself down. That's what she wants. The sun disappeared behind the horizon. It was time for dinner. The hall was filled with a pleasant aroma, ripe vegetables and fruits, juicy meat, and exquisite delicacies. However, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The young people did not speak to each other at all. Rakik was offended, for which God sent him a crown princess who does not hear or see anything. Other saints are trying to get the most advantageous position. Then why is Regria not like that? He decided to wash away his grief with wine. He doesn't understand. She can't think straight or is just stupid. He can give her everything she wants, just for hugs and mutual feelings. The tart wine was indeed strong and intoxicating. He swirled the glass, sadly watching the shimmering red liquid. Regria followed him with a sip. She needed to be patient and look for other options. That was what was currently on her mind. However, Beatrice did not agree with her. Stop being stubborn. She said that the only way for her to survive was to become the crown princess. Some people dream of a life of luxury, full of jewels and power, but the girl wanted an ordinary life with the man she loves. Beatrice sighed in disappointment, but said nothing more. At that moment, Eos entered the hall. Fyodor was her chance. She had to run away with him then. Beatrice screamed, yes, she was planning suicide. Eos leaned slightly over His Highness and whispered, she had prepared everything he asked for in the morning. Rakik got up from the table and apologized. They would finish their meal here. He wanted to show the girl one place, and it would be better to go now. The girl's eyes were shining. Her voice was filled with interest in where they were going. Her cheeks flushed slightly as the man replied, on a date. A couple of minutes later, the young people found themselves in a room filled with musical instruments. In the center stood a piano, surrounded by string instruments, and on the bookshelf were collected music notebooks. Regria was confused. She wanted only one instrument. Rakik shrugged. He didn't know her tastes, so he prepared all the sacred instruments he knew. The girl reverently stroked the surface of the piano, wondering if he really knew about sacred music. Well, of course, the saints who were called earlier spread their culture for a long time. If the princess had the patience to wait, Rakik could hire her a tutor, but the girl shook her head. She didn't need one. Sighing sadly, she ran her thin fingers over the keys with longing. Over a long period of time, she put in countless efforts to get along with him, to play even a little better, struggling between love and hate. At times she was even resentful and obsessed, leaving only one hope. The girl's fingers deftly ran over the keys, producing the most pleasant, magical sounds. She turned all her sadness, anger, and hope into a sound that caressed the prince's ears. When she finished, Rakik respectfully praised her for what kind of song it was. Why did she choose Vivaldi's Winter? What does it mean? The girl shrugged awkwardly. She chose it because it was winter, and he was more jealous than he seemed. The prince's interest in music was truly genuine. He bombarded her with questions, and the princess was determined to play something more serious. But as soon as her fingers ran over the keys, the prince gently stopped her. No, he wants to hear the melody that sounds like her. When you watch a performance, you learn a lot about the person giving it. Her skill is honest, without grace, as if she is playing a simple and stupid person who does not have refined taste. Regria choked, knowing nothing about the piano. How could he tell her such a thing? The prince continued with satisfaction. She suits sharp and rapid lines better than smooth, flowing ones. For example, his fingers struck the first notes, and Regria recognized Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. For the first time in a long time, her eyes saw something attractive in Rakik. It was pitiful, but also touching, how he tried to communicate with her through music. However, there was something uncomfortable about this. She didn't want this man to understand her on this level. She has great talent, but Rakik did not understand why she played in a manner that was not suitable for her. He assumed that the saint had studied with her parents. Regria was lost in memories. At first, she had no people worthy of being called a mother or a teacher. Sometimes her sister taught her, corrected her habits, and pointed out her mistakes, as if feeding a pathetic dog. Her sister was a genius, she acknowledged with admiration, but also with envy. Of course, because she had perfect pitch, and they called her the fairy of the piano, even Regria could not deny it. Her tone did not escape Rakik. He guessed that she was jealous of her sister, so the girl withdrew. For some reason, she could not play better than her. Isn't it funny? She shouldn't have been able to play the piano with such skill, wanting something she doesn't deserve, and ended up like this, just disgracing herself. When people see a genius in front of them, most people feel depressed and untalented. It's not her fault. Listening to these words, Regria felt something change inside her. She looked at Rakik with a burning gaze, wondering how he could see her like this. The prince decided to introduce her to the best pianist in Ballygram, who could significantly improve her playing, and then she would get rid of her sister's shadow, which fell on her only garment. The saint beamed, but he also had a request. The girl proudly straightened her back and crossed her arms over her chest. First she would listen to him. Rakik laughed easily. Now she could even make him laugh. He hesitated slightly and then slowly moved closer. Their faces were dangerously close. Despite her intense embarrassment, Regria did not look away, wondering what he wanted. Verakil devoured her with a passionate gaze from under his lowered eyelashes. He wanted a kiss on the lips. It's strange how these harsh words can be so calming. Regria couldn't believe that someone who lived only for his own pleasure could understand her so well. However, on Rakik's face one can now clearly read something that eclipses even a genius. This man, as the crown prince's face grew closer, the thought eluded her. But the kiss didn't happen. Regria opened one eye shyly when she heard a clicking sound from the side. What is she doing now? Why did she close her eyes? Why did her face instantly turn crimson? Rakik laughed heartily. She should be the one kissing, not him. Regria was embarrassed, the scoundrel. He did it to mock. The man wiped away the tears that had appeared. It was funny, it was so unexpected that it was almost embarrassing. It really is fun to tease her, so much so that he might get used to it. The girl giggled. You could see tenderness in the crown prince's eyes. She finally smiled. From now on, instead of frowning, it is better to smile. At serious social events, a smile will become a powerful weapon. Soon, the highest-ranking nobles would gather at the imperial court to greet her in advance, a kind of preliminary rehearsal so that Regria would not be embarrassed when she stepped out into society as the crown princess. Shuman Bukovac will arrive there, an old man who has just turned 70, but he is undoubtedly the best pianist in the country. He also taught Rahik to play the piano. The man stood up and waved his hand around the entire room, asking if they should look at the other instruments, since they had already played the piano. Regria admitted that she loves the cello, so it would be better to reveal her skills on the piano later and show how she plays it. This is an opportunity to show her cultural development as a future crown princess. Playing musical instruments is a basic skill. She also needs to dance, so the preparation will be long. The girl didn't expect this, and when she remained silent, Rakik repeated, yes, she would dance with him. Watching her reaction, the man was upset for a moment. Did she really not like it? Regria waved her hands. It's just that she had never danced before. A glimmer of hope lit up her eyes when the prince assured her that she shouldn't worry about that. Verikil picked her up, twirling her around in a dance, letting her relax and leave everything to him. However, the saint still had doubts. She needed a lot of practice. Maybe he danced a lot, but the same could not be said about her. But since she came to him, he can't leave everything as it is. Rakik will polish, clean and polish it to make it the most beautiful gemstone. Pulling the girl closer, he leaned slightly. What perfume she was using today? When Regria replied that she had forgotten, he suggested that it was the smell of her sweat, which confused her even more. Come to think of it, before they get married, they need to test their compatibility in bed. The man narrowed his eyes. Wasn't she curious if he was good at this? Barely able to think from embarrassment, Regria found the strength to blurt out that she wasn't interested. She was simply surprised. Before her heartbeat had time to return to normal, the man's lips covered hers. For a moment, the crown princess forgot how to breathe, her eyes widening. After that, she awkwardly closed her eyes and leaned forward, responding to the kiss. Rakik deepened it, and she became uncomfortable. This man, the more she tries to free herself, the more he does not let her do it. In just an instant, the weightless and pleasant sensation turned into something sticky, disgusting, and vile. Like a swamp that could cost her her life. After what seemed like an eternity, Rakik finally pulled away. Lady Regria was breathing heavily, her gaze clouded. Even though he had done what he wanted, his voice was still dissatisfied. That's all for today. He will send her some books. She can study from them. Next time, he will not stop at just one kiss on the lips. Still out of breath, Regria blurted out, she needs another assistant. There is one girl among the novices, and she wants her. However, the crown prince was adamant. Eos must be enough. Regria hesitated. Was this really such a difficult request? Rakik shook his head and apologized. He didn't think he would be able to fulfill it now. Feeling irritated by the refusal, the girl leaned forward. She cupped Verakil's cheeks with both hands and pulled him closer to her. Now it was his turn to be surprised, because the girl kissed him back of her own free will. The warmth of her hands, the softness of her lips, and the pleasant aroma drove him crazy. He prayed that it would last forever. But, unfortunately, the kiss did not last long. His saint moved away. For some time, the crown prince was in a state of shock, trying to comprehend what had happened. Regria decided to strike while the iron was hot. He must give her this girl. It was pure pleasure to watch the prince's instantly changed face. Office of the head of the Holy Knights Paladins. In a week, a secret event will take place in the Great Sanctuary. Fyodor leafed through hidden notes. The man, whose face was hidden in the shadows, asked if he would go there. The Lord sighed. He was invited, so he would have to. The owner of the red hair was hostile. They do not know what the crown prince is planning against them. Didn't something happen in the saint's bedroom the other day? Fyodor decided that now was the moment to tell Dietrich that his sister was alive. But it is better not to have high hopes. Even so, he will not be able to expel the saint and return his sister to consciousness. However, Fyodor was stubborn, you never know for sure. There must be a way to remove the saint from Beatrice's body before it's too late. Overcome with emotion, Lord Seberake shouted, he will return Beatrice to her body. A week later, the sanctuary was undergoing a general cleaning. An event was to be held there soon. A stick hit the priestess's hand, and she let out a soft cry. How many times can I repeat this? Today, there will be an important ball where high-ranking nobles will gather. Anita should not be lazy, but work hard so that not a speck of dust remains. Suppressing a flash of anger, the girl turned away. Her Highness was probably somewhere here, she heard from the side. This month, the month of bare branches, the next month of frozen lakes, then the month of St. Johannes, Celine praised her mistress. Anita gritted her teeth with envy. She really had become the crown princess's priestess. Her burning gaze did not escape Celine. The girl did not miss the opportunity to mimic her. They walked into a spacious hall, completely filled with pieces of fabric, clothes, and much more. This is the future crown princess's dressing room. The ball will be held in the Sacred Hall of Fame, and all the dresses and other necessary items will be brought here. There was still time left. Celine asked if she should prepare dinner for the lady, but Regria refused. Then maybe she should read the book 10 Behaviors to Learn Before Meeting Nobles at Events, passed down from Eos. The girl laughed, contentedly playing with her shiny hair. She would refuse this too, but first she needed to sort out her hair. Celine leaned over it, puzzled. She definitely didn't want to read it. Everything is fine. She knows how to behave at today's ball. The girl's look instantly changed. Today she will try to stay as far away from Rakik as possible. Then someone hostile to him will be able to get close to her. She needs a force that wants Rakik to fall. Beatrice laughed contentedly inside her. She hadn't known that Regria wanted freedom so desperately. She spent a whole week imagining her married life with the crown prince, and everything that came to mind led to a terrible end. Beatrice sighed. She didn't know the terrible ending. Life in a comfortable cage was much better than death in the sky from a hunter's shot. As soon as she remembered him, he appeared. The voice she hated called her. Indeed, Rakik entered the hall, accompanied by a maid. With a slight smile, he extended his hand forward to see if she was ready. Smiling back at him, the girl moaned inside herself, explaining to Beatrice that she couldn't live in a cage. She had already lived one life like that. The event was just beginning, so there weren't many people, but all the preparations were finally finished. Gradually, guests began to gather in the main hall, admiring the decoration of the sanctuary. All heads turned towards the main doors as Bellegram's son and its star, Regria Rommel, were introduced. To the sounds of festive fanfares, the young couple slowly descended the stairs, greeting the guests. Light smiles, a soft look, all this made them in the eyes of the guests the image of wonderful future rulers who complement each other. It was a relief for them. None of the guests knew what the relationship between them really was. Rakik waved his hand and let the celebration begin. The next task was to greet the guests and engage in a little small talk. Regria handled herself well. Her politeness, behavior, and beauty won the hearts of the guests. She does not at all look like an evil person. Everyone admired her majesty and grace, but they insulted Beatrice, a troublemaker who was completely unlike her. The previous owner of the body was called a mad dog, even from the age of 5. She wore a dress made of wilted flowers to flower-themed balls. She enjoyed spending time with young men, dressing up as men, smoking cigarettes, getting drunk and swearing. Regria sighed slightly in shock and envy. Oh my God, Beatrice really didn't care about other people's opinions. Her friend chuckled contentedly. That's why she has a lot of enemies. Regria was ready to grab her hair. She was trying to find someone who could escape from Bellegram. Why was she only talking about enemies now? Rakik quietly whispered to her that although Beatrice's reputation was very bad, everything depended on how she showed herself at the ball today. She has the opportunity to transform from a mad dog into an ideal lady who will be praised by all of high society. So she better smile as befits a noble woman, because a smile is her only weapon. Suppressing her anxiety as dozens of eyes were currently trained on her, the girl followed her fiancé's advice and forced a smile. One of the guests approached the couple. Rakik jealously pulled the girl closer to him. This old man came to see the future crown princess. The prince nodded politely to the old man leaning on his cane, Sir Rixen. There has been no good news in recent days due to the escaped barbarians. even in such a situation, the heart is happy to see the strength and spirit of His Highness. He also heard that there were big problems on the border. These ignorant savages had changed their tactics. Making raids at night on horseback, they had already defeated 7 soldiers. Rakik listened to him attentively, while Regria absorbed the information that was new to her. But the main problem is that they can control animals. Regria tried to hide her surprise, but still looked at Sir Rixon with moderate interest. Well, he believes that the only right solution is to find the lair of these animals and burn everything to the ground, along with their offspring. Sir Rixon cast an inquisitive glance at Regria, wondering what the future Crown Princess thought. No doubt her mother and sister looked at her in this way many times. It was a mockery. Regria involuntarily glanced sideways at Rakik, who was smiling at her. This question was a kind of test. All the nobles gathered here want to see what kind of person she is. Depending on the answer, the nobles' attitude towards her will change. Either she will remain a mad dog with an attitude to match, or she will be worshipped as the future crown princess. While the girl was in anxious thoughts, the man spoke again. He chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. The new saint must be uncomfortable with such conversations. However, the girl was already ready to enter into confrontation. Let Sir Rixon allow her to express her opinion. The man narrowed his eyes and pierced her with a distrustful gaze. None of the nobles expected such words. She will express it not as a saint, but as a future crown princess. At this point, even Beatrice panicked. She had no idea about Bellegram's position on the international stage, so she could just wait it out calmly. Beatrice shouldn't underestimate her. Before coming here, she studied using the books that Rakik gave her. She will no longer look for easy ways. Now she is the future crown princess. She can no longer run away and keep quiet like she used to. Frankly speaking, Regria has a poor understanding of military matters. The old man laughed contentedly. However, she knows that war only fuels the anger and hatred between people, and one day they will have to pay dearly for it. Well, she has an unconventional way of thinking, but such conclusions could put their country in danger. It's not that her thinking is unusual, she would call it resourcefulness. A little earlier, the old man had said that the only solution was to burn all these animals, starting with their offspring. When asked if he was really thinking about killing everyone, including newborns, Sir Rixon's eyes flashed. That's exactly it. If even one remains alive, the fire of resistance will flare up into a bright flame. In that case, they simply won't leave a single living soul. Regria laughed lightly after listening to him. In his place, in order to resolve the conflict and soften the differences between the peoples, she would first of all meet with their leader and find out what they want. The old man thought he was about to burst his stomach, having to conduct a dialogue with animals. But the girl did not mean an ordinary conversation, but the need to build diplomatic relations. Of course, they also have diplomats, but it is extremely doubtful that the barbarians will be able to understand them. Regria was starting to boil. It seemed to her that it wasn't only the barbarians who had problems understanding what was being said to them. Bloodshed alone cannot bring victory. Sometimes you need to be able to gain the upper hand without engaging in combat. Sir Rixon screamed, spitting. She is now talking about war. He asks for forgiveness, but she is crossing the line. After all, military affairs are not a subject that a lady should understand. Knights have more experience in this matter. It's strange. Then it turns out that he initially pounced on her with questions in the discussion of which she had no right to interfere. Could it be that he asked them with the intention of embarrassing her in front of people? Sir Rixon began to justify himself, but Regria was merciless. He mentioned knightly experience, which he himself doubted he had. According to the information she found, the number of Bellegram citizens who died as a result of poor military decisions exceeds the number of those killed by the alliance of steppe states, whose people he calls animals. The old man lost his temper. No longer wanting to listen to her, he hysterically turned to His Highness. To protect its citizens, Bellegram's military leadership wages a war where many lives are at stake. Regria jumped up in fright at this hysterical scream. No one dares insult the military leadership. Moreover, non-knights are not allowed to have this kind of conversation. Sir Rixon pointed his finger in her direction. they have no right to do so. Since the future crown princess is still not very aware of this, he generously forgives her, but the next time, without finishing his sentence, the old man howled in pain. A scream echoed through the hall as he saw his finger bend at an unnatural angle. Whether it's pacifying barbarians or teaching manners to long-rotted trash, if you force them to experience fear that goes right to their bones, they won't even be able to think about going against you. Rakik winked playfully at his beloved. That's how they suppress a rebellion. But not by talking. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, not knowing how to react. A decision regarding his incompetence would be made by a military court later. Rahik ordered Sir Rixon to be taken into custody. Regria tensed as the Crown Prince addressed Lord Ian Seberake. The man rushed past her, his long white hair trailing behind him. Fyodor pretended not to notice her, while Regria followed him with her gaze. Now Fyodor needs to appoint a paladin to the position for which Rixon was responsible. He can pick up the documents appointing temporary command from Joshua on the way back. The old man continued to howl, cradling his broken finger, when the man abruptly pulled him to his feet. Fyodor nodded, following the order. The tension between the two men was palpable, although neither of them showed it. Roughly grabbing the old man, Fyodor dragged him out of the hall. Passing by Regria again, he couldn't help but glance at her. Sensing something was wrong, Rakik immediately approached her with glasses in his hands, a tense smile spreading across his face. Handing her one of the glasses of sparkling wine, he suggested that they go on and celebrate without the criminals. No matter how hard the saint tried to hide her tension, she was doing a poor job of it now. And this man had just broken his subordinate's finger in front of everyone without a twinge of conscience. Rakik laughed artificially, his face simpler. Today is a wonderful day after all. His smile deepened when the girl coolly voiced her assumption that he was using her under the pretext of testing her. Let him not pretend. That's why he forced her to read all sorts of documentation. Sir Rixon looked down on the saint, and the moment he made a mistake, Verahil was going to get rid of him. The Crown Prince put on his most polite expression. He did this because the old man had shown disrespect to her. Regria continued to act coldly. He thinks that if the man presses him hard, he will start to treat her with respect the next time they meet. Rakik grinned. Well, if the old man doesn't want to lose his head and feed it to the street dogs, then he has no other choice. The evening concluded with the most enjoyable moment for Regria. It was time for her game. Her slender hands tenderly produced the softest and most pleasant sounds, caressing the ears of the audience. It was also a little nerve-wracking, as the eyes of the most successful musician in the country were on her. Regria did not see this, since the Crown Prince was standing behind her, but he too was delighted with her performance. The bow slid more and more slowly over the strings. The sound faded. The game was over. Regria slowly opened her eyelids, never having felt so peaceful. She winced slightly as a sudden wave of applause and admiration washed over her. The old man's stiff face smoothed out slightly. Her performance was so stunning that it was hard to believe. It turns out that his nature did not match his frightening appearance. Schumann Buchwitz was not stingy with compliments. Having cleared his throat slightly, the old man became serious again and turned his gaze somewhere to the side. The short lady clapped her hands masterfully, incredibly, truly magnificent. She had just reached the banquet hall when the cello was already playing. The stranger's face was too close, such a wonderful performance that she ran here as fast as she could. The young girl grabbed her by the elbow while Regria tried to figure out who was in front of her. Having called her sister, the girl jumped for joy. She missed her so much. Her eyes lit up. It was her only younger sister. Didn't she recognize her? It can't be. In the summer fence, there is only a daughter and a son. It is impossible that they would have not even a small child, but such a grown-up daughter. Well, no, she's not pretending on purpose that she didn't recognize her. It's true. The so-called sister's voice finally became normal, and Regria recognized this intonation with horror. The girl giggled meekly, covering her mouth with her hand, and wondered why she was so surprised. A shiver ran down Regria's spine as she realized the young woman was speaking to her in modern Korean. Schumann intervened in their conversation. What bad manners, Her Highness. Perhaps the young lady does not know this. My sister's voice became thin and unpleasant again. That's right, she was so happy that it flew out of her head. The young lady curtsied. She is the second flower of the summer hedge, Giselle Rommel. Giselle stepped forward, and she is also Dietrich Rommel's older sister. Rakik looked at her suspiciously. She says that she is the daughter of the Rommel family. Giselle, he savoured the name, hearing it for the first time. It's quite possible that she had been having health problems for a long time and only now returned home. Beatrice rolled her eyes. This was bullshit. She had never heard of this little brat. Is she sure? Won't it deprive her of her head if it turns out to be a lie? She swore. The Duchess picked it up again somewhere in the slums. Regria's eyebrows involuntarily shot up. She picked up in the slums, in what sense? Without saying a word, the young lady ran away from them, calling for her mother. At last she appeared, the witch with the heart of ice. Titan, as Beatrice called her. The owner of many names, the head of the House of Rommel. The woman patted her daughter on the head, and she asked her to wait a little. Where had she run off to so quickly? Instantly becoming serious, Rakik politely greeted the Duchess. The woman bowed. Because of them, the festive atmosphere was spoiled, and since they were also responsible for being late for the reception, her youngest daughter would perform something entertaining for them as an apology. Giselle has been practicing a bit and is a little awkward, but she will still show off her skills. Regria felt fear and anger boiling inside her at the same time. He will play. Why suddenly? Her reaction did not escape Rakik's eyes. All of Saint's emotions were now written on her face. The Crown Prince turned a cold gaze on the girl. He will play, which means it sounds good. Just as it was time for the future Crown Princess to perform on the piano, the girl's anxiety only increased. Giselle propped her cheeks up dreamily. She so wanted to let her sister listen to her playing as soon as possible. Her cold gaze pierced to the bone, asking if she could go first. The future Crown Princess had no choice but to give in to her guest. Giselle took off lightly and sat gracefully at the piano, as if she had done this 1,000 times. Her fingers fluttered over the keys like a butterfly on a flower, producing a powerful and solemn melody. There was recognition in the Crown Princess's eyes. She knew her. This is Beethoven's famous Emperor, her favourite composition, which she performs best. Regria shuddered slightly. She couldn't help but recognise her little sister's playing. The audience whispered enthusiastically, "It was incredible, simply magnificent. From the first notes I wanted to dance." A familiar, sucking emptiness swallowed the girl's heart. And besides, everyone admires her. She's so stupid. She thought that she could finally escape to a world where her little sister was not, that she could become happy, but it still ate at her from the inside. All those wounds that were inflicted on her by the neglect and endless comparison she experienced in her childhood. Her breathing became sharp and rapid. Her head involuntarily drooped. Rakik carefully watched her reaction. Does she remember what he said about her musical skills? Her skill is honest, without grace, as if she were playing a simple and stupid person who has no refined taste. Regria must remember his words. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, but she continued to listen to him. She looks better not in smooth, flowing lines, but in sharp, swift, straight lines. Her sister's playing was completely different, light, graceful, and virtuosic. Giselle finished her part and stood still, enjoying the attention and applause. She struggled for a long time to surpass her younger sister, but to no avail. She shone in the spotlight, receiving all the approval and love that Regria could only dream of. However, giving up was not an option for her either. She simply had no choice, because this was the only thing she could do. Thanks to Rakik's words, her anxiety calmed down a little, but a slight tremor in her hands was still present. Regria placed her hands on the instrument and took a deep breath, tuning herself. If she can't win, then she won't even try. It's not worth it. She will simply perform music that is truly hers, which reveals her nature. As the Crown Prince said, not smooth flowing lines, but sharp, rapid, straight lines. Rakik leaned forward slightly with his eyes glowing, his whole being awaiting her performance. The saint's fingers produced the first sounds, and she paused briefly. Taking another deep breath, she continued with more confidence, repeating Rakik's words to herself like a mantra. The courtiers recognized Beethoven's Pathetique Sonata with admiration. It was incredible. Rakik turned a thoughtful gaze to the Duchess, who lost her daughter and brought home a new one that same day. Because all his attention was focused on Regria, he completely lost sight of Duchess Rommel. She introduced everyone to the saint, who was supposedly her secret daughter, in this very place for the sole reason of demonstrating her desire. Strengthen the Rommel family's position as a neutral faction despite Regria becoming crown princess. Regria continued to press the keys with moderate force, and for the first time she could say that she was enjoying the process. Her breathing became slightly ragged. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She felt herself being filled with love. Surrendering to these sensations, at that very moment she was so beautiful, people rose to their feet and clapped deafeningly. Schumann shed tears of joy. It is truly unimaginable. She was able to convey both pain and consolation in one melody. Continuing to emotionally gesture with his hands, the old man approached the girl, continuing to praise her talent. Giselle jumped out from behind her shoulder, ruining the whole atmosphere. Her sister really was incredible. She would like to chat with her. "Sister, sister, sister!" Giselle continued to coo in a thin, annoying tone. Her gaze was frighteningly empty. Why wasn't she answering her? "Let me talk to her about music. Come on." Regria turned away sharply, covering her face with her hand, as that frightening gaze seemed to pierce her right through. Giselle continued to press, her voice layered, irritating the eardrums. She pulled the girl by the hand. Regria closed her eyes. Everything that was happening seemed like a nightmare to her. The sounds were deafening. The light blinded her eyes. She prayed for it all to stop. Someone's male hand pressed hard on Giselle's palm. Enough. Regria assumed that Rakik had finally decided to intervene, but her unfocused gaze caught a glimpse of white hair. Fyodor forcefully pulled Giselle's hand away and insistently asked her not to come closer. Since she has not yet officially made her debut in high society, he does not blame the girl for her lack of manners. However, if she continues to behave so rudely, one warning will not end everything. Does she understand him? Without taking his piercing gaze from Giselle, the Crown Prince ordered Lord Seberake to stop. Without giving Fyodor a chance to say a word, he continued, "Lord, just in time." It seemed the future Crown Princess was very tired. So Lord Ian Seberake escorts her to a room where she can rest. Trying to come to her senses, Regria stared blankly at the pattern on Giselle's gloves. When she looked up at her face, goosebumps ran across her skin. The girl's gaze was full of anger and contempt. Fyodor and Regria walked slowly, in silence. Finally, the loud sounds stopped pressing on her, and the girl gradually came to a stable state. Clearing her throat awkwardly and avoiding his gaze, the saint thanked Fyodor for his help. The man was silent, also avoiding her gaze. Today he was unusually cold. Regria was already mentally shedding tears. She knew that he didn't even want to talk to her because of what happened that day. When they are alone, she doesn't have to address him like that. Fyodor seemed to change in an instant. His voice became more gentle and his gaze softer. He added with embarrassment that he could simply be called Fyodor. The saint was surprised by such a quick change. Just a minute ago, he tried not to look at her. By nightfall, the ball was over, and all the nobles had gone home. The Duchess's ears were pierced by the shrill voice, and she was saying that all of high society would revolve around her. She promised Giselle experienced such shame, and they'd just leave. She stamped her foot capriciously and squealed. She too was an aristocrat now. Although this was not her official debut, she was going to at least show herself to the high nobility, and her mother and brother continued to remain silent. By the end of the evening, almost no one was interested in her performance. The woman rolled her eyes and asked Dietrich how long they would have to wait for the carriage. He sighed heavily. He would arrive soon. Giselle screamed even louder than before, realizing that she was being ignored. The Duchess closed her eyes and suppressed the anger in her voice. She was listening to her. The girl seemed very angry. The Duchess indifferently asked what would change from anger. Maybe the fact that she couldn't get Schumann Bukovitz. The Duchess slowly turned her head and gave her a warning look. She was crossing the line. It's all because of her sister, because of Regria. She's to blame for everything. The saint is her older sister. They ended up in Ballygram together. Dietrich narrowed his eyes. She should lower her voice because they were right in front of the sanctuary. She also needs to pay attention to how she addresses the Duchess. The girl should call her Your Grace, not Mom. Giselle burst out laughing. Why would she? She almost choked when Dietrich answered, She's not even the real Giselle. The Duchess hoarsely called out her full name. She watched the way she moved today. It seemed like she definitely needed to be taught some manners. And quite thoroughly, the Duchess's creaky voice caused a herd of goosebumps on Giselle. The girl wanted to get into the carriage, but her limbs were paralyzed with fear. Soon the carriage finally left. The coachman who brought their carriage watched the departing carriage for some time. He tore off his cap in irritation. It was unbearably hot. He then reached into a small pouch on his belt, taking out a pair of glasses. Having put them on, the man chuckled questioningly. Soon Regria was in her chambers. She thanked Lord Seborrake with all her heart. Realizing it, she corrected herself with embarrassment. That is, Fyodor? The smile softened the young man's features. They no longer seemed so sharp. He tilted his head slightly to the side and praised Lady Regria's superb performance. When Fyodor left, the saint threw her head back and groaned in irritation. She was so tired, her legs were giving out completely, Beatrice complained. She had performed so brilliantly, although she was so nervous that she could barely stand on her feet. The Crown Princess shook her head, her hair tousled, but it wasn't because of the performance. The girl at the ball was undoubtedly her younger sister, but Beatrice didn't believe her. She didn't even have proof. Regria guessed it when she saw her performance. She herself definitely recognized her. Then this should be reported to the sanctuary, to the Hall of Fame. Beatrice told her about it. The Duchess clearly picked up that girl somewhere in the slums. Any discovery of illegally summoned saints is immediately reported to the sanctuary. These are the saints who are called upon by all sorts of scoundrels, like the Duchess, to be sold as slaves to all sorts of scoundrels. Regria thought deeply. Maybe she really should report it. Suddenly a light draft ruffled her hair. She turned around. The window of her room was open. The girl shuddered. Duchess Rommel does something like this, but why? This woman uses the saints as a weapon. The power that the saints possess is very useful. Is she really forcing them to establish a mental connection with the holy knights against their will? Beatrice chuckled. She herself knows what happens to them after entering into a mental connection. The knights, who were previously rude and cruel, become surprisingly friendly. If a saint like Giselle enters into a mental connection without becoming a holy knight's partner, she has the opportunity to make all of them allies of the House of Ramel. It's incredible. Regria's heart sank somewhere down. This is also impossible. Fedor, he touched Giselle when he tried to protect her. Will he be okay? Beatrice giggled with a sly edge to her voice. Yes, she had already touched his most secret places all night long. A knot formed in Regria's stomach as she remembered how excitedly Fyodor had calmed her down and promised her that everything would be fine. Even if Giselle tries to have a relationship, she will not succeed. It is as if she has left her mark on Fyodor's inner world. The girl clutched her head in despair. It turned out that he could only do this with her now. Most likely, a connection with another saint would immediately cause strong rejection. Then what will happen to Fedor if she disappears without telling him a word? Beatrice rolled her eyes. She was worried about him now, but she was going to use him to escape from Rakik. The saint's eyes grew cloudy, and Beatrice cursed that this was happening to her again. A voice came from somewhere outside. He apologized. It seemed that something was bothering her. Would she like to take a sedative? The girl jumped up suddenly as this man appeared in her room so silently that she didn't even notice his presence. The young man's voice was filled with excitement, and he begged her not to scream. Just calm down, he doesn't want to hurt her. Overcome with embarrassment, the young man awkwardly admitted that he simply wanted to look at the man his older brother was marrying. Regria stared at him incredulously. Ava introduced himself and confirmed that Rakik was his older brother. The saint took a timid step back. It was a lie. She had not seen anyone named Awa in the imperial family's lineage. Eva awkwardly scratched his neck and admitted with shame that, of course, she hadn't seen it, since he was the son of the Emperor's mistress. She might not have been so surprised if he had introduced himself to her earlier, but it would do. In any case, he was glad to meet you. The guy smiled nervously, playing with his fingers. The girl was silent for a while, looking the guy over from head to toe with an appraising glance. But strangely enough, she didn't feel any threat coming from him. His pretty face, on the contrary, radiated kindness and naivety, which was not at all like Rakik. Lady Regria wondered if perhaps she should call one of the servants. As if reading her thoughts, Ewa chuckled nervously and asked her not to do anything stupid. Even if she gets out of here, no one will help her. It seems she was wrong about kindness and naivety. Ava shook a small bottle in front of her face. It would be better to take a sedative. It seemed she was feeling nauseous. Regria retreated timidly. She was grateful, but she would probably refuse. The guy continued to pressure her. Regria's frayed nerves were starting to give way, so let him try it himself first. Ava's thin lips stretched into a smile. She was so distrustful. This is a good habit. It will live for a long time. Still smiling, he took a small sip from the bottle. Regria watched warily to see if he was really drinking. Ava shook the bottle. A few drops fell from it, and the young man drank it to the bottom. He held out another one, let her say he would help her drink it. Anxiety once again gripped the girl's heart in its vice. It wasn't worth it. She didn't need this anymore. Ava continued to press. He did it with all sincerity. Come on. She doesn't need it. The saint clearly pronounced the sentence syllable by syllable, raising her voice. Looking at the broken fragments of the bottle, the young nobleman sighed exaggeratedly sadly. He thought that she could only behave like a noble person, but it turns out the future crown princess also has a rough side. True, he likes rude women more. His gaze instantly turned cold. There was something so empty, so frightening about him that Regria screamed at him to stay away. Ewa ignored her words and instead took a step closer. What should he do for her to believe him? He had indeed come a long way to meet her, but he was suddenly interrupted by the growling of his own stomach. Regria's gaze instantly turned cold. Her facial expression made everything clear without words. Ava made his voice more tearful and capricious. He hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. It's so hard for him now. His sister probably understands him. His stomach growled even louder, and the young man awkwardly asked for something like a sandwich. All 4 months hung in the sky, but not all the inhabitants of the castle slept. Fyodor was ordered to lead the night watch. But despite the extra and unpleasant work, his spirits remained high. His mind involuntarily replayed the scene of Regria saying goodbye to him over and over again. How embarrassed was her face when she called him by name in a gentle voice. Can a person shine so brightly only after his essence has changed? The Beatrice he knew always had a dead look in her eyes. It reflected a mixture of boredom, apathy, and a sense of his own helplessness. When he looked into those eyes, his breath instantly caught. But Regria is not like that. In the depths of her bottomless eyes there is a strong desire and will, fueled by hope for the future. Remembering her soulful green eyes, Fyodor smiled unconsciously. Realizing what had happened to him, his face instantly darkened. Lord Seberake tried to tidy himself up. No need to complicate things. This is not Beatrice. As he turned the corner, he heard anxious cries. One of the soldiers tried to bring his partner back to his senses, but he was unconscious. Things were bad. Fyodor froze tensely, wondering what had happened to them. The young man himself was not sure. Just recently his partner had been fine. He had gone out for a short while to look around the park, but he was already unconscious. Fyodor's calculating eyes examined the figure. A small bottle lay on the ground next to him. Careful not to get smeared with drops of the unknown liquid, he picked it up and thoughtfully examined it from all sides. After that, he carefully brought it to his nose. This smell was very familiar to him. Monomosis, the soldier frowned. Isn't that the name of a flower? That's right. If you boil its roots and then mix them with a decoction of medicinal herbs, the person who drinks the resulting mixture will have confused memories and memory lapses for the past 24 hours. The young man gasped in shock, but who could do something like that? Probably the one who did not want his secret face-to-face meeting with the future crown princess to become known. It will not be possible to immediately inform His Highness the Prince of this. He is currently absent, having gone to meet with the Marquise de Renaud. The soldier muttered something about how they couldn't wait for him to return when Fyodor's hand suddenly covered his mouth. He squealed softly about what he was doing, but the thick fabric of the glove barely let the sound through. Lord Ian Seberike apologized with all due courtesy. This incident must under no circumstances reach the ears of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, under the pretext of strengthening protective measures, Rakik will finally deprive Beatrice of her freedom. Before the soldier had time to come to his senses, the contents of an identical bottle were poured into his forcibly unclenched jaws. "This is all for Beatrice." Fedor Ian Seberake repeated these words over and over again, instilling in himself confidence in his actions. Ewa, like a hungry beast, sank his teeth into the freshly prepared sandwich. He waved his hands in delight. What a delicious sandwich! His sister cooks excellently. Regria shook her head. It was the maid's work. Smacking his lips and scattering crumbs, Ewa asked if this was the life of the future crown princess. Regria wondered if the young man had any title, but he refused to answer the question. It was a secret. Whatever she asked, Ava answered with one word, a secret. "My sister has a lot of questions. Can I ask him too?" The saint closed her eyes tiredly. Well, let him ask. Does she like his brother? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect such a question. She shouldn't fall in love with him because his sister is too good for him. His brother is a real scum. Ava rose from the couch and hovered over her. He liked his sister, so he would tell her something. The young man's face came suddenly closer, so the girl instinctively moved away. If she wants to know the truth about his half-brother, she needs to get out of the sanctuary. Turn left from the entrance to the main building. Between the bushes you will see well-kept thickets of blackthorn. There is a very, very old stone tower in these thickets. She needs to explore its surroundings and find a switch that opens a secret tunnel. Lady Regria listened attentively, trying to record his words in the subcortex of her brain. And if she goes inside, she will see some very interesting things. Having finished speaking, Ava let out a short laugh. The saint tensed up. She assumed that there was something terrible there. Ava opened his eyes in surprise and recoiled. He thought the girl would be an obedient pet, but it seemed she was only pretending to be on a leash. The calm with which she met the stranger, without even trying to scream. A cleverness that made her approach the drink, the composition of which was unknown to her, with obvious caution. And also courage, a willingness to take risks. Ava's eyes lit up with manic delight. With trembling fingers, he barely touched her cheek, just for a second. Regria squeezed his wrist and closed her eyes. Why was that? But, as always, Ava did not answer her question and ordered her not to move. The secret? What's inside is a secret. He sighed with affection. His sister is such a cutie. The girl shook her hair in displeasure. Was he making fun of her? What should I do? Ava lowered his voice. It seems he really fell in love. Does his sister want to marry him? He would make sure that she didn't have to give birth and that they would live happily ever after together. The young man muttered quickly and in an anxious tone as he stroked her hair. Regria's eyelashes fluttered and she rolled her eyes, addressing Ava by name. The young man leaned forward in anticipation as his cheek met a hard fist. His eyes filled with tears and his hands grabbed his head. Why is she fighting? And why do all the men here throw around words about marriage? Is marriage a joke for them or something? The guy hit himself in the chest. He was ready to answer for his words. If she married him, he would provide her with a long life, and she would not have to die prematurely like other saints. The girl's gaze was filled with wariness about what he had just said. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a knock from outside. Judging by the voice, it was Fyodor. Ava groaned. Oh, this annoying champion of justice has appeared. Regria listened with interest to his displeasure as Ewa apologized, her head slightly tilted to the side and her eyebrows raised. His gaze became more embittered. He pressed the girl to himself and his hand closed around her neck. Regria screamed angrily. What is he doing? Ava's eyes flashed. She should help him a little. Nobody opened the door, so Fyodor's patience ran out and he kicked her out. His voice trembled with emotion as he shouted out Regria's name. Fyodor froze in shock, witnessing the terrible scene. The girl, all battered and exhausted, was being held hostage by Ava. The young man laughed, and the Sebereiks have a very harsh manner of knocking. In an enraged voice, Lord Sebereik said the boy's full name, Ava Sinuel Mosgrato. The young man rolled his eyes. Maybe he would stop looking at him as the concentration of all the world's evil. In a low voice, he added that he too might be in pain, but his gaze and facial expression said quite the opposite. Isn't he himself of imperial blood? Lord Sebereik's silhouette was illuminated by a bright light. The stone floor cracked, becoming covered with a thick crust of ice, and the ice spear rose upward with a grinding sound. Fyodor grabbed the handle of the spear and with a sharp, practiced movement pulled it out completely. How much longer is he going to behave like a complete scumbag? Filled with indignation, Lord Ian Sebereik pointed the tip of his spear, crackling with energy discharges, at Ava. However, the young man did not react at all. His empty eyes, reminiscent of a fish, continued to stare. The voice sounded warning, "Don't do this. They haven't seen each other for a long time." His grip on Regria's neck tightened even more, and the girl's chest shook with coughing. Breathing raggedly, he admitted that when he is nervous, he has trouble controlling the strength in his arms. Normally, Ava would be happy to fight Fedor, but right now he is too hungry. The young man suddenly spread his arms out to the sides and pushed the girl forward. They would play next time. When the young nobleman addressed the girl, his voice again became unusually gentle. He was grateful to her for her help and, perhaps, washed his hands of the dark, resin-like substance that was slowly consuming him. Ewa, drowning in her, winked at her. Let her keep what happened today a secret from his older brother. A hand finally emerged from the dark puddle and waved amusingly, "Bye-bye." As soon as the young man disappeared, Fyodor instantly relaxed and lowered his spear, wondering if Lady Regria was injured. Thousands of questions swarmed through the saint's head, but the words stuck in her throat. The only thing she could do was look at the man with a helpless gaze. Finally, the morning came. It was grey and not at all energizing. After all these soul-stirring events, the girl wanted to be alone. Dozens of thoughts and assumptions swarmed in her head like a furiously buzzing swarm of bees. No matter what she did, she couldn't get the events of the previous night out of her head. Judging by Fyodor's reaction, the words about Ava being Rakik's half-brother were not a lie. What really worries her is why he decided to meet her, whether it is a trap. A thin, girlish voice forced her to emerge from the whirlpool of her own thoughts and worries. If not, then she should go to the tower that Ava told her about. Everything will become clear there. She suggested that Selin take a walk. The weather was fine today. Quiet and nice she went. The priestess had no choice but to follow her. The blooming garden really did help fight the oncoming melancholy. The pleasant aroma of flowers brought peace. It was time to cast the line. Regria asked Selin if Lord Sebereik had told her anything by any chance. The girl pursed her lips in response to a negative answer. Surely there weren't any strange rumors circulating in the sanctuary. However, the naive expression on the priestess's face said it all for her. She was telling the truth. Regria shook her head and moved forward. She just asked, so he wouldn't pay attention. It's strange, so much happened yesterday, and now it's so quiet, as if nothing had happened, and security hasn't increased. Regria sighed. Well, that was just to her advantage. She turned her head to the left, and indeed, as the young nobleman had said, there was a tower there. The stone tower that Ava spoke of was covered with withered, dried ivy, and its very appearance inspired fear. The maid's voice sounded restless, asking if Her Highness would like to return. It seemed like it would rain soon. Then what should she do with this child? She doesn't want the girl to have problems because of her. Lady Regria feigned excitement in her voice. How could this be? I got caught on the thorns, and now my clothes are in a terrible state. If she goes back like this and accidentally meets someone, her reputation is ruined. Selin will bring her something. The naive child took the bait. It will return in a flash. The saint shouted after her, "She will fall like this. There is no need to hurry. Slow down." Despite her request, Selin continued to run awkwardly. Well, she didn't have much time. Regria waited for a while until the silhouette of her maid disappeared into the distance. She picked up her heavy skirts. It was time to act. The old tower looked impressive. Its structure was slightly tilted to the side, which inspired some slight uneasiness. At the same time, one of the palace carriages was moving along the main road, surrounded by forest on all sides. The Duchess is accompanied by her younger sister, Regria. The Crown Prince's interlocutor asked in a cold tone whether he really meant the lady named Giselle, or, to be more precise, the saint in her body. Although sisters becoming saints is an extremely rare case, similar precedents have already occurred. Rakik knew of such a case, 372nd year, Agnes Lindwood and Balkendor Warwick. The man finished for him, and Suzanne Vancombe, they were involved in the Farge scandal. Agnes Linwood and Susanna Wincombe were also saints, in whose bodies were the souls of sisters. Agnes was the elder, Susanna the younger. Agnes Linwood was disgusted by the very idea of marrying Balkendor, and after meeting Suzanne at a social event, they encountered the Farge phenomenon. This is a phenomenon in which girls who were sisters in the sacred world, when they enter new shells for some reason, exchange bodies with each other. Then Agnes, who had escaped from Balkendor, lived pretending to be Suzanne. For some unknown reason, Agnes returned to her body again, and due to her loss of sanity, what had happened became known to others. Even more terrifying was the fact that Balkendor learned the truth 3 years after the wedding. Everything became clear when he already had a child. Rakik sighed with concern. They would be in trouble if that happened. The man, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted, "That's right. They should not allow them to see each other under any circumstances." Outside, for some unknown reason, the horses reared up, their neighing echoing throughout the area. The carriage shook violently, and a frightened cry escaped the men's lips. Rakik managed to firmly grip the carriage seat, while his interlocutor flew all over the cabin. A shudder ran through his whole body. What was going on? Why had the carriage stopped? The man instantly fell silent as soon as Rafik touched him. The Crown Prince pressed lightly on his shoulder and ordered him to remain silent, in a wary voice. He still held his partner tensely while he nervously tried to compose himself. Now Rakik looked more like a hound ready to attack, smelling of blood. The rustle of the curtain, the creak of the door, it swung open. The man shouted hysterically to His Highness that it was dangerous to leave the carriage, but the Crown Prince ignored his words. With a keen and attentive gaze, he slowly looked around, studying the surroundings. Rakik was about to step off the step onto the ground when his foot was met by thick, impenetrable darkness. However, the man remained calm. He was familiar with the resinous substance that had stuck to his boot. How annoying he was now with his questions. Rakik growled warningly. Let him stay inside if he valued his life. Not wanting to listen to his hysteria, he already had enough problems. His Majesty slammed the door loudly. Well, minus one problem, but the tension did not leave his body. A chuckle came from somewhere above. His older brother always acted alone when he planned to talk to someone in secret from the others. Ava's eyes flashed dangerously, and he didn't have a weapon, so what if he was attacked? Rakik kept his wary gaze on him, afraid to even blink. He was the weapon. Ava sighed with annoyance. If he behaved arrogantly, he might get into trouble. Lord Mosgrato got a little angry at the carefree question of how he was doing. Everything was fine until his older brother set him up. His voice was more like the hissing of the abyss. It was his fault he had gone hungry for 3 days. After all, he was his youngest. He had set up an ambush to prevent him from meeting his future bride. He was upset. The Crown Prince's entire figure was filled with a gloomy aura. He shouldn't have done something that would cause him his own distress. He had the nerve to send his mercenaries to the future Crown Princess. Ava waved his hands stupidly. This was a misunderstanding. He didn't know anything. Rakik rolled his eyes in disbelief. He wants to say that the head of Quasi was completely in the dark. What a little rat. He didn't kill the driver. He's a specialist in his field, no murder without payment. In a tone that brooked no objection, Rakik ordered them to descend immediately. Ava looked even more furious. He would not do this. A thin whistle cut through the ears as an arrow was fired in their direction. Rakik barely managed to dodge. A thin cut blossomed on his cheekbone. His cheek was instantly covered in blood. Fortunately, the arrow had missed. His Highness turned sharply in the direction from which the projectile had come, and from there a dozen eyes were looking at him. Good archers, rough clothes, they were none other than barbarians. The Crown Prince was furious, but he tried to suppress his anger. He must not under any circumstances worsen an already bad situation. Ava laughed. He had not conspired with the barbarians. He had only taken advantage of the moment. Rakik was ready to skin him alive, but the young man was not there. He disappeared without a trace, and a trembling vein appeared on Rakik's forehead. From somewhere in the thicket came a furious cry, "Vikan!" The barbarians slowly and cautiously emerged from their cover, gradually surrounding His Majesty, where Vikan was. Rakik clenched his teeth. It seemed he had heard this word somewhere before. The barbarian he locked in the dungeon still hadn't eaten anything. What if he died? It seems that the Archbishop told him about this man. If his memory serves him right, his name is Vikan. Oh, how did he manage to bring this trash with him? The people surrounding him muttered something in their own language. Their voices sounded rough, more reminiscent of the growling of animals. Looks like those savages are looking for their comrade, the stupid bastards. A discharge of energy was concentrated in the palms of His Majesty, and a sharp smell of ozone spread through the air. The savages screamed in fear, retreating back, "Demon! Demon!" Rakik allowed his anger to spread throughout his body. Now it was to his advantage. Finally, he could stop suppressing it. Not far from the abandoned tower, a powerful bolt of lightning struck one of the hills. It started to rain, and Regria felt the cold gradually penetrate her clothes. The countless layers of her dress were gradually becoming wet and heavy, but she still moved forward. Her eyes widened in amazement. A mysterious light was visible in the cracks of the tower. She felt the stone blocks that made up the tower and knocked on them roughly. Luckily, if it hadn't been for the cloudy weather, she would never have noticed him. Somewhere here, her hand must have found the right notch. The stones moved slowly, and the girl stepped back in fear. She stood wary at the passage for a while, and it actually opened. Before her lay a roughly hewn stone staircase, the end of which was impossible to see in this impenetrable cold darkness. For a moment, Regria doubted whether Ava was worth her trust and what his word was worth at all. The bad weather raged even more than before. Lightning and thunder reminded her of Rakik. Everything will be better than him. She ran quickly down the stairs, scratching her palms on the stone wall. She couldn't believe that there was such a room in the sanctuary. She almost stumbled when she realized that her head was too calm. Why did Beatrice suddenly become silent? Did she really not want to help her anymore? The saint shook her head, offended. Well, who knows? She didn't need her help either. The long skirts became so heavy and pressed in that Regria recklessly stepped on her own hem. Her piercing scream echoed off the blank walls for some time and was also accompanied by the sounds of blows. The fall lasted an awfully long time. Regria felt her ankle with a trembling hand. But when she looked forward, she instantly forgot about the pain that was tormenting her. Heavy doors hung above her. One of them was ajar. A bright light penetrated through a thin crack, illuminating everything around. Having shaken herself off, the girl quickly slipped out the door. A moment later, she was overcome with the desire to go back. There was a terrible stench in the room. Lady Regria looked around. It looked more like a dungeon, with cells arranged in rows along the walls. Regria hugged herself. What kind of place is this? It just reminds me of a dungeon. Is it really possible that the whole truth about Rakik is hidden in such a place? The rough voice spitting out dirty curses one after another made the girl tense up. The saint listened. The echo was distracting. However, she could assume that the man was somewhere nearby around the corner. The owner of the rough voice ordered, apparently, his subordinate to bring the rods. The smell of excrement, blood and dirt intensified. It has been known since ancient times that cattle must be thoroughly whipped to make them obey. A light slap, blood covering the rods, flew in all directions. They'll see if he continues to keep his mouth shut. Regria felt her stomach do a somersault. She had never seen anything so terrible in her life. On the cold stone floor, a creature was trembling, which barely resembled a human. There was not a single living place on its body, nothing but bruises and wounds. Muffled wheezes escaped his lips, but the man had enough willpower not to make a sound, as the executioner wished. With an enraged roar, the man swung again. The rods came down on the man's back again, tearing his skin and spraying his blood everywhere. The victim swayed only slightly, but his body returned to its original position. Every word spoken through clenched teeth was accompanied by a blow, which only brought trouble. Regria's whole body was shaking violently. It was unbelievable, it was too cruel. How much one had to sin to deserve this? The man being beaten remained silent. He obediently took every blow, without resisting at all. The executioner continued to curse and beat him without stopping at all. Regria felt nausea rising in her throat. The girl was drenched in sweat. Her whole body was in a state of extreme stress. This man definitely saw her. What should she do? A disgruntled voice came from the entrance. He still hadn't been able to loosen the tongue of the barbarian they had locked up. Filled with shame and anxiety, Rakik's subordinate apologized in a trembling voice. His Highness cursed filthily. Pathetic nothings. There was so much hatred in his voice that the girl involuntarily shuddered. Trying not to make a sound, the saint quickly ran into one of the cages. It's scary to imagine what will happen if His Highness finds out about her presence. Lady Regria had never seen Rakik so angry. He himself would make him talk. The man ordered the prisoner's friends to be brought, so it turns out he's not alone here. It was Rakik's voice. Why was he here? Her heart skipped a beat. And why doesn't he say anything? Is he really deceiving himself with empty hopes that his barbarian friends will save him? The man on the floor didn't answer, only spat out a clot of blood with contempt. However, his face instantly changed when the servant announced that he had brought his brothers. Rakik smiled with satisfaction, watching his reaction. There they were, behind him. His fellow tribesmen were indeed standing, vying with each other and shouting out Vaikan's name. They didn't look good. Their faces were covered in tears. They began to apologize frantically. They were sorry, but they all died. Rakik sharply squeezed Tukin's throat, cutting off his access to oxygen. It was a very interesting trick for the barbarian, but he talks too much. When Vaikan shouted Tuhin's name in panic, the Crown Prince's eyes lit up, and now he spoke. He pressed on the barbarian's throat even harder. Vikan must immediately tell him where their base was, if he didn't want to see his friend's severed head on the floor. He just has to answer his questions, then Rakik will free Vikan and his friends. Tukin began to flutter in his arms, trying to say something. Rakik slowly turned his displeased gaze to him. The steppe people are true to their beliefs. His voice sounded hoarse and muffled, but he still tried to support his friend. The prince's voice grew colder. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Really? It seemed like the barbarian's trachea was about to burst. He would have been better off accepting Rakik's offer while he was so generous. Tukin was fluttering like a fish out of water, but his eyes still shone with fortitude. It was unbearable for Vaikan to watch his friend's face become increasingly bloodshot, and how he continued to shout his name in a choked voice. If they all die, they will live in bliss in the land of warriors. It was unclear whether he was calming himself or Vikan, first with the last of his strength, on the land of warriors. Rakik's eyes and voice were filled with contempt. Even if he said that heaven and everything like that does not exist, he still would not understand. He is a savage, and a savage to the last. What can you expect from him? There was a crunch. Tukin's neck was broken like a dry branch. Vikan was overcome with rage and pain. The pain of torture was nothing compared to it. Rakik threw the dead man's body like a sack of potatoes. He screamed early. Like a snake clinging to its prey, Rakik's hand grabbed the neck of another barbarian. Last chance, if Vikan wants to save his friend, he better start telling where their base is. A barely audible, muffled sound escaped from the savage's throat, and Rakik froze in confusion. Is he really laughing now? Is he so scared that he has lost his mind? And indeed, another short laugh escaped the barbarian's lips. He had heard his story, the story of the devil. One can only sympathize with a son who was unable to gain his father's recognition. Lord Jonathan lunged forward in anger. How dare he? But Rakik stopped him. For a while there was absolute silence in the dungeon. Then he asked again, in a quiet voice, in which there was a hidden threat. He had just said that he sympathized. Well, his screams wouldn't be enough, since the barbarian had started talking about pity. The acrid smell of ozone filled the air. Well, he was very grateful. The air around the prince's crowns became electrified. The poor savage belatedly realized what was about to happen to him. Before he could even move, a powerful bolt of lightning pierced his body. Lady Regria was filled with disgust and horror, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not take her eyes off this horrific sight. The air smelled of fresh-baked meat. Nausea washed over her again. It seemed she wouldn't be able to eat it for a long time. What did she just see? Is she really dead? It can't be. How can a person do this? Her breathing became ragged, and her dizziness only intensified. Regria pressed her palms against her mouth with all her might, hoping that this would help muffle the sounds. The smell made her feel very sick. Suddenly, Lord Jonathan turned sharply in her direction, and it seemed their eyes met. Regria hid around the corner in fear. All she could do was pray that he hadn't noticed her. The man paid no attention to the barbarian screaming on the floor. He continued to stare intently into the corner where the girl had just been hiding. Fikun screamed hysterically, begging for death, but Rakik was not going to kill him yet. Instead, until he speaks, the Crown Prince will continue to drag his friends here. The shrill, wounded face, the frightened eyes, the hoarse voice calling him the devil, all of this gave the man an indescribable sadistic pleasure. He laughed arrogantly, bringing his face closer to Vikan so that he could get a good look at him. He was indeed a devil. And from that moment on, the savage will pay for his sympathy for the devil. Pleased with himself, Rakik let out a stifled laugh, but the laughter was bursting from his chest, and he was not going to resist. Lady Regria felt her entire skin go numb, her muscles ache from intense tension, and she felt as if she was just dreaming. And this is the person with whom she connected, to whom she smiled, to whom she allowed to touch her. This won't do. She needs to leave here before it's too late. She moved her tired legs faster and faster. She needed to hurry. Having reached the exit, she froze in front of the doors with horror in her eyes. No, not that. The gap was gone. If she opens the door now, it will definitely be heard. Rakik will know about her presence. She nervously stroked the surface of the door, as if begging for it to open on its own. Hyperventilation overwhelmed her again. Panic squeezed her throat. She couldn't be here anymore. Bloody horrors flashed before her eyes again, and the most terrible thing was Rakik's face, full of pleasure. The Crown Prince's eyelid twitched slightly, and he turned his ear toward the corridor and listened. Lord Jonathan tensed and looked at him questioningly. He nervously asked His Majesty what had happened. Varakiel quietly stopped him. There was complete silence in the dungeon, except for the heavy breathing of the savage. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and listened again. Regria's high heels clicked an anxious rhythm as she ran up the stairs. Her whole appearance was in disarray. Her lungs were burning from running so fast, but she didn't care. It was disgusting, vile, horrifying, and she wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. The man's eyes flashed dangerously, as if there was an uninvited guest here. Grab him! Lord Jonathan immediately followed the order, shouting for 2 guards to follow him. The 3 figures disappeared almost instantly around the corner of the corridor, while His Majesty watched them with an icy gaze. Looking at his face, it was hard to imagine that there was anything else living in his heart besides anger. In the depths of her soul, the saint vainly hoped that Rakik might turn out to be a good person. Even if he had a peculiar character, Lady Regria had no idea that there was anything so devilish about him. Taking refuge in the greenhouse, she allowed her wildly beating heart to calm down. But now, only thanks to Awa's words, she finally realized one thing. Crown Prince Rakik is someone to stay away from. She absolutely needs to get away from him. A voice came from somewhere to the side, causing the girl to shudder noticeably. A dark silhouette loomed over her, asking what Her Highness the Crown Princess was doing here. Despite the rain, His Majesty remained waiting for news at the entrance to the tower. In an attempt to identify the mysterious fugitive, he carefully examined the area around the tower, trying to find some clues. And it seems it was not in vain. He has an idea where this lace came from. After a long time, Lord Jonathan returned with a report. They thoroughly searched the entire area up to the lake, but no traces of an outsider were found. No matter how hard Verakiel tried to suppress his anger, it was still felt in his voice. "What about Regria?" The man asked in surprise what he was talking about. Rakik clenched his teeth until they creaked, but didn't answer. He just turned around sharply and headed away from the thicket after him. Anger, sticky and black, made his insides burn, the desire to tear into pieces pressed on his chest. He squeezed the scrap of lace in his fist so hard that the muscles in his arm involuntarily cramped. Damn it! Even before the gentleman himself appeared, the priestesses felt a dark aura penetrating the holy temple. The poor girls trembled like aspen leaves as the booming voice of His Majesty calling Regria Rommel echoed off the walls of the temple. No matter how much he repeated the name of his bride, she did not respond. Rakik growled at one of the priestesses, asking where she had gone. Barely standing on cotton wool legs, the girl explained in a trembling voice that Her Highness was currently bathing. His Highness was in such a manic and angry state that he didn't care at all about decency and burst into the bathroom. Lord Jonathan, obediently following him, cried out in embarrassment and covered his eyes with his hands. Regria acted as if nothing had happened, lazily opening one eye when he arrived. Verakiel's gaze said that in a little while he would tear her to pieces. It was a bit early for water procedures. Celine explained awkwardly, since Her Highness had shown signs of fatigue in the morning, and her whole body was burning, and her hands and feet were icy. The girl finished for her in a satisfied tone. She herself asked to prepare a bath for her. The saint, basking, did not take her languid eyes from under her half-lowered eyelashes, and they were very warm. Rakik ignored this and asked abruptly where her clothes were and whether she had gone outside today. The clothes were in the wash and they didn't come out. Lady Regria raised an eyebrow. What was the matter? His Highness clenched his fists and ordered in a tone that brooked no objection for him to get out of the bathroom immediately. The princess asked incredulously, and the man repeated again that he should get out of the bath, as he needed to personally verify something. To the arguments that Her Highness could get even sicker if she left the water like that, Rakik rudely barked that it made no difference to him. "He doesn't even care that she's naked," he repeated, clearly separating each syllable. He repeated, "He doesn't care." Lady Regria screamed hysterically. She didn't care that she had to stand naked in front of a man she barely knew. How could he do this to her? Her thin voice, echoing off the stone walls, was ear-piercing. So that was the value of the Crown Princess of Bellegram's place. Celine tried to calm her down in a panic, but the saint could no longer be stopped. Words flowed from her lips in a continuous stream. She doesn't know what happened. If he respects her as the future Crown Princess, let him wait in her room, she will quickly tidy herself up and come out. It seemed that the saint's counterattacks had no effect on His Majesty at all. He continued to glare at her with a suspicious gaze. Regria proudly raised her chin and did not take her indignant gaze away for a second, watching his reaction. Verakiel growled, shook his head, and turned around abruptly without answering. Finally, he looked into the opening again, his eyes flashing. Let him not make him wait long. Finally, Regria could relax. She completely forgot how to breathe. Celine stared at Her Highness with a frightened look. What was going on here? Finally, the girl rose from the water. The dirty fabric stuck unpleasantly to her body. She instantly felt cold. It couldn't be worse. That's what it feels like when you meet a monster hiding under the guise of a human. Now she could give free rein to her tears. She was scared, unbearably scared. She was afraid to even think about who would be the target of Rakik's cruelty and his penchant for violence. If the war ends and there is no one to capture, no matter how she wipes away the tears, they flow from her eyes in a stream. Suddenly she felt something warm pressed against her side. Thin arms wrapped around her and pressed her to themselves with all their strength. Celine wrinkled her nose comically. She couldn't let her body temperature drop. The saint pressed herself closer to her and hugged her back. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She survived only thanks to the priestess. If she hadn't filled the bathtub with water, it's scary to imagine how it would have ended. It was raining and the lady didn't even have an umbrella, so she collected some water just in case when she went to get her clothes. But why was the lady hiding? She was so scared that the girl also became scared. Lady Regria's face changed instantly. She apologized, but she couldn't answer this question. The girl sighed heavily. She didn't want to put Celine in danger either, that's why. With trembling but warm hands, the girl squeezed Regria's palm, and she stared at her in surprise. Celine understood everything. In return, she must remember one thing. She will always be on her side. Celine's eyes were filled with adoration. Just as she saved her, she will also save Her Majesty, even if it costs her life. A blush appeared on the saint's cheeks. A pleasant feeling warmed her from within. She no longer felt cold. Some time later, she stood at the door, preparing herself for a difficult conversation. Calm down. She just needs to pretend until the very end that she doesn't know anything. No one saw her leaving there. The girl slowly reached for the door handle. The saint pushed the heavy door. It creaked loudly, causing chills. Trying to suppress her anxiety, Lady Regria looked around. There was no one here. She entered the room hesitantly, but where was Rakik? His voice was heard from somewhere behind her. The girl immediately straightened up, maintaining her posture, and put on a cold-blooded expression. The crown prince appeared from behind her as if from nowhere and reached for her lips. He roughly grabbed her chin and pulled her towards him, biting into her lips. Lady Regria resisted, as she was not ready for this, but because of this the man only became more intrusive. Gasping for breath, she pushed him away from her sharply, enough still feeling his cold lips on hers. The saint wiped her mouth in disgust, wondering what he was doing. Rakik didn't look at her and muttered something about raindrops. Since she was going to deceive him, she had to get rid of the traces of rain that had soaked her lips. Regria frowned. What kind of nonsense was this? Before she had time to digest the information, the crown prince's hand grabbed her neck. The man lifted her into the air without any difficulty, and now she decided to lie to him. But how dare she? The crown prince muttered through his teeth like a madman, "Stop deceiving him. She must stop lying immediately and confess." Where was she this evening? The girl was silent, and the crown prince shook her where she was. Verikil pierced her with a contemptuous look, and why was she silent? It was time to move her lovely tongue, as she usually does. A shudder ran through the saint's spine. Now the hand that burned the man alive was on her throat. She is too scared to utter a word. A voice that hadn't appeared in her head for so long sighed sympathetically. Poor Regria. Beatrice chuckled. What was she so afraid of? She had something to attack with in response, and the saint, whose oxygen was gradually running out, hardly understood what she was talking about. Beatrice's tone suggested she was rolling her eyes. Silly mind link. Now she needs to calm Rakik down, and that's the end of it. She just needs to unravel the tangle inside him. Regria clung to the man's wrist with all her might, trying to breathe in at least a little air. Sure, there was a mental connection. Verikil demandingly asked what she was doing. She decided to follow his words and use her beautiful tongue. The same thing happened with the Holy Spring. Why in this country should the whole truth be hidden at the very bottom? Lady Regria closed her eyes and concentrated. The space around the young people gradually began to change. Discouraged, Rafik finally released her from his grip. Coughing, he resisted with all his might, only not the mental connection, but the girl stubbornly squeezed his wrist. Regria enjoyed watching his behavior as if he were a cornered animal, as he ordered her to stop in a frightened tone. Realizing that he was losing this fight, Verikil screamed with all his might. Enough, but it was too late. At least that's what Regria thought, a flash of light, and nothing happened. The girl's lungs were bursting from coughing. She was in so much pain. The crown prince's voice was harsh. It seemed she had misunderstood something, until he allowed it. No one could penetrate inside. Yes, his voice sounded harsh, but there was also a hint of fear there. It was her small victory to break him at least a little. With this joyful thought, the girl fell to the floor unconscious. In Rakik's chest, conflicting feelings raged, anger at the fact that she had decided to rebel and resist him. But also worrying about her condition, the man hit the parquet floor with his fist, a curse. Lady Regria slowly came to her senses, and familiar laughter was heard from all sides. Beatrice bowed her head in satisfaction, and the expression on his face was worth it. This is the best thing she has seen in a long time. In any case, he moved away further, although he clung to her like an animal and continued to squeeze her neck. Being in a place where she didn't want to be, she has to suffer so much. Regria never asked to be brought to this country, and all she received was pain and suffering. Unfortunately, even Beatrice does not know the way to the sacred world, and after her departure, she will still not be able to return to her body. Although the girl's voice sounded even, she still turned away. She would soon leave Regria. This was the last day they had left. The saint hoped that the girl was just joking. Beatrice's heart is heavy because she will have to leave her alone, but she has to go. She said that in the beginning they should not have met like this in the same mind. The princess's voice trembled, but what about her? She didn't want to lose the friend she had just acquired. Beatrice jumped up to her with shining eyes and a bright smile, and she had to live on with incredible tenacity. If she remembers, Beatrice promised to reveal the most disgusting secret about this world. Regria obediently nodded. The girl looked at her with a searching gaze. Did she want to know about it? That was the question. Regria nodded again. For some reason, she was afraid to speak. Excellent, Beatrice chuckled. That's what she thought. She would only say this once, so she should listen carefully. The girl instantly became serious. In fact, all saints die within 10 years after the birth of their first child. For this reason, this information is kept secret from the saints, because if they learn about everything, they can organize an uprising or resist, not wanting to have children. Anger raged inside the saint. How was it possible that Beatrice told her to become the crown princess, knowing everything? But the girl corrected her. She did not tell her to give birth. Moreover, they promised each other that she would only take on the role of crown princess until she found a way to escape. This promise is also only valid until today. She will probably ask why, because she is ready. Beatrice grabbed her shoulders and shook her with all her might. It was time to get away from Rakik as quickly as possible. She must hide and live a free life, use her bad reputation, and gain sympathy and respect from everyone. Sighing, the girl blessed her. Let nothing bother her. If it really bothers her, let her smile become her sword and her tears a sharp spear. When she finds those who can help her, she should not trust them. Although no, the girl shook her head furiously. It's better to just not trust anyone. Beatrice smiled at her tenderly, and that was the last thing. She must definitely love someone. This will give her strength to fight. Lady Regria was already confused by her words. She clicked her tongue. She herself said not to trust anyone. You can love him, but not trust him. When the time comes, she will understand everything, because Regria is a smart girl. Beatrice squeezed her hands tenderly. Time was running out. She stroked the girl's hair gently. Although her touch was almost weightless, Regria Rommel will live. She will definitely survive. She has no other options. The silhouette of Beatrice Rommel gradually dissolved into the air, leaving behind only emptiness and cold. 2 weeks had passed since her last argument with Rakik, but the situation had only gotten worse. Verikiel sat completely alone in the main hall, lost in his thoughts. There were a few things that were bothering him, but there was nothing he could do about them yet. As if sensing his mood, Lord Jonathan appeared out of nowhere to ask if he was worried. Perhaps he wants to at least send her flowers if he cares so much. As a wish for a speedy recovery, Rakik involuntarily frowned. Or how about checking on the lady's well-being? The Promprint burst out laughing. Who said he cared? Sir Jonathan, overcome with emotion, raised his voice. His Highness should equally pay more attention to his own health. During all the time he had been following his grueling schedule, he had not even managed to get a proper amount of sleep due to the anxiety caused by Lady Regria's unconscious state. By the way, 2 weeks have already passed, and Lady Regria still hasn't come to her senses. Verikiel drew his eyebrows together and turned away in displeasure, so that Lord Jonathan would not see his face. It may be that this topic is unpleasant for him, but he wants to ask if he is sure that it was Lady Regria who entered the tower that day. Still in a bad mood, Rakik answered in a hoarse voice, "He is not sure, he just suspects her. If by any chance she was there and saw with her own eyes what happened, how does His Majesty plan to act?" The man was silent for a while, deep in thought. After some time, the silence was broken by the cry of one of the knights. He had urgent news for His Highness. Rakik tried to straighten his tired back to outwardly match his status. Sighing heavily, he ordered to report. Her Highness the future Crown Princess finally came to her senses, and both men's eyes widened at the same time. Regria was already being looked after from all sides by the maids. However, the state of Her Highness, the knight's breathing became unsteady. Despite such a long sleep, Lady Regria's face looked very haggard and tired, and her memories were also lost. The doctor clucked worriedly. Then to what point can she remember? She has bruises on her neck. Does she remember how and where she was injured? The future Crown Princess continued to apologize in a guilty voice. She did not remember anything at all. The sanctuary's healer diagnosed Lady Regria with partial memory loss, and Rakik felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. If he is interested in the humble opinion of a doctor, people who suffer from high fever for a long time may experience memory lapses. According to the maid named Celine, on the day Her Highness lost consciousness, she had a fever. The Crown Prince never took his eyes off his bride for a second. He was interested in Sir Jonathan's opinion. There is a possibility that she really has partially lost her memories, but this could all be an ordinary performance. The young man confirmed his fears. Rakik's chest burned with anger and something else that he did not want to admit: guilt. Trying to keep his cool, the man ordered all the servants to vacate the premises. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and unpleasant, so the maids were only too happy to leave. Finally, after some time, the girls' chambers became free, and they found themselves alone. Lady Regria rubbed her temples. She didn't understand what the doctors were talking about. Supposedly, she had been unconscious for 2 weeks. The Crown Prince's voice sounded cold, but also sad. The healer says that she has partially lost her memory. He frowned slightly. What was the last thing she could remember before losing consciousness? The girl hesitated for a second. She wasn't sure. It seemed she was taking a bath. The man's heavy hand fell on her neck, repeating the marks of bruises. When a person lies, his heart rate quickens and blood flow increases. He avoids eye contact or touches his nose or lips, but this seems more like normal behavior. The saint's eyes widened in surprise and she awkwardly moved back, wondering what he was doing. Verikil ignored her questions, his heart beating evenly. Fortunately, everything was fine. Under Regria's uncomprehending gaze, he removed his right hand from her neck. Instead, he placed it in the girl's palm, lightly stroking her palm with his fingertips. As soon as he was convinced that all this was not a lie, the anger disappeared, and only sadness remained in his chest. It seemed that Regria had no idea what was going on, but she was still more concerned about her fiancé's condition. And what does she mean? His face? The girl hesitated, not knowing how to explain it correctly. His face was too thin, like someone who had returned from the other world, and Rafik's hand, stroking her, froze for a moment. The man closed his tired eyes. He was fine, he just didn't get enough sleep. A sympathetic voice escaped the girl's lips and died. It was all because of her. He must take care of himself. She gently stroked his cheek. His face was his main weapon. The man froze awkwardly, completely unable to imagine how he should react to such a burst of tenderness. Maybe he wants her to get rid of some of the negative energy through mental communication. He looks very tired. Verakiel turned away. She's probably just playing with him. He shouldn't be naughty. The girl's intonation subtly changed, becoming more flirtatious. It seems like he's had a lot of work to do while she's away. She can help him relax. The Crown Prince's breathing quickened instantly, and he couldn't take his eyes off the soft skin of her thigh. The saint smiled and bowed her head slightly. Does he really not want to? The man's blonde head rested on her hips. Okay, he would stay with her if that's what she wanted. Lady Regria chuckled silently as she watched him slowly drift off to sleep. She is grateful for the time they spent together, and thanks to Beatrice being there, she was able to get the devil wrapped around her finger. She still felt Beatrice's embrace, filled with tenderness and care, and she was infinitely grateful to her. Regria will definitely survive, as her friend wished. Her smile will be her sword, and her tears a sharp spear. The Crown Princess watched the man she hated so much, sleeping in her bed, who was so vulnerable at that moment. In her final year of high school, she saw a sign in one of the classrooms that read, "Some acquaintances can radically change a person's life." At that time, it seemed terribly implausible to her. Was such a thing even possible? She sipped her drink, enjoying the peace and quiet she had been missing lately. As if sensing her absence, Rakik let out a languid groan and slowly sat up in bed. However, now Regria thought that their meeting was the very acquaintance that was spoken of there. His golden hair and eyes shone in the rays of the setting sun, and what you can't take away from Verakiel is his charm. Beatrice, the woman who changed her destiny, to whom she will be incredibly grateful for the rest of her life. The girl's thin lips curved into a gentle smile. He should drink his tea while it was still hot. Rakik remained silent, confused as to how she had managed to change so much. Now, for the sake of another acquaintance and her chances of escape, Lady Regria is going to go to a freer place. And she will do it on her own. The end of the day was viscous and lazy. I didn't want to do anything at all. It was nice to sit like this in silence. The Crown Prince spoke first, his voice sounding slightly hoarse from sleep. He hadn't slept so soundly for a long time. Sipping her tea, the future Crown Princess stared at him with wide green eyes. She had a request. She wanted to go outside. Until her condition improves, walks in the fresh air can be dangerous to her health. Lady Regria looked down. She did not mean a walk. She would like to get out of the palace walls to visit other places in Bellegram. Not only the sanctuary, she is suffocating here. The man leaned forward, anger growing in his voice. She's talking nonsense. If she's so bored, she can walk down the corridor. She's not allowed to leave this place. Well, the saint sighed heavily, since she couldn't go out. It didn't matter if he lost their bet. Had he really forgotten what they had agreed on? He himself had promised to make her beg for the position of Crown Princess in just 100 days. But in this scenario, most likely, she would not want to beg him for anything at all. Does she really want to escape from here so much that she has no desire to become the Crown Princess? The saint blinked her eyes in confusion. She never said she wanted to run away. Verakiel frowned. Why then drag their agreement into this? The girl languidly drawled out just one word, date, and the Crown Prince bowed his head in bewilderment, resembling a stupid puppy. Lady Regria leaned forward, propping her chin up, their second date. This time she wants to know more about him while they are walking in a new place for them. That's the reason. The more the girl talked, the more she flirted, the more confused the man became. All of this greatly embarrassed him. The girl suppressed a yawn, enough of just looking at her, whether they were coming or not. New, incomprehensible feelings turned Rakik's head. He hesitated. How many problems she was causing. Okay, so what does she think about going to the opera house next week? In the morning, Joshua gave her an invitation. Schumann Bukovac was organizing a solo concert and definitely wanted to see her there. It seemed that her game had really sunk into his soul. Rakik awkwardly brought his eyebrows together, stopped smiling, let him just give an answer. Lady Regria's demeanor and facial expression spoke for her. The wait seemed endless. Finally, a week passed. The performance of the most famous musician in the empire promised to be spectacular. Even people from neighboring cities came for it. But everyone's attention was occupied not by contemplating the architecture of the cultural center or even by the brochures, but by the young couple. Amazing, it's His Highness the Crown Prince, and next to him is a mad dog from the summer hedge. Enough, someone is angry. You need to watch your language. This woman will become the Crown Princess. Contrary to expectations, many recognized the saint. One should be more careful during secret forays. As befits a royal couple, the young couple was given a separate seat. The Crown Prince and his bride walked gracefully into the loggia. The girl's breath was taken away for a moment by such beauty. The flowers were prepared as a wish for the princess's speedy recovery. And as payment for helping him fall asleep, Verakiel forced it out of himself, as if it was difficult for him to say. It seemed the man wanted to put an end to this moment as quickly as possible. He waved his hand. Enough of his daydreams, let him sit down. A familiar, insinuating voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Wow, anything can happen in this world. To meet an older brother in a place like this. Awa's purple eyes sparkled like precious stones. What a coincidence. Rakik immediately bristled, but still greeted his brother with disdain. His pupils narrowed to the size of pins. What was he doing here? Lord Mosgrato shrugged, wondering if it was strange for a sponsor to visit the establishment he was investing in. Rakik hissed, "Someone who knows nothing about music is sponsoring the theatre." Ava puffed out his chest. Is sponsorship really prohibited by law if you don't understand the subject? Following this, the young man smiled dazzlingly and bowed. He was glad to meet his daughter-in-law. Closing his eyes and lowering his voice slightly, he introduced himself. His name is Ava Sinuel Mosgrato, Rakik Verakiel Bellegram, his older half-brother. The girl feigned slight embarrassment, and her name is Regria. Ewa bowed again, winking at her almost imperceptibly. The young lord's strong arms closed around the girl's waist, causing the crown prince's displeasure. He missed his little sister, wondered if she had gone to the tower he had told him about. His whisper sent shivers down my spine, and there was a sharp smile in his intonation. Rakik remained silent, glaring at his brother with a manic gaze full of hatred. Something in his chest was burning with an all-consuming flame, and this something was called jealousy. Finally, the audience sat down, silence fell in the hall, and the first chords began to play. Slowly, like a stream gaining strength, the calm melody spread throughout the hall. However, the girl sat as if on pins and needles, with men on either side of her, who were the source of her anxiety. Lord Mosgrato chuckled. It was surprising that they met in such a place. He was sorry that he had interrupted their date. Rakik tried his best to keep his cool, stop wagging his tongue. You can tell he doesn't repent at all. Ava made a long, satisfied sound. His brother was angry, so terribly angry. Now, Regria should understand why members of the imperial family like them sit in a box, specially assigned to them, so as not to get mixed up with all sorts of idiots. The offended Ava decided to press on where it hurt most. He moved closer to Regria and began to whisper something solicitously in her ear. He is worried about the girl. He heard that she remained unconscious for about 2 weeks and could not come to her senses. Apparently, the future princess is being treated simply disgustingly. The crown prince's patience ran out. He turned an enraged gaze on the young man. This was none of his business. Well, then he should behave normally so that it doesn't catch his eye, and he shouldn't be ashamed as a holy knight. The saint's patience was slowly running out. The two of them didn't stop fighting for a second, and it had already reached the point of suggesting a fight. The girl spread her arms to the side, causing the men to look surprised. Enough already. She begs them to be quieter, because she can't even hear Schumann Bukovitz playing. What kind of childish behavior is this? They're not teenagers. Rakik is the crown prince, and he's behaving inappropriately in public places, so it's time to stop. Offended, since he had expected his bride to take his side, Rakik clicked his tongue in displeasure and turned away. Both the older and the younger, why can't they both live without making fun of each other? She didn't care about the game or anything else anymore. She just wanted to go to bed and get a good night's sleep. Lady Regria sighed mentally. She was so tired her thoughts suddenly stopped. As her hand felt the touch, a man's hand in a black glove gently squeezed her palm. Ewa didn't react at all, continuing to watch the performance. Lady Regria's eyebrow twitched. What was he doing? Is the young lord in his right mind? Rakik is sitting right next to him, and what if she enters into a mental connection with him? The girl turned her worried gaze back to the young gentleman. This was simply unbelievable. Eva blushed slightly and grinned blissfully. Now he resembled a contented cat that had eaten too much sour cream. Yes, he did it on purpose. A string of curses flashed through her head. The saint tried to quietly pull her hand away. However, the boy's grip was like a vice, and the girl was overcome with anxiety that if she entered into a mental connection here, this is pure suicide, she thought, before finding herself in a completely different place. She stamped her foot in annoyance. After all, she was here after all. The saint began to look around with excitement. After all, the inner world of the young gentleman was quite diverse and interesting. But also, if you look closely, there was a lot of hidden danger in it. So this is what Ava's inner world looks like. It seems that it's not as calm here as it seems at first. The water of the lake began to boil too close to the shore, and the girl gasped, wondering where the crocodile had come from. The heavy carcass quickly moved its paws, climbing out onto the shore. The girl screamed, retreating back in small steps. She shuddered. Could he really be the part that needed cleansing? Regria froze in tension. Although her legs wanted to run, the animal slowly opened its mouth. In this jungle, a crocodile means imminent death. However, surprisingly, it can coexist with small birds. I'm still a little afraid. The saint awkwardly stroked the crocodile's protruding nose. It seemed the animal didn't mind. Death that can peacefully coexist with another being. Lady Regria felt that the creature was accepting her, and she could finally relax and even enjoy the contact. Could Ewa Sinuel Mosgrato be that one acquaintance that could completely change her life? This time, the Crown Princess managed not to linger in the inner world for long. Finally, she was able to free her hand, relief washing over her. Turning away, she did not notice how Lord Mosgrato's face changed. Delight was mixed with disbelief. Could it really be that this saint had gone to the tower? His eyes filled with awe. What a daring, clever woman, he knew it. Ewa was sure that the words about memory loss were a lie. Finally, Schumann Buchwitz finished his last game. The old man bowed deeply. He was greeted with delight and applause from the audience, who rose from their seats. Lady Regria also stood up, a little sorry that she had missed the entire concert. When the Crown Prince asked her if she liked it, she couldn't help but joke, at least to herself. Very much. It felt as if she had been in a jungle with densely growing trees. But what does Sinuel think? How did he like the performance? Does he still think it is worthy of his sponsorship? Lord Mosgrato was slightly embarrassed. Although he did not show it, it is difficult to even describe in words. The experience is truly impressive. His eyes blazed with passion. If it were possible, he would want to provide support until the end of his days. A pleasant warmth spread through Regria's stomach. She felt a little embarrassed. That's how it was. What happiness. Although Lord Mosgrato was silent, his gaze and smile spoke for him. Verikil noticed the strange atmosphere between the two, and he grew increasingly angry, feeling like a third wheel. The cooing of this couple brought him to the boiling point. He burned Ava with a mad look, let him get lost. Rakik jealously pulled the girl towards him and put his arm around her shoulders. The performance is over, stop pestering his woman and let her leave immediately. The young gentleman laughed briefly. Why was he so angry? If you looked at him from the outside, it might seem like he was having an affair with his older brother's future wife. The Crown Prince's voice was dripping with bile. He seemed to genuinely want to die. Ewa laughed venomously. It seemed like his brother was serious. Okay, he can try if he wants. He also prepared something. Something inside the saint shrank in fear. Could it be that he had saved a weapon? Lord Mosgrato was already raising his hand when she tried to stop him with a trembling voice. Whatever it was, don't do it. The boy waved his hand sharply, causing the girl to close her eyes in fear, clinging to her fiancé. Sinuel waved the invitation for his daughter-in-law. When he looked up at her, the boy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did she really think he should have pulled out the sword? Every winter the Mosgrato family holds a masquerade ball. The guy carelessly spread his arms out to the sides and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care whether his brother came or not. However, he hopes that his daughter-in-law will certainly honor his family with her presence. Lord Mosgrato was about to plunge into the sticky darkness when he remembered something and emerged again. Does Rakik know something about this? He happily waved his middle finger in front of his face. Even Lady Regria didn't expect such a rude gesture. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. The young man laughed heartily. They say that in the sacred world this sign is used to express love. Well, he loves his brother very much. The resinous substance dissolved into the floor as the man swore foully, shameless bastard. He turned his intense gaze to his bride, who was looking at the invitation from all sides in amazement. It looked quite pretentious, but at the same time gloomy. Few people use black to decorate such things. However, it had a meaning. If you receive a black invitation from the Mosgrato house, it means you are obliged to attend. The girl's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Could such a law really exist? Rakik shook his head in disappointment. That's not the point. It's some kind of unspoken rule. The young master of the Mosgrato clan, that is, Sinuel, possesses outstanding abilities. He even managed to unite shadow organizations to create a long-lasting alliance. Regria did not expect to find a young man from such a country. He seemed too childish and frivolous to her. Once a year they get together and hold meetings, and this day is the Mosgrato family masquerade ball. By the way, the man rolled his eyes. How much longer will she just talk about this idiot? She herself said that she wanted to walk around the neighborhood before returning. If she, as the future crown princess, is interested in learning about the lives of the people of Bellagram, then stop looking at this pathetic piece of paper and let her look around. The atmosphere on the main streets of the city was lively, with the shouts of traders and the laughter of children running back and forth. Verakiel's voice sounded displeased. He fulfilled her request as an apology for the unpleasant incident that happened because of Sinuel. Today he will do everything as Regria wants, but there will be no second time. A warning and a threat. Rakik doesn't know any other way. It must be that in his life everything could be obtained through intimidation and interrogation alone. Regria knew she wouldn't achieve anything by ruining this man's mood. First, she had to give him what he wanted. Seeing the naive blush on his cheeks, the saint realized that she had chosen the right tactic. The evening was warm. The dim glow of the lanterns created an atmosphere of comfort and tranquility. It was nice to feel like one of the many couples strolling along the main street. As soon as the girl thought about this, one of the passers-by recognized them. The man turned around and shouted loudly, "It's His Majesty!" His companion turned her head in all directions. Where? The man pointed with his finger. There, in front of the bakery shop. The aroma coming from that side was truly tempting. All sorts of fillings, airy cream, fresh berries. All of this made my eyes run wild and my mouth water. With shining eyes, Lady Regria asked for one cake. The main thing was that they put in a lot of cream. The merchant's smile was kind and inviting. He nodded, "Okay, one cream cake." The woman who will become the crown princess eats street food. It is beyond comprehension. The crown prince's displeased tone spoiled the whole atmosphere. This is not nonsense. He meant that, being such a weakling, she should not eat something that could harm her health. Regria rolled her eyes. Yes, this is pure nonsense, and in general, happiness after a tasty meal is healthy eating. The old merchant agreed with her. However, he no longer felt so inspired when Rakik pierced him with a contemptuous look. With trembling hands, he awkwardly handed the cake to the girl. Lady Regria's eyes sparkled. She took the first bite and moaned with pleasure. Here it is, that very taste, so sweet and delicious. Verakiel doubted her words, so the girl kindly suggested that he try. She mimicked the man, treating him like a child, asking him to open his mouth. Rakik grimaced and stepped back. She had gone completely crazy because of the overly sweet cake. He doesn't want it. Lady Regria continued to tease him, laughing with delight. Oh well, let him try, otherwise everything will fall down. Without realizing it, the young couple attracted the attention of the people, who watched their bickering with smiles. However, some people did not share the general mood. He looked quite unpleasant, and was even somewhat repulsive. He squinted and watched with a chilling sideways glance as Regria tried to shove the cake in the prince's face again. The man took a deep breath, took aim, and exhaled sharply. A thin, barely noticeable needle emerged from the small tube and was aimed straight at the crown princess's neck. As befits a member of the royal family, Rakik's instincts were at their peak, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. His hand instantly moved along the trajectory of the needle's flight, although he himself did not have time to realize it. The projectile was stuck in his hand. The prince's tone was more like an enraged, raw, mercenary guild. Verakiel irritably pulled out the needle and threw it aside. With sharp movements, he tried to tear off the glove. A convulsive sigh, a curse, escaped his lips. His entire arm went numb, covered with prominent dark veins. The cake flew to the ground, sweet cream spreading across the ground. Filled with anxiety for Rakik, Lady Regria clung to him, trying to examine his hand. Only a couple of moments passed before the hand turned completely dark. It seemed the poison was spreading too quickly. The crown prince looked up at the shooter with an enraged and hunted expression. Taking aim, the man approached them while the rest of the people scattered in panic. There was a series of pops and the man released a dozen needles. Almost undetectable to the human eye, they rapidly approached the young couple. Grabbing Regria by the shoulders, the Crown Prince fell to the ground and pulled her along with him. All this time, the poor baker standing behind them did not have time to react. Dozens of needles were stuck in his flesh. The heavy body instantly fell to the ground, shaking it, and the girl screamed in horror. Finally, the patrol guarding the streets reacted to what kind of scumbag this was. They pulled out their weapons, ordered them to stop their antics, and dropped the thing. Upon seeing the patrol, the man instantly pulled his cap down, turned around, and ran towards one of the deserted alleys. Regrich was still sitting on the ground, unable to get up. Her breathing was laboured. It was all too much for her. Verikil gently stroked her back, calming her down. He lifted her head by the chin, wanting to look into her eyes to see if she was okay. Finally, one of the patrolmen returned, his breathing rapid and laboured. The man straightened up. Some idiots were going to kill the future Crown Princess. They had to search every corner in this area. The criminal was not alone here, so they must take someone to help. The guards bowed. Regria repeated to herself that she shouldn't turn around, but against her own will, her eyes were looking at the corpse. The man looked hideous. His entire skin had taken on a bluish tint. His body was covered in protruding veins, a terrible death. Later, the Crown Prince received a report sent by Aritum. They are definitely against the appointment of a new princess. Since this has happened, it is worth getting rid of all the spies. Verikil shook his head in annoyance. They tried, but it was to no avail. There are more than just a couple of people there. Some of them put down roots in the country more than 10 years ago and have now become the highest aristocracy. An ordinary worker or a tavern owner, even a man sweeping the street, any of them could turn out to be a spy sent from Aritum. As he was about to apply the antidote, the doctor warned His Majesty that it would be painful. Closing his eyes, Rakik asked to wait. Let Lord Jonathan first remove the future Crown Princess from her chambers while he receives treatment. The man approached the princess and tried to put on a good-natured smile. It was time to go. The saint had no choice but to obey, and before leaving, she stopped briefly in the doorway and looked at the prince again. Biting her trembling lip, Regria blinked rapidly, trying to hide the moisture in her eyes. With each passing minute, the Crown Prince became worse. His skin lost its colour, and the bruises under his eyes became deeper. Verikil raised an unfocused gaze to the doctor and growled, "Let him begin." The man sighed heavily. Then he began, pinkish liquid dripping onto the wound. Rakik felt like every nerve in his body was on fire. No matter how hard he tried to suppress the scream, it still burst out. Lady Regria remained standing at the door, wringing her hands in anxiety as she listened to these inhuman screams. Trying to hide his excitement, Lord Jonathan continued to hold a smile. She need not worry. His Highness is strong, he can handle it. When the screams died down, it was already deep night. Finally, the doctor came out. Lady Regria and Lord Jonathan ran up to him with questions. Fortunately, thanks to the prepared antidote, the treatment was successful. The doctor turned to the girl. His Highness is inviting her to him. The door creaked quietly, and the saint walked hesitantly into the room. Rakik didn't look very well. His whole chest was glistening with sweat. His hair was dishevelled and stuck to his forehead, and his breathing was heavy. Hearing her steps, the man opened his eyes slightly and said her name in a quiet voice. "Holy knights are not so easily taken by poison." He closed his eyes tiredly. However, just so she knew it wasn't a particularly pleasant experience, he chuckled weakly. Lady Regria frowned her thin eyebrows. He could have died. Why was he laughing? The Crown Prince shook his head. No, it could be she who died, because he was not their target. And realizing this, he calmly let her go for a walk down the street. Why? The man's chest rose and fell slowly in time with his breathing, and he looked up at her with exhausted eyes because he was close. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She struggled with herself, trying to utter at least a word, but the words got stuck in her throat. He knew something like this would happen, but he still decided to do it. Why was it necessary to save her and make her feel obligated? The saint clenched her teeth and tried to calm down, but emotions raged in her chest. She will not thank him for protecting her. She will not thank him for anything. Rakik laughed raggedly. It's her business, then let her not ask stupid questions. Lady Regria's lower lip trembled, and she bit it lightly. Regria was the most important person to him. Varakiel grabbed her hand as if it were a life preserver. So if this happens again, he will save her then too. Looking into those soulful eyes, Regria knew that the man was speaking sincerely. In the usually quiet and almost lifeless Rommel family estate, sobs were heard. Giselle, sobbing desperately, rubbed her swollen eyes with all her might. Out of nowhere, a dark, tousled head appeared in front of her. And why was she sitting here alone in a place like this and crying? The girl's face, seeing a familiar face, instantly changed. Her eyes lit up, and her tears dried up. A chiseled, graceful figure, a sly grin, a velvety voice. How glad she was to see Sinuel. The young gentleman looked down at her with his piercing, deep eyes. How is the young lady? His charm, Giselle could not resist him. Her naive heart began to beat faster. Remembering her appearance, she became embarrassed and covered her face with her hands. Awkwardly tidying herself up, the girl asked why he had shown up so suddenly. Ewa smiled, he missed her, and she also had a gift for her. This is an invitation to a masquerade ball. The girl looked at the envelope from all sides in amazement. Observing her reaction, the young gentleman assumed that she did not want to go. The girl waved her hands, she wanted to, but the Duchess wouldn't let her go until these etiquette lessons were over. Her naivety made Sinuel laugh again. She needn't worry. As soon as she showed the invitation, the Duchess would definitely allow her to go. Giselle couldn't believe her ears. Completely delighted, she hung on the guy's neck. Her face was almost close to his. Wonderful. She thought she would go crazy. She wanted to get out of the estate so much. Overcoming himself, Ewa lightly patted her on the top of her head. He was glad that she was happy. There was hunger in his eyes. He was very, very happy. Lady Regria's heart began to beat faster. No one had ever said such words to her before. She is the most important person to him, echoed in her head in a soulful voice. But you can't delude yourself. Rakik didn't save her out of love. He just wants a child from her, nothing more. Feeling that the saint had gone somewhere into herself, Rakik pulled her towards himself, trying to attract her attention. He succeeded. The girl's face was dangerously close. His insides were twisted from the incredible sensation when those big eyes looked at him. For the first time, the girl felt her head become completely empty, and blood rushed to her cheeks. Her heart began to beat wildly, no matter how much she begged him to calm down. Rahi received a lightning bolt, the same blessing as the first Emperor Bellegram. From an early age, he was taught not to leave things dear to him nearby, no matter what he said. But at the moment, Regria did not accept this at all. During the destruction of the Union of Steppe States, which was a thorn in their side, and the victory over Aritum, their long-standing enemy. After that, he never strayed from the image of the Crown Prince, but now he seems to be starting to change. He constantly wants to keep Regria as close to him as possible. He craves it so much that he wants to believe the ridiculous lie about losing only hateful memories. His voice involuntarily wavered, for which he hated himself in the moment. Regria shouldn't be afraid of him. He tried to say this as gently as possible. He is ready to beg her not to leave his embrace as she is now, and to remain obediently by his side. Then they wouldn't have any problems. But the reality was much worse. In my chest, besides the prince, there was a gaping emptiness. Choking on her own bile, the girl began to cough. All her dinner had already completely left her, but she still felt like turning herself inside out. She thought she could leave. Another spasm gripped her stomach. Celine, who brought the napkins, asked with concern if everything was okay with her. She had hopes that once she got out of here, she would be able to live in some small village. She could almost feel the warm rays of the sun on her skin, the wind blowing through her hair, and a complete sense of freedom. However, the reality was completely different. It was like she had been punched in the gut. The spasm twisted her stomach again and turned her inside out. Not only is it unbearably difficult to leave the position of crown princess and escape, but now she also has to worry about her life. With a trembling hand, the girl grabbed a napkin and wiped the corners of her lips. Everything is fine. Growing danger, constant losses, limited lifespan, all because she is a saint. Will she be able to survive leaving this place? And besides, why does her heart beat so much at the sight of Rakik? She hoped that the too frequent mental connection was to blame, Yes, the reason definitely lay in that. She was ready to rage and throw, otherwise why would her heart react in such a way? The hand clutching the napkin hung limply, so stupid. She also belongs to this world. For some reason it was a pleasant feeling. No matter how much she denies it, Rakik remains her savior, regardless of his motives. And this is already the second time this has happened. Developing feelings for the man who saved you is completely natural. However, she will not put up with this. It is better to simply cut all ties. If the relationship is destined to become entangled again, no matter how much you try to get rid of this tangle, this will be the best way out. Regria will definitely return to where she came from. The early morning was unpleasant. The shifting fog sucked out all strength. However, whatever Rakik's condition, he still has responsibilities. Lady Regria watched from the window as his figure disappeared into the carriage. She barely closed her eyes the whole night. Restless thoughts kept her from sleeping. Celine, who entered the room, greeted her, and the girl forced a smile. She pointed to the letter lying on the table, asking if the priestess could deliver the letter to Lord Fyodor. She didn't need anything else. Celine bowed and disappeared behind the door. Only an hour had passed since Fyodor Ian Sebereik was already in her chambers. The girl invited him to sit next to her, but the lord preferred to keep his distance. Fyodor rudely threw the letter on the table. He will get straight to the point. His voice sounded hollow. Was everything she wrote in the letter true? He tried to control himself, but his voice dropped to a whisper. Beatrice had truly left this body. The saint looked away, also lowering her voice, and confirmed her words. Her eyes turned red. Beatrice is no longer in this body. The man's gaze was full of pain. The girl could not even imagine what he was feeling now. Feeling weakness in his body, Fyodor leaned on a nearby chair. His tongue wouldn't obey him, but why did she send him this letter? With a heavy sigh, the saint admitted that she needed his help. She wants to escape and asks for his help in this. She expressed this in one breath. Fyodor blinked his eyes in surprise, wondering if he was imagining things. Beatrice told the girl that saints like her die within 10 years of giving birth. If Regria becomes crown princess, no. If she stays with Rakik, it will all be over for her. After all, she will die as soon as she gives birth to his child. There is nothing she can do about it. Such is the fate of any princess. There was a pleading tone in her voice. She knew that Fyodor wanted to help her. When they entered into a mental connection, Regria was able to sense his feelings for her. She knows what he is like inside, all his sensuality and emotionality. The man tried not to show it, but he blushed slightly from embarrassment. It was a rather intimate act. More precisely, she knows about the feelings he had for Beatrice. It was definitely love. A multitude of different feelings overwhelmed Lord Sebereik, and he tiredly rubbed his face with his hand. He apologizes, but will she let him sit down for a moment? The man collapsed into a chair, a fit of helplessness overcoming him. Now he wanted to talk only about Beatrice, and in a colourless voice he asked what else she had told Lady Regria. Beatrice told the girl to get away from Rakik as quickly as possible. In order for her to hide and live a free life, she also suggested using her bad reputation to gain respect and sympathy from everyone. Fyodor laughed heartily. It seemed that a little more and he would burst into tears. This was very much in her style. Regria wishes to return to where she lived before. That is, she is thinking of going back to the sacred world. She squeezed Lord Ian Sebereik's hand and repeated her words. He was surprised by her statement. But the girl was serious. If there was a way to summon her here, then there was also a way to return back. To be honest, when he found out that Betty continued to live in her body, Fyodor began to look for a way to bring her back. According to ancient manuscripts, somewhere on the outskirts of Belagram, there is a cave leading to a sacred world. The girl leaned forward with interest, but Fyodor stopped her. However, this is just a legend, and it is unknown how reliable it is. But hope was already lit up in the girl's eyes. Perhaps he could take her there. Lord Sebereik considered whether this was feasible, but in his opinion, before putting the plan into action, it would not hurt her to meet with the angel. People who have learned the truth of this world and refuse to have children are called angels by the people of Belagram. They are allowed not to bear children and live peacefully. In exchange, they meet with many holy knights and stabilize their energy. Perhaps the angel knows about the cave, they can get useful information, so a meeting would not be superfluous. As far as Fyodor knows, the girl will be attending a masquerade ball this week. It would be better to meet her there, since everyone will be wearing masks, and it will be easy to hide her status. After a long conversation, Lady Rigria saw Lord Seberake off. "Well, see you at the ball then." Overcome by emotion, the saint hugged Fyodor tightly. With a sob, she confessed that Beatrice had missed him until the very end. Tears welled up in the man's eyes again as the girl thanked him in a trembling voice. The young man chuckled. It bothered him. The legend about that cave was absolutely ridiculous. Why did Lord Seberake do this? He knows that not a single saint who entered their world ever returned. The man's voice sounded sad. He couldn't leave his Betty to die. Dietrich said with emphasis, he himself said that her consciousness had disappeared. However, the body is still here. He cannot lose it too. The young man tried to hide the displeasure in his voice, but he failed. He understands the Lord's feelings, but this was his sister's choice. Fyodor sighed in disappointment. He was right. His gaze was directed somewhere into the distance. He continued in a dull voice, so he made his choice, deciding to send her back to her world. Finally, the day of the masquerade ball arrived. The Mosgrato estate was illuminated by dozens of lanterns, attracting more and more guests. The spacious hall filled with music, the scent of flowers and the murmur of guests was wonderful. The main couple of the evening, the Crown Prince and his princess, walked through the hall, attracting dozens of admiring glances. If you think about it, it's really funny how much use masks are for them. They seem to walk in full view of the guests, and each of them bows to them. The footman greeted the young couple. On behalf of Lord Mosgrato, he was grateful that they had honoured them with their presence. The maid led them to the table, but the man did not sit down. Rakik ordered Rigria to sit there. The Crown Prince removed his mask in irritation. He was obliged to dance with the ladies even at a reception like this. The servant gasped in fear. The man rolled his eyes. Everyone already understood that he was the Crown Prince. What good were their masks? The girl felt a slight irritation wash over her. She was putting people in an awkward position. If Regria bears him a child and dies, one of them will become the new Crown Princess. Well, yes, the irritation inside was growing. They would need a girl who would raise the baby. Her eyes never left the couple in the room for a moment, burning into them with a blazing gaze through the black slits of her mask. A strange feeling of emptiness seemed to be peeling away her skin. Regria felt a keen sense of loneliness. Even though these are the duties of the Crown Prince, this is too much. The man's voice made her shudder. Fyodor stood behind her. His appearance made her happier than ever. Lord Seberake leaned over her, looking into the girl's eyes and making her feel embarrassed. He leaned even closer, his breath warming her neck and a musky scent filling her nostrils. "Terrace Angel in 2 hours," he whispered, touching her earlobe with his lips. Goosebumps ran across her skin. About 20 minutes passed, perhaps even more, and the Crown Prince continued to dance with a girl unknown to him. The standard reaction, like everyone else's, irritated him. Languid sighs, flushed cheeks, enthusiastic exclamations. The girl burned into him with a burning gaze, as if she were in a dream. Who would have thought that she could personally touch His Highness and smell his scent? The girl continued to babble something, but the man did not listen to her. He was more concerned that the impudent Lord Seberake had approached his woman again. The girl continued to mumble something about her feelings when Rakik grabbed her shoulders. Regria was leaving somewhere with Fyodor. Jealousy gripped his heart in its vice. His eyes were clouded over. He saw and heard nothing but the retreating figure of his bride. His dance partner sighed languidly again and suggested spending the night together when the man abruptly pushed her away from him. His voice was full of contempt and disgust. Rakik rudely ordered them not to bother him. A vein swelled on his forehead, and he turned his furious gaze towards the table again. Amid the woman's pitiful sobs, he realized that the table was empty. A couple of minutes later, Fyodor and Regria reached the terrace. The man pointed to the door, where an angel would be waiting for her. The girl pressed her hands to her chest with excitement. It was so exciting. She had so many questions. Fyodor insistently reminded her that she only had 10 minutes. If she couldn't finish the conversation within that time, the bodyguards would discover them. His location nearby would only attract attention, so Lord Seberike decided to leave. Regria was overcome with impatience. I wonder what she was like. I wish this girl was also Korean. The pupils also dilated and trembled. This girl was the saint with whom Fyodor had contacted. How should I greet her? She might be a foreigner, so it's better to try in English first. Suddenly, curses escaped the silver-haired girl's lips. Those damn windbags! Regria jumped up in place. All these noblemen are nothing but wimps inside. They don't represent anything. And no matter how much she watches their dandyism and bravado, it's hard to get used to it. Coming closer, the girl was able to make out the face of an angel. His facial features and facial expressions spoke of a strong and strong-willed character. This confident girl sparkled with confidence. There was a sense of resilience in her. Regria immediately felt some kind of sympathy for her. However, she was surprised that the girl also spoke Korean. The angel confirmed that she was also Korean. The saint heard about her. They say the crown princess has many questions for her. Lady Regria was so blinded by her beauty and charm that she completely forgot about her goal. Angel leaned lazily against the railing. Then, before they began, could she please lock the doors? Lady Regria had some hopes, of course, but she didn't think she would actually hear Korean speech in a place like this. This girl has incredible charisma. I wonder what she did before she came here. She's great, but they don't have much time, so they'll get straight to the point. First of all, Regria asked the girl's name. She shrugged slightly, Cece. However, the girl had another name in mind, to which Cece shook her head. She had forgotten her name from the sacred world. However, she remembers what she did in the sacred world. In Korea, she practiced taekwondo and was a national-level athlete. Speaking of family, she was married and even had a child. Cece gradually began to get a little irritated. The future crown princess had enough of asking her about useless things. She needed to find out what really interested her. Regria hesitated a little. Lord Seberike told her that there was a cave through which one could return to the sacred world. Was this true? It is clear that the cave exists. Cece has even been there, but she was unable to return, and she does not know why. If Regria wants to hear a clear answer from her, then she does not know whether it is possible to return back, although there are stories about the returning saints. Cece also did not share her position on returning home. Regria is not even a commoner like her, but a crown princess. The girl's spirits sank. She wanted to go back precisely because she would soon become the crown princess. Cece nodded in agreement, and that was true. Every single holy knight was an asshole. Lord Seberike is okay, but she's never met a proper holy knight. They all have some kind of problems. The crown princess asked where the cave was located, and the angel's intonation became strange. She thinks that it would be better for Regria not to go there. Her gaze turned cold. Among the girls with whom they found the cave, there were those who realized that there was no way back and went crazy. There was something frightening in the way she spoke. Regria stepped back hesitantly, as if she would regret it. The girls stumbled as they were interrupted by sharp knocks on the terrace door. Although the angel remained calm, she was already getting ready to leave. It was time for them to part. Anxiety and despair overwhelmed Regria, and she screamed out where the cave was. Cece raised her eyebrows and laughed in surprise, and the girl was more persistent than she seemed. She wondered if she knew anything about the Mosgrato family. If she really wants to find the cave, Regria should get closer to one of them. Since the cave itself is located in the district of Rusun, this is the land of the Archduchy of Mosgrato. The guards on the other side of the door became increasingly insistent, tugging at the handle and demanding that the door be opened immediately. She wanted to buy Cece some time, but when she looked at the girl, the words stuck in her throat. Cece had long since disappeared without a trace. She was left completely alone on the terrace. Not believing her eyes, Lady Regria ran to the parapet and looked down over it in fear. A rope was tied to one of the small columns, and it seems that this is how Lady Cece descended. The angel was indeed standing below, playfully waving her thin hand goodbye. A surprised sigh escaped the girl's lips. Incredible. Angel Cece continued on her way calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. There are people like that. It seemed that in a little while the guards would break down the doors. The men were already starting to threaten. The Crown Princess threw the doors open abruptly. Otherwise, what would they do to her? She felt dizzy, so she just went out to get some fresh air. And what were they making so much noise about? When the guards explained that His Highness was looking for her, Regria just rolled her eyes. Such a fuss over such a trifle. However, inside her, everything was shrinking with fear. Thank God she already thought that she was caught. By the way, what should she do now, Mosgrato? This is Sinuel's family. Should she meet him again, and then what should she do? The Crown Princess was so immersed in her thoughts that she did not notice a female figure suddenly jump out from around the corner, and they collided. The owner of the shrill voice rubbed her bruised shoulder and squealed what she was doing. She should apologize immediately because she stood here. The girl hurt her shoulder. Lady Regria immediately recognized Giselle, but strangely enough, the girl had no idea who was standing in front of her. Giselle continued to insist. Why was she staring at her? Why did she decide to ignore her? She said to ask for forgiveness. The girl's thin hand grabbed her shoulder and squeezed it painfully. Since she is not capable of apologizing, then let him at least raise her fan. Green eyes swept the room, asking her to lower her head in front of all these people. A primitive trick, as one would expect from her younger sister, except this one worked in the world they lived in before. Regria carefully removed her mask. Now her sister had chosen an opponent beyond her capabilities. For she was born again as the poisonous flower of the House of Rommel. To the astonished exclamations of the crowd, Lady Regria apologized, as the young lady had wished. After these words, her voice instantly turned cold, and her facial expression expressed slight contempt. However, she would not be able to hand the young lady a fan. Giselle almost choked on such impudence. But she was choking with rage. Stumbling, Her Highness pushed her first. Wouldn't it be polite to pick up her fallen fan? Lady Regria stepped forward, stepping on Giselle's fan and causing her to step back in fear. How strange. A little earlier she had definitely claimed that she had hurt herself because Regria had stayed here. If Lady Giselle has no back problems, she can bend over and lift the fan herself, which will only benefit her body. In that case, the girl's voice softened and she stepped back. She would generously forgive her for her rudeness towards the future Crown Princess. Lady Giselle was ready to bite her elbows. She again failed to gain the upper hand, and she was also humiliated. In addition, worried guards came running, wondering what had happened. Lady Regria turned to the girl, hiding her face from the guards, and grinned. She doesn't even know. Should she consider this something? The girl's teeth ground in anger. With great reluctance, trying to hide the contempt and malice in her eyes, Lady Giselle sat down behind her fan. Her voice trembled, and her eyes became moist as she asked for forgiveness from Her Highness the future Crown Princess. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. Giselle could not get up, as the fan was still pinned to the floor by Regria's slipper. The ability to create misunderstandings with everyone does not make Lady Giselle brave. The Crown Princess's voice was smug. It was stupid and reckless. She gently stroked the girl's head like a favorite dog. What Giselle hated most in the world was the feeling of humiliation. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her pale face turned red. The Crown Princess averted her piercing gaze. It seemed that young Lady Rommel was troubled by weakness in her legs. The guards should help her return to her place. Ignoring the quiet sobs, the Crown Princess smiled. They need not worry, she could reach His Highness herself. Lady Regria gracefully floated past, not looking at her sister, as she was led away by the guards. Even without looking at Giselle's face, she could imagine the expression on it. Some pleasant feeling spread through her chest, but she still wasn't ready to admit to herself that she liked it. A velvety voice penetrated her ears, causing goosebumps, and she is beautiful today. Regria recoiled in surprise. She could tell from his voice that Sinuel was standing behind her. The young man chuckled. He thought that at least her heart would beat faster, but he said in annoyance, "It didn't work." The girl started to lecture him about how scaring people was wrong when he asked in a flirtatious tone, "What about that?" With one sharp jerk, Lord Mosgrato picked her up in his arms so that she would scold him then. The guy enjoyed her embarrassment. If his sister scolded him, he would humbly accept any punishment. The girl asked to let her go immediately, but Ava was enjoying the game. What should he do? He didn't feel like it. Blushing in front of a dozen people, Regria threatened that when Rakik found out, he would not leave him alone. Ava beamed. He would have a choice because he was the king here, by the way. Could she hold her breath for just a little while? Sinuel pretended to laugh with a malicious laugh. It will be a little scary. A brief cry of surprise came from Regria, and their silhouettes instantly dissolved into the darkness. In one of the closed, deserted rooms of the estate, there was silence, the lights were dim, and there was an atmosphere of desolation. Suddenly, the parquet floor began to bubble and turn black, as if someone had set it on fire, the black spot growing and spreading. When Ava emerged from the darkness with the girl in his arms, she was still squinting and covering her nose. With a short laugh, he signaled her that she could relax. It's amazing, isn't it, that he can move into another space, turning whatever is under his feet into a quagmire. Realizing that the transfer had ended, the princess screamed for the young man to let her go immediately. Sinuel reluctantly lowered her to the ground and bowed. Yes, Her Highness the future Crown Princess. Lady Regria felt her insides boil with anger, and she swung her sword, intending to hit the young master. However, Sinuel easily intercepted her hand, so this is what his sister's preferences are. It was quite unexpected for him. The girl ignored his jab. She was more interested in where they ended up. Ava laughed again. To be honest, his laughter was already starting to irritate the girl. In his room, he wanted to be alone with his sister. He was worried about Lady Regria, as she had a gloomy expression on her face. Perhaps she had discussed something unpleasant with the angel. Regria tensed up. How did he know? Sinuel's face suddenly came closer to hers, he said. This is his kingdom. Without taking his eyes off her, the guy gently took her hand in his, stroking her fingers, which is what the two of them were talking about. Lady Regria felt as if she had been caught off guard. He caressed her and cooed softly, but he was definitely not to be trusted. As if reading her thoughts, Awa lowered his voice. He was on her side. She could be honest with him. Cece's instructions came to mind that if she wanted to find the cave, she should get close to one of them. Regria went on the offensive. They discussed the Rusun district. The guy gasped in surprise. She was talking about that cave from the legends, and he was wondering what they were chatting about there. That's how it was. Regria moved closer and stared at him with wide eyes. She wanted to visit her. Ava was slightly embarrassed and remained silent for a while. Blinking his eyes in surprise, the girl repeated her wish. The Crown Princess leaned even closer and raised an eyebrow questioningly, asking if he could take her there. Ava instantly became serious. If that was his sister's wish, he was able to arrange it. But there was one thing. He can't promise anything. Regria shook her head. And how should she understand this? The Mosgrato family will take her under their protection only if she escapes from the Crown Prince on her own and takes refuge in their domain. Without any embarrassment, he admitted that if he had his way, he would kidnap his sister right now. But then the Crown Prince's faction would brand him a traitor. And in such a scenario, Lord Mosgrato winced. A civil war could not be avoided. Many people would die, however, if his sister abandoned his brother and arranged an escape. And then he will demand protection from the Archduchy of Mosgrato. He will have a worthy justification. Ava will be able to shelter her in her under the pretext of protecting the unfortunate saint suffering from oppression. The Crown Princess concluded that, in short, she must reach the Archduchy on her own. Regria wasn't afraid at all, okay? Then let him explain to her how to do it. Sinuel continued to smile but did not answer, and the girl felt something was wrong. She wondered if he really had a plan or if she was just mistaken. Lord Mosgrato twisted his lips into something resembling a smile. How clever she was! His brother was not worthy of her. Every summer in the Utgard forest there will be gladiator fights, or at least that's what they're called. In reality, what's happening is more like a hunt. Prisoners brought from the Union of Steppe States are released into the forest, and they must survive, fighting the predators raised by their brother. And Regria will have to wait until the day to escape. The girl groaned in frustration. Sinuel blinked his innocent eyes. What happened? Did she really not like his idea? The saint rubbed her forehead. The plan is so perfect that there are simply no words. Once again, he invites her to leave the hunting arena alone and unnoticed. On top of that, it's teeming with prisoners, predators, and holy knights shooting lightning and ice left and right. Even though the girl's voice was dripping with sarcasm, by the end of the sentence she was ready to cry, wondering if he was in his right mind. Does Sister know why Lord Mosgrato told her the location of the dungeon belonging to the sanctuary? Does she really think that he, like a capricious boy, dreamed of snitching on his older brother, as she believes that his sister will need him first of all on the day of the gladiator fights? He snapped his fingers loudly right in front of her nose, the man who would come to her rescue. At the mention of the dungeon, all its horrors flashed before the Crown Princess's eyes, and painful wheezing and the blows of the whip filled her ears. Skin covered in wounds and bruises, hair matted with blood, dry lips, and a wild, goosebump-inducing gaze that seemed to pierce right through her. Regria felt a chill run down her spine as she finally realized who the man was that was in the dungeon. Does she know why his brother left Viken alive? This savage is considered the best warrior, the pride of the Allied Steppe States. It is quite possible that there will be no equal to it in all the lands belonging to the Union. In other words, it is an ideal prey. Paradoxically, this also means that he is the hardest to hunt, now that she understands. Ava sighed. She had to use it and get out of the forest. And then, he paused briefly, as if afraid to say it out loud, she might come to him. The girl was silent for a while. Ava became worried about what was wrong with her. Was she really afraid that it wouldn't work out? Regria decided that now was not the time to show her fearlessness. She openly admitted that she was afraid. She was not as capable as he was, and she was not at all used to this. She is even more frightened by him, why he helps her. At first, Regria believed that the reason for his interest was jealousy towards his older brother. Sinuel interrupted her before she could finish. He laughed venomously. "Jealousy," he says. "What a sweet suggestion." It seemed the girl had struck a nerve with him, and Sinuel instantly bristled, as if preparing to defend himself. Lady Regria was probably aware of the poor relations between the Mosgrato Duchy and the Crown Prince's faction. The girl nodded in agreement. The reason for the discord between them was none other than the preservation of Archduke Mosgrato's rights to the imperial throne. Supporters of the Archduchy want Ewa to officially declare the future Crown Princess his partner. Lady Regria cried out. Whether Sinuel understood what he was talking about, the Archduke declared his desire to see him in the place of the Crown Prince. The saint refused to believe. She frowned. This was impossible. A crown princess is never appointed twice in one generation. Does she understand what that means? Depending on who wins the sister's heart, the crown prince's place may be given to another person. The Archduchy of Mosgrato insists on the release of the saints. Ava slowly approached her, step by step. It seemed that Regria's heart was beating so hard that he could hear it. Now the truth about the saints is being hidden and gradually deprived of their souls. They think that this needs to be put to an end. Saints must gain freedom and the right to choose. Sinuel burned her with a passionate gaze, not stopping talking for a moment. The girl closed her eyes. It was all too much for her. Ewa gently addressed her by name and lightly touched her face. Stroking her cheekbone with his thumb, he tempted her to see if she wanted to be free. She will choose him, and Sinuel will be able to grant her the freedom she so desires. Lord Mosgrato spoke with such passion, looked at her so passionately, touched her so carefully, that the girl wanted to believe his words. After some time, Lady Regria left his chambers with a heavy burden on her heart, dozens of disturbing thoughts swarming in her head. One cannot blindly trust Sinuel's words. A smile never left his face, but it is unknown what is true and what is false. However, without his help, it will be very difficult to escape from Rakik. Archduke Mosgrato, I wonder what kind of person he is. Is it true that he wants to see Sinuel in the place of Crown Prince? The Crown Princess was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not notice the loud footsteps approaching her. Regria! A low voice called her name roughly, and a weightless gust of wind stirred her hair. A heavy body fell on her, almost knocking her off her feet. The girl recoiled in fear, hitting her back against the wall. She screamed softly, but more from surprise than from pain. Rakik's furious breath tickled her neck. It wasn't like they were playing hide and seek. He absolutely had to go looking for her himself. The girl's words were full of venom. His Highness had already fulfilled his duty to the aristocrats. She was flattered that he was looking for her. The prince hit the wall with all his might, but what was wrong with it? Regrich did not take her indignant gaze off him, demanding an answer. The man's hand involuntarily reached for her neck. His eyelids fluttered as the man realized what he was doing, and he jerked his hand away. The saint lifted her chin, mimicking him, saying that she wanted to squeeze her neck again like then. Rakik growled in response. This time he was thinking of opening her skull and seeing what was going on there. He would like to know, for example, what kind of relationship she has with the young gentleman from the Mosgrato house. Regria burst out laughing. Jealousy does not suit him. The man raised an irritated eyebrow. If she suddenly thought about escaping, he advised her to hide better. If he saw even a hair of hers, he would catch her and break her legs. In that case, Regria would have to be shackled to prevent her from escaping. Rakik squeezed her wrist with all his might, leaving painful marks. The girl screamed in rage, asking what he was doing. Maybe he would even put a collar on her again. Suddenly the pain stopped. Lady Regria froze in surprise, looking at her hand. Now Rakik gently stroked her fingers, barely touching her. If she wears it, people won't hit on her so often at balls, he exhaled embarrassedly, looking away. Lady Regria pulled her hand out of his and began to look with embarrassment at the ring that glittered on her finger. Coughing nervously, the Crown Prince added in a slightly trembling voice, "It is hers." A huge emerald set in silver sparkled on her ring finger and warmed her heart. There is no other girl in the world who would stand with such a gloomy expression on her face, even after receiving a ring from the Crown Prince. Still unsure of how she felt about it, Regria continued to stare at the decoration on her finger. This is an engagement ring. In their world there is no such thing as engagement, but Rakik heard that in the sacred world it exists. The man stroked the Crown Princess's cheek with authority and love and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He will assign knights to her while she waits for him in his chambers. He needs to meet with someone, but it will not take long. His steps gradually moved away, while the girl still remained in a stupor. She suddenly raised her head and emotionally screamed for Rakik to stop. Her eyelids fluttered, and with hope and embarrassment in her voice, she awkwardly asked if he really loved her. The Crown Prince continued to stand with his back to her, hiding his face. He was silent for a moment, frozen in tension. He took a deep breath, as if he was about to say something, but those important words never came. Waving his hand in farewell, Verakiel gloomily moved deeper into the corridor. Lady Regria remained standing where she was, her heart pounding like crazy, and guilt blooming in her chest like a bloody flower. The basement of the estate was quite damp and cold, and every word echoed off the walls. The question is quite logical. As far as he knows, Mormala pollen does not help with repeated pregnancies. Lord Mosgrato was sick and tired of sitting in this meeting. How noisy it was! He was furious that he had to just stand and watch as Regria returned to his brother. Just as he was thinking about him, his hated brother opened the doors and floated out into the hall. According to the rules, everyone present should have risen from their seats and greeted the Crown Prince, but almost no one did so. Ever languidly threw his feet up on the table, and his dear stepbrother was late. Rakik sat down heavily in his seat, enough wasting his time on all sorts of nonsense. Let's get down to business. There was silence in the hall. Duchess Rommel cleared her throat, taking full responsibility for starting the conversation. Well then, it's time to get down to the topic of today's meeting. They all gathered here for a reason. The topics of their meeting will be the barbarians from the Allied steppe states and the mysterious fruit that they protect with their lives. Obtaining this fruit presents great difficulty for them, not so much because of the barbarians who offer resistance, but because of the impossibility of finding their base. Belligram attacked the Alliance in order to carry out an attack on Aritum. The Duchess raised her head proudly. She is aware that the main desire of the Imperial House is to capture Aritum. However, this is nothing more than a cover-up presented by other states as a reason for their actions. What really matters is the fruit. If they had him, Ariton would have meant nothing to them, Ava intervened. He listened here and realized that they still hadn't found the barbarians' base. Maybe then they will leave this best fighter of theirs in the quiz. Otherwise, how much time can they waste on useless attempts? He gave the Crown Prince a meaningful look, and the latter sighed in irritation. The other lords expressed their desire to take on this. If His Highness did not wish to dirty his hands, they would do so. But Rakik refused. He would extract the necessary information from him himself. If they were not satisfied with something, they could catch another of the best warriors for themselves. As Verikiel said earlier, they should wait for the gladiatorial fights if they are not so sure. This time, even for him, it will be difficult to keep his mouth shut. Suppressing his irritation, one of the men replied obsequiously that they had failed to penetrate the deepest intentions of His Highness, and that he had chosen such a difficult path. He intended to destroy their confidence by making the death of barbarians an entertainment for the crowd. Vikan is considered one of the 10 best warriors selected from among the 3 major tribes, all because of the blessing that allows him to summon any animals and birds that exist on Earth, as well as look at the world through their eyes. When it comes to roadside dwellers, he can summon a mouse. At the same time, he will see the same thing as an eagle descending from the sky. How could he, in such a situation, escape the horrific death of his comrades? How many terrible things this man went through, but still he steadfastly continued to endure all the pain and suffering. Instead of tormenting him with torture that would turn his insides inside out, his brother managed to find a more effective method through experience. He deprived the inhabitants of the allied steppe states of the sunlight that they so idolize. And he also made him quite weak and deprived him of his physical strength through regular physical torture. It's scary to imagine what will happen on the day of gladiatorial combat: wild animals, violence, blood, and groans of pain, cries for salvation. Rakik will kill other barbarians over and over again, demonstrating their deaths to Vikan until he completely loses his mind. They themselves must understand who can remain sane when their family and friends are dying before their eyes. In the end, both their faith in the afterlife and the pride they so cherished will all be shattered into pieces. That's when the right moment will come to get the savage to talk. The old man awkwardly cleared his throat. Now he realized what His Highness's intentions were. The Crown Prince was seething. As he had learned nothing new today, it seemed to him that the meeting could be ended here. Without waiting for any answer, he rudely rose from the table, without saying goodbye to anyone, and quickly headed towards the exit. One phrase made him freeze in place. Their Crown Prince was already skilled in dealing with prisoners. Rakik turned sharply, pinning him with an enraged look, but Sinuel continued to mimic him. Rakik hissed, then he would warn him before leaving. Rahiku received a classified report from an informant he introduced to this mansion. They say he knows that in the sacred world, Giselle Rommel was Rigria Rommel's sister. Lord Mosgrato slammed the table and burst into mad laughter. How dare he put a rat next to him? But the Crown Prince, on the contrary, remained calm. Today his brother invited Giselle to the ball, in the hope that she would meet the future Crown Princess. And a fool would guess that by doing so, he wanted to provoke the Farge phenomenon. The young gentleman laughed venomously again. What nonsense was he talking about? But his eyes betrayed his excitement. Rahik was informed today that a little earlier, Giselle hit Lady Regria while she was passing by. Verakiel's voice became crackling and cold as ice. He was really thinking about finishing him and her off. Sinuel's mad gaze darted from side to side. He was very much mistaken. Where was the evidence? If you think about it, why did he take Regria to his place? Because the Farge phenomenon can occur 10 or even 30 minutes after Giselle touched her. He moved the saint to his chambers and observed her condition, didn't he? Lord Mosgrato cursed several times. But how much can one talk? Fortunately, the Farge phenomenon passed them by. Regria remained Regria, he must remember. If he approaches her again, he will say goodbye to life. Adrenaline rushed through the young gentleman's blood. He decided to threaten him. Let him come up with something better. Has he really forgotten who he is? Impenetrable darkness enveloped his figure. He is the master of the strongest guild of assassins in all of Belagram, in case his brother forgot. He will have to say goodbye to life anyway. The Crown Prince remained cool and calm. He did not answer, simply watched the explosion of anger. He spun on his heels and headed for the exit again, repeating at the end that he had warned them not to approach his woman. The morning following this difficult night was cloudy and gloomy. Regria didn't feel like eating, so she simply stood by the window watching the changing weather. In a few days, the month of bloom would begin, marking the beginning of spring, and she didn't want to think about what would happen in June when spring ended. Here it is called the month of the sun's accession, and she will be officially proclaimed Crown Princess. She needs to complete all preparations for her escape through the Utgard forest before summer arrives. Watching the emerald shimmer in the light, she reminded herself that she must not forget that autumn did not exist for her. Finally, after so many difficult days of experience, the month of the sun's reign arrived, the day of gladiatorial fights. It seemed they weren't lying to her when they told her this was a serious event for the Empire. The soldiers marched in columns towards the forest, and they also kept a close eye on the carts filled with mutilated prisoners. At the head of the procession that marched along the road to the Utgard forest was, of course, Rakhich and his right hand, Lord Jonathan. However, the Crown Prince was not relaxed. His tense gaze periodically glanced to the left. There, slightly behind him, was Regria, looking completely calm, but he knew that something was wrong. Lord Jonathan wiggled his eyebrows and whispered contentedly. In the past month of bloom, Her Highness had approached him with a request to teach her horse riding and swordsmanship. He had assumed that she would give up this occupation once she had mastered the basics, but now her skills are quite good, to be honest. He never thought that Her Highness would be capable of such a deep interest in anything. He asked why she needed to learn to ride and fight with a sword, and whether His Highness imagined that she had said she wanted to personally take part in gladiatorial combats in order to earn respect as the mother of the next prince. His Majesty the Crown Prince gradually began to boil. Strong suspicions gripped his heart. He again glanced sideways at his bride with a distrustful look. This time it didn't escape Regria's attention. Her eyes widened in surprise. In that case, everything will be fine in the country. Even if His Highness is absent for a long time, Rakhich ignored this. The road was long, requiring several hours of monotonous horse riding in the middle of the forest. When there was absolutely no strength left and all the limbs ached, the procession finally arrived at the place. The people set up camp. The speed and shooting power of the new crossbow model are several times higher than that of a bow. No matter how strong a warrior from the Union of Steppe States is, it will be able to end his life with a single shot. Would His Highness like to try it? Lord Jonathan handed him the crossbow. He scratched his head in confusion. For some reason, this year His Majesty was not so enthusiastic about his favourite event. His eyes were almost constantly watching his bride. Perhaps he was so deeply in love with her. Lord Jonathan sighed dreamily. Lady Regria behaved completely calmly today, did not show her character at all, and looked around the area with interest. This was not typical for her behaviour. Oddly enough, it was on this day that the girl was truly calm. Sinuel's thought was simple and clear. For her, the only way to survive is to rely on the power of the Mosgrato family. That's just later. If Sinuel wins the love of the Emperor and becomes Crown Prince, Rakhich, what will happen to him? A sharp call pulled her out of the quagmire of heavy thoughts. Rakhich called her to him. When the girl came closer, he roughly and wordlessly threw the crossbow to her, and she caught it awkwardly. Let him try to shoot. Regria's mouth opened wide in surprise. Regria will take the place of the Crown Princess. She should be able to handle such a simple weapon. The girl felt the tension, but when her target was removed, she felt all her limbs go numb. A familiar figure was almost hanging in the arms of the guards, unconscious. He had lost a lot of weight. His skin was stretched tightly over his bones, but the number of wounds and bruises had decreased slightly. Varakil pressed her, whispering softly in her ear that she should shoot him here and now. Just the thought of it made Regria tremble all over. Was he really asking her to shoot a man? Watching with pleasure as the captive was forced to his knees, Rakik replied, "This is not a man, he is a barbarian." The knight waved his hand threateningly, ordering Vikan not to move. Then he placed an apple on the top of his head. Regria felt everything inside her go cold. Her clothes instantly became soaked with sweat. Why is he doing this? The crown prince lowered his voice. Let him look around. All these people want to look at her. Ignoring the blurriness in her vision, Lady Regria obediently looked around. Dozens of eyes were indeed looking at her. Anxiety gripped her. Her insides twisted into a tight knot. Her trembling legs could barely support her. It was as if the devil himself was speaking to her. They wanted to see if she had enough courage to do something like this. They want to know if she deserves the name of Crown Princess. Rakik helped her aim the crossbow. The saint herself said that she wanted to take part in gladiatorial combat, then Regria must prove it. The crossbow's sight was twitching from side to side. It was definitely impossible to shoot in that state. He had definitely gone crazy. As if he wasn't the cause of her condition, Rakik tried to carefully calm her down. Squeezing her hands in his, she must concentrate. The girl's voice trembled anxiously. They couldn't know where this arrow would hit. Kron Princev shook her and growled in a low voice, "She must shoot. Prove it." The girl's whole body shook with silent sobs, and she lowered the crossbow. Rare tears rolled down her cheeks. She madly repeated that she couldn't. Shaking her head furiously, as if refusing to accept reality, she kept repeating, "No, she can't." The crown prince snatched the weapon from her weakened hands, and the girl let out a stifled sob. He looked down at her with a disparaging look. Such a pity. The crown princess was so frightened that she did not have the strength to move. She could only watch the glittering tip of the arrow with frightened eyes. Clap! The arrow went flying. The girl screamed in fear. She almost fell to the ground with relief when the arrow finally pierced the apple, which shattered into pieces with a crash. Rakik screamed furiously throughout the area. Unfortunately, the future crown princess would apparently not be able to join them during the gladiator fight. The servants must immediately help her change her clothes and not let her out of the tent until the fight is over. The sticky juice of the scattered fruit filled Vikan's eyes, but he did not take his mad gaze off the girl for a moment. The sun was hiding behind the horizon. Crescent moons were rising one after another in the sky, and the crown prince's heart was uneasy. His paranoia signaled that something was wrong here, that Regria was up to something, but there was no reason for this. Even if she hides her true thoughts well, he has gotten to know this woman well lately. The preparations for the gladiatorial fights are complete. They fed the prisoners meat. This will give them strength. Rakik emotionlessly praised the man. Lord Jonathan noticed his gloomy expression, wondering if something was bothering His Highness. For a while, Rakik was silent. Staring blankly into the distance a couple of months ago, Regria asked if he loved her. It's ridiculous to crave so much for something that doesn't even exist. Lord Jonathan had no idea what His Highness was talking about. He had deep respect for him as his master, but from time to time he began to worry about him. Finally, the Crown Prince's gaze cleared, and he stared at his right hand with a questioning look. Lord Jonathan did not miss the opportunity to hint that he should show a little more concern for Her Highness. He treats the ladies he meets at social balls well, which cannot be said about his fiancée. The man burst out laughing when the Crown Prince declared that he was already caring enough. He should be more sincere. Even if it is a lie, we must make her feel that this is love. Rakik again plunged into his thoughts without giving him an answer. He shook his head, brushing aside the irritating thoughts. There was nothing to worry about. After the wedding, he would fulfill both his marital and paternal duties. Lord Jonathan pursed his lips slightly, unable to show in front of His Highness that he completely disagreed with him. Finally, the sun completely disappeared behind the horizon and dark night set in. People gathered near the main arena, on one side the military and on the other the hunting participants. Opposite them stood the weak, sick and frightened victims. Vikan was tied tightly to the pole. Rakik stood next to him, getting ready to open the event. It's hard to believe, but he wants peace more than anyone else. His voice sounded firm and confident, and his eyes sparkled with determination and authority. The peace they received after capturing the entire continent. He turned his golden eyes to the savage. If he told where their base was, he would let all his compatriots go. Viken hung limply on the chains that bound him. He doesn't want to. It's better to just kill him. Well, he had made his choice, Lord Jonathan, seeing the sign, took a deep breath, preparing to deliver his verdict. Let the barbarians listen to him carefully. Now they will be given a chance to free themselves. The conditions are extremely simple. The Utgard forest is in front of them. All that is required of them is to get out of it alive. Still in a stupor, the savages, trembling with fear, remained in place. He raised the heavy crossbow with effort. And what are they doing? Did they really not understand what was told to them? A couple of shots rang out, and people scattered in all directions with piercing screams. If they valued their lives, they had to run. Viken hung from a chain like a rag, his eyes closed and trying not to listen to the screams filled with horror. Verikiel illuminated his bow. He knows that Vikan has the ability to summon animals. He can hear and see the same things they can. Rakik won't kill him until he gets the information he needs. The bow crackled, filled with electrified energy and ready to fire at any moment. Instead, the savage will remain here and watch through the eyes of the forest creatures as his loved ones suffer in pain and die. He must remember well, he had the opportunity to avoid deaths and keep everyone alive. But Vikan chose death for his comrades, the electrified arrow emitting a sharp, burning smell. The man shuddered with horror, but he no longer had the strength for tears. Why was he doing this? Why was he going so far? His head hung low, his chest rose and fell rapidly. He quietly repeated to himself, why? Lady Regria's face flashed before the Crown Prince's eyes, and at that moment she asked the same question. Why was he doing this? He saw the fear in her eyes, felt her sweaty palms as she repeated to herself, she can't. As he took aim, Verikiel ignored the piercing cries of the savages resisting. Regria's cries, which were ringing in his ears, were still louder, and with some unpleasant feeling he released the arrow. One of the barbarians running past managed to dodge. The arrow only grazed his shoulder, but the pain was unbearable. Watching the man fall to the ground and groan in pain, Verikiel clicked his tongue in displeasure. He already said that he was going to drag Vikan's friends here until his tongue was loosened. The Crown Prince enjoyed his suffering. He warned that the savage would pay for the sympathy shown to the devil. This fight will only end after Vikan tells him everything. The nobility has gone hunting. Vikan kicked with all his might, trying to free himself, his lungs burning from the uncontrollable screams. It barely reached the living tents, but the fabric was so thick that Regria heard nothing. However, the girl remained tense, restlessly fiddling with her fingers, the ring glinting in the candlelight. She bit her lips almost until they bled. Will the day come when Rakik falls? Will all this torment return to him one day? She really hopes so. The saint sighed heavily. So what should she do? She needed to get out of here. Lady Regria reasoned, trying to calm her racing heart. She had to calm down and figure out how to get closer to Vikan. The floor began to seethe. A velvety voice came from the darkness. My sister was as beautiful as always. The dress is undoubtedly charming, but it seems inconvenient for escaping. Sinuel let out a short laugh. A ray of hope shone in the girl's soul. Sinuel was supposed to help her sort out her problem. She managed to get here because she expressed a desire to gain respect as the Crown Princess, but it seemed that Rakik had guessed everything. The Crown Prince may not have figured out their plan yet, but he certainly understood that she was up to something. And what should she do since she can't approach Vikan, since the tent is surrounded by knights? Ewa smiled encouragingly and picked her up in his arms. She didn't have to worry, everything was solvable because she had him. She had already been through this last time, so now she knew what to do. Lady Regria obediently held her breath. The floor, eaten away by darkness, creaked loudly, the dark substance gurgling one last time before their silhouettes dissolved. Blood-red moons hung over the forest, which was full of screams and groans, as well as wailing cries for help. The raven, whose eyes were suspiciously not reminiscent of a bird's, perched on a branch and listened intently. The soldiers pursued their victims with a loud noise. They could not be allowed to escape. They ran straight through the trees, breaking branches, trampling grass into mud, and had to use spears. Dirty curses escaped the hunters' lips. They would kill these filthy barbarians as soon as they found them. Viken's entire face was wet with tears. His mind was filled with bloody images, and his ears were filled with piercing screams and pleas for salvation. Hearing the pained groan that escaped his lips, the knight spat harshly, a pleasant sight for such a stupid bastard. The chains creaked with tension as the savage tried to dodge, but the spit still landed in his hair. Because of such creatures from the Union as Vikan, the man began to flare up. He lost 5 friends. Suddenly his voice cut off abruptly, and the other guard turned sharply, hearing a suspicious gurgling sound. On the ground where his partner had just stood, a dark spot was spreading. The spear lay next to him, but the man himself was gone. The guard slowly approached the dark, trembling spot and looked at it from all sides with distrust, wondering where it had gone. A shrill chuckle, reminiscent of a hyena's, came from over his shoulder, making him look down. Lord Mosgrato chuckled contentedly as the man was pulled down by the slimy substance, which did a good job of muffling his screams. Ava looked at the savage's battered face from all sides and whistled. My God, his little face had taken a beating. He waved his hand reassuringly, promising to untie the savage if only he wouldn't bite. Sinuel touched the chains with disgust. The infection had consumed the metal, completely crumbling it. Afterwards, the young man turned to Lady Regria, his work done. The princess held the hood of her cloak that hid her hair with trembling hands, and a nervous sigh escaped her lips. Now all that remains is for her to establish a mental connection with their friend and help him recover. Viken was breathing heavily, falling to the ground without strength. Lady Regria awkwardly approached him and carefully sat down next to him. Her gaze wandered over his body. She was afraid to touch him, causing pain. This man is the best warrior of the Union of Steppe States. To begin with, perhaps she should introduce herself. Her name is Regria, and she will help him leave this place. The savage's gaze was heavy as he raised his blue eyes to her, and he muttered something uncertainly in his own language. Al-Mahaka, that's what the steppe dwellers call the saints, Eva helpfully suggested. Viken switched to Bellygram, she is the crown princess, why is she helping him? The man's eyes widened in surprise when she admitted that she dreamed of leaving here no less than he did. She, like him, also wanted to find freedom. So she will help him, and he will help her, she extended her hand. Will he be able to? The barbarian's eyes were filled with madness. His condition was too unstable. It was difficult to imagine whether he would help her or attack. Lady Regria began to explain to him the intricacies of mental communication when a gurgling sound was heard behind her. Lord Mosgrato was slowly dissolving into the swamp, and it seemed to him that at this point he was forced to leave them. The girl took a deep breath. She wanted to tell him so much. Eva winked at her. She would thank him later. He would wait for her at the Mosgrato estate. Let him not be too late. They would see each other again. Al-Mahaka! The savage addressed her again in a hoarse voice. He extended his trembling, scarred hand to her, promising to help her out in exchange for her help. With pain in her heart, the saint took it with both hands. She so strongly wanted to help him. She flashed her green eyes, warning him that it was about to begin. The eyes on his haggard face followed her intently, making it difficult to understand what the man was thinking about. About half an hour passed. The clouds in the sky shifted, hiding the bloody months. The guards guarding the area heard a suspicious noise and tensed up. They looked around anxiously. The man behind them was hiding. But the men's eyes were still able to make out his silhouette in the darkness, and Viken instantly took off. One of the knights cursed and aimed his crossbow. Damn, how did he manage to escape? However, his partner stopped him, let him open his eyes. The barbarian was carrying someone on his back. Red hair flashed from under the hood. It was the future crown princess. The man roared, no way. Did he really take her hostage? But what should they do then? Lord Jonathan threw 2 captives to the ground, and they caught more. Rakik stepped forward. He would personally carry out the death penalty. The hand clutching the hilt of the sword was shaking. What was wrong with it? My neck is burning and my heart is beating like crazy. I can't show this to my subordinates. Could it really be because of Regria? The Crown Prince stepped back, nothing special. He just didn't want to smell of blood today. Their conversation was interrupted by a screaming guard, gasping for breath, shouting at the top of his lungs that something bad had happened. This barbarian, he fled into the forest, Lord Jonathan gasped. How could this happen? However, Rakik calmed his right hand, calmly. It was even better that way anyway. He had escaped to the hunting area. They would catch the escaped prey, and there would be no problems. In a trembling voice, the man admitted that the problem was that he was holding the future Crown Princess hostage. Lord Jonathan grabbed him by the chest and asked what he was talking about. The knight repeated once again. He saw with his own eyes that Her Highness was held hostage by Vaikan. The Crown Prince turned abruptly without a word and headed deeper into the forest, Lord Jonathan ordering them to follow him. Varakil rushed through the forest, forgetting about everything. He allowed the branches to whip his face, leaving small abrasions on it, but there was only one thing in his head: to quickly find Lady Regria. Vaikan also rushed through the forest at as fast as he could, thanks to the princess for restoring his body. Every cell in Lady Regria's body was tense. She truly couldn't take it anymore. The hands squeezing Vikan's neck weakened. As if reading her thoughts, the barbarian grabbed her wrists with his strong hand, helping her. Be careful. The Utgard forest is large and tangled, like a labyrinth. One mistake and a wrong turn, and you will have to wander forever in the depths of the forest until you part with life. Continuing to run, Vikan looked up at the cloudy sky. It might start to rain. They needed shelter. Sensing the painfully familiar smell of ozone, Regria screamed, "No, it won't rain." Squeezing his neck tighter, she loudly ordered him to stop. There was a bright flash, blinding his eyes, and lightning struck where he was about to step. The barbarian quickly jumped back, trying to protect the girl from the acrid smoke. The girl watched with fear as a dark silhouette appeared in the smoky haze. Hearing the familiar voice, both Regria and Vikan tensed up. She had had enough of her cute antics. He turned a blind eye to her inventions, but he was slowly starting to get tired of all this. His silhouette was getting closer, and his presence was becoming more and more noticeable. Rakik doubted that she had planned all this alone, his voice trembling with anger. The golden eyes seemed to suck the soul out of her. Let her be honest, it was all Sinuel's doing. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. It sparkled with flashes of lightning, spreading the smell of ozone. Vikan slowly lowered the girl to the ground, preparing for a fight. Things were bad. If the devil attacks them, it will be difficult to escape. Lady Regria's heart was beating wildly. What should they do? Watching Rakik's bulky silhouette, Vikan whispered, "She must stall for time." His abilities allow him to summon animals, and the princess must try to keep him busy until reinforcements arrive. Every muscle on the Crown Prince's face trembled with anger. He wouldn't ask Regria anything. They would arrange everything as if she had been kidnapped by evil barbarians. So his tone became commanding. She should return before it was too late. The saint took a deep breath and, hiding the trembling in her voice, shouted, "She doesn't want to." Rickett tilted his head to the side in amazement, like a dog hearing a new command that he didn't understand. Regria repeated, "She wouldn't return to him." The man's face darkened. It seemed she didn't understand. She had no choice. Regria insisted on her own. "She doesn't think so. You don't have to constantly decide for her. She also has feelings and will." Perhaps he was raised as a worthy crown prince, which is why he was accustomed to living in humility. The Crown Prince's face was contorted with anger, looking more like a grotesque mask than a human face. Lady Regria slowly removed the ring he had given her from her ring finger and clenched it in her fist. But humility is not her trait, and the ring rolled quietly across the ground. The Crown Prince's eyes darkened with rage, and his enraged cry was more reminiscent of the roar of a wild beast. Animal fear overwhelmed the girl. She had never seen Rakik like this before. Vikan lightly pushed her in the side and offered his back. They had to run now, quickly. The Crown Prince felt fear for the first time, and in a breaking voice he asked Regria what she was doing. Rakik couldn't tear his fierce, manic gaze away from her, completely missing the animal that jumped out of the bushes. The woolly carcass knocked the Crown Prince to the ground, its toothy mouth snapping right in front of his face. And yet, Varakil's heart was painfully squeezed not because of fear, but because of the pain and betrayal that he experienced for the first time in his life. The feeling of abandonment tore at him from the inside, stronger than the wolf's chattering teeth, and in a breaking voice he begged Regria not to leave. Seeing nothing in front of him except her retreating silhouette, he continued to scream after her, tearing his lungs. It was useless. They wouldn't be able to stop him. Lady Regria closed her eyes, trying her best to ignore his piercing cries. Regria! 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 At this time, Celine stood in place, staring blankly at the shards of the jug. What's wrong with her? She can't calm down, and some disturbing thoughts are creeping into her head. She jumped in fright when a male silhouette suddenly appeared in front of her. Fyodor watched her with an icy gaze as the girl tried to explain herself, stuttering. He ignored the shards on the floor. Her Highness was looking for her. She urgently needed help for the girl. Without explaining anything, Lord Seberike headed for the exit. He would see her out. Every second counted. But the girl fidgeted awkwardly in place, a frightened expression frozen on her face like a mask. Fyodor turned around and raised his eyebrows. Was she really not going to go with him? The girl took an awkward step. She would go. But still, deep down, Celine felt that something was wrong here, that she suddenly needed to hurry somewhere. She awkwardly shuffled after Lord Seberike, with one disturbing thought in her head: something had happened to Her Highness. The corpse, roasted alive to the point of charcoal, fell to the ground with a crash, and the smell of burning filled the air. On trembling legs, Rakik took a few steps and picked up the ring, which was glittering among the blades of grass. He fingered it, twisted it in all directions, looking at it with an expressionless gaze. Finally, the guards arrived, breathing heavily. Lord Jonathan apologized for being late. The Crown Prince's voice was shocked and disappointed as he admitted that his bride had run away with the barbarian, and Lord Jonathan almost choked. Rakik's entire figure exuded defeat and impotence. The gladiatorial fights were over. Let them find all the barbarians released into the forest and finish them off on the spot. Lord Jonathan hesitated, not daring to voice the question of how His Highness would then order them to deal with the future Crown Princess. Take her alive, or Lord Jonathan was afraid to finish the sentence. Rakik's chest ached. He remembered her expression at that moment. Eyes cannot lie. He will take care of it himself. The sun slowly rose over the horizon, illuminating the tops of the fugitives' heads with its first rays. A sparkling flash flew past Regria and caught her cheek. The skillfully fired arrow only slightly grazed her face, getting stuck in the tree trunk. The lightning bolt continued to sparkle, blinding the eyes, burning the tree black. Her wounded cheek was burning, but now Regria had to thank God that the shooter had taken pity on her and decided to miss. The more she tries to escape, the more fate favors the one in whose eyes there is not even a glimmer of life. Rakik, a man who knows only hatred and violence, never tempted by love and affection. One look at him caused a storm of feelings to flare up in Regria's soul, including some that she didn't want to acknowledge. Viken's voice pulled her out of her stupor. They needed to move northwest. And fate presents even more trials to those whose life energy is in full swing. It's as if she wants to test whether the girl can handle this challenge. The Crown Prince was in no hurry to pursue them. He knew that his prey would not go anywhere. He only burned their retreating silhouettes with an icy gaze. Hours passed, the sun rose higher and higher above the horizon, and Vikan continued to run. Sweat poured off him in streams, and his breathing became increasingly difficult. This did not escape the attention of the Crown Princess, who asked him with concern if he was tired. Although he said that he was healed through spiritual connection, his body has not yet fully recovered. Then she would run on her own. The girl wanted to get off his back, but the man pressed her even tighter. Between heavy sighs, he muttered hoarsely, "They will be caught like this. Warriors do not forget their promises." They keep their word. His gaze dreamily looked somewhere into the distance, and his voice surprisingly became calm. Succumbing to his mood, Lady Regria felt her anxiety fade slightly, and she pressed herself tenderly against him, thanking him sincerely. But still, he can't run like this endlessly without resting. He's probably very tired and hungry. As if to confirm her words, Vikan's scratched legs slowed down, but he still forced himself to move on. After a while, he finally stopped. Lady Regria was right. He couldn't do it anymore. The man stopped in place, giving himself the opportunity to catch his breath. He helplessly threw his head back. By the time the pair of fugitives finally found a place to hide, night had fallen again. They had been wandering through the forest for the last few hours, until they had gone deep enough to find a grove of ancient, centuries-old trees. They were so powerful and tall that no one would have noticed them from such a height. It's inconvenient, but we'll have to rest here. Vikan will look for something to eat. It won't take much time. Before Lady Regria could blink, he disappeared into the foliage, nimbly jumping from branch to branch. Well, it's not surprising, she knows herself. The people of the Steppe Union are close to nature. Wrapped in the thin canvas fabric of her cloak, the girl let out a heavy sigh. She was still cold. But that's okay. Fortunately, they escaped from Rakik's clutches. However, the panic fear did not go away. She could not calm down at all. What if her loved ones suffer because of her? At first glance, she had no one in this world, but will Celine be okay? Fedor Ian Seberek also became close to her. She only hoped that he would be able to stand up for himself. Even if it turns out that Lady Regria was helped, will she be able to get out of here alive? The snake, silently crawling along the tree bark, opened its mouth wide and hissed, preparing to pounce. The crown princess recoiled in fear and almost lost her balance. But the whistling hiss quickly stopped. The barbarian sharply squeezed the animal's neck. Poison dripped from the snake's teeth, but the man carelessly continued to squeeze it in his hand, almost biting him. Having established eye contact with the animal, Vikan took control of the snake. The forest is dangerous. You must always be on your guard. Under his control, the snake disappeared into the thicket. The deity that rules the forest has sent a messenger. He is here to show that they are being watched. The snake indeed continued to stay close, just silently watching them. The deity believes that since the saint entered the forest, she now belongs to him. The girl was shocked, but the man reassured her that since Vikan was here, she would be fine, and he carefully handed her the fruit. It is a shahim fruit, very juicy and watery, so it is good for quenching thirst. The girl accepted the offering and touched the shahim. It looked somewhat like an apple, but its texture was more like a tomato. With a slight smacking sound, the girl distrustfully bit off a small piece and chewed it. With a contented groan, she bit off a few more times. The juice ran down her chin as she continued to bite into the fruit. It was so delicious. After some time, the girl noticed that the barbarian was not eating at all. Vikan explained that he was fine and didn't like fruit. Turning his back to her, the man was stretching his hands. A grassy scent filled the air. It seemed like he was grinding something. Lady Regria moved closer with interest. The grass seemed unusual. It was also edible. No, it's called ojak. It's a medicinal plant for healing wounds. Vikan turned sharply and stared at the girl with wide eyes. Regria awkwardly backed away, slightly embarrassed. With a rough motion, the barbarian smeared the crushed grass over her cheek. Then the wound would disappear. Looking at Lady Regria with a strange, penetrating gaze, Vikan continued to lightly stroke her cheek, as if the medicine had not yet been absorbed. His dry lips stretched into a semblance of a smile, and tenderness was visible in his eyes. Almahaka should not worry. Regria felt the blood rush to her cheeks, and no matter how much she wanted to, she couldn't look away. Vikan let out a sigh of delight. She will always be beautiful. From tomorrow onwards, they will gradually reach the edge of the forest, where they will not be able to find food. Continuing to eat the fruit, the saint watched as the barbarian awkwardly tried to rub the medicine onto his back. After such long and cruel torture, his muscles became stiff and his body lost its flexibility. Lady Regria moved awkwardly, offering her help, and Vikan became very embarrassed. But the girl insisted that he, too, needed to heal his wounds quickly, so he should let her help. The man still felt a little embarrassed, but he had no choice. With light movements, the girl applied the ointment, simultaneously kneading the barbarian's stiff muscles. It must have been hard for him to carry her, but Vikan responded to her words by remaining silent. The saint felt a pang of guilt. He just had to endure a little longer. When they got out of here, she would no longer bother him. But she doesn't bother him. These words made her heart beat faster. Vikan closed his eyes and smiled. She freed him and gave him the opportunity to enjoy the blessing of the sun. And he is grateful to her for this. Regria felt herself becoming lighter. After all, he does not blame her for anything. Suddenly, muffled voices were heard from somewhere below. They were definitely close. A familiar voice gave her goosebumps. She knew it. Animal horror once again seized her entire being. Vikan reacted instantly, covering her mouth with his hand quietly. His hands were shaking too. He hissed softly, "The devil is here." Verakil paced below like a hound hunting for fugitives, completely unaware of what was happening above him. The guard reported to His Highness that there was nothing ahead and nothing behind. Rakik squinted. How many knights and soldiers were in the forest? Chuckling, Lord Jonathan counted, 1,832 people. His Highness must understand that it is impossible to hide from the eyes of 1,000 knights unless they have fallen underground. Perhaps they have already left. Rakik didn't let him finish his sentence, rudely interrupting, "No, Regria is still here." He looked around thoughtfully, his gaze falling on the centuries-old trees, when an idea came to his mind. He gave the order to climb the trees, and at that moment, Lady Regria's heart sank. To bolster the soldiers' spirits, Rakik promised in a loud voice that he would generously reward whoever found the future crown princess and the barbarian. Vikan took his hand away from the saint's face and looked into her eyes. If a fight broke out between him and the crown prince, she must run without looking back. Even if he was not there, she must not give up under any circumstances. The silence of the night forest was broken by the dull sounds of blows. These were the knives that the soldiers were sticking into the tree bark for support. The man bravely climbed up, despite muscle pain and discomfort. The fear of heights also took its toll. He felt sick and tried not to look down. The tree branches, shaking from his blows, showered leaves that clouded his vision. At least that's what he thought. The guard tried to brush the leaves away from his face. Before he could react, his ears caught a suspicious rustling sound. Vikan, jumping from the branch, pressed his face with all his strength with his feet, and the knight was unable to hold on. With a wild screech, he flew down. The height was quite high. He flew for about 10 seconds until he crashed into a pancake. The soldiers squinted tensely, trying to make out through the curtain of dust what had flown down. After a while, the dust settled on the ground again, and the men's eyes were met with a mutilated corpse. The body bent at a frightening, unnatural angle. All the bones were broken. Another dull thud, another curtain of dust rose. Lord Jonathan cursed. What on earth was this? Rakik knew this silhouette better than anyone. His eyes blazed with fiery rage. Vikan. Holding Lady Regria tightly on his back, the barbarian stood tensely in place, not taking his eyes off her for a second. The soldiers reacted slowly, and after a few seconds the command was given to seize them. His Highness must not be harmed. Shoot at the legs so that the barbarian does not escape. The soldiers levelled their crossbows, taking aim, but Vikan did not move at all. The crown prince waved his hand contentedly, pushing the soldiers aside and stepping forward. Like a predator targeting its prey, he kept his hungry eyes on the girl. Rakik forcefully addressed her by name, hissing it through his teeth with hatred. If she comes back now, he won't figure it out, and will take what happened as a mistake. Let him choose wisely. Lady Regria remained silent, so Rakik continued to press. She only had one chance to be forgiven. The saint's eyes showed determination. Her final choice. She would not return to Rakik. A tired sigh escaped the man's lips. Regria truly believed that she could live her own life if she ran away from him. The girl straightened up proudly and lifted her chin. Of course she was confident. Really, isn't this the life Lady Beatrice wanted? Regria paused in surprise. Well, let her answer one of his questions. What is her real name? The saint muttered something uncertainly to herself, not having a precise answer. She won't be able to live like this in this world, because her name, her clothes, and even this body, they don't belong to her. Feeling that the girl was unsettled, the barbarian shouted, "Al-Mahaka must not listen to the words of the devil." Rakik's teeth flashed in the darkness. She need not be afraid. Just as he had given her a name, he would put an end to her imperfect life in exactly the same way. His eyes glowed in the darkness, radiating mania, madness, and power. Without him, she was nothing. The saint closed her eyes, not allowing Rike's alarming words to penetrate her head. She pronounced it clearly, syllable by syllable. She is not Regria. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and the smug smile faded. The name he gave her, he must no longer call her by that name. The Crown Prince let out an irritated breath and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Once again, she had not listened to his words. Lord Jonathan hesitantly asked His Majesty how they would proceed. Continuing to press on his eyes so hard that sparks flew out of them, Rakik said in a tired voice, "Let them shoot." He allows these two to be left barely alive. The main thing is that they do not hit vital organs. Jonathan accepted the order with a trembling voice. He cleared his throat, fighting his nervousness, and shouted loudly, "Archers, ready, aim, fire!" But Vaikan continued to stand in place, as if waiting for something. Regria pressed herself closer to him. Suddenly the soldiers began to squeal in fear, and from where they crawled out, each of them was entangled in a dozen snakes. Continuing to scream hysterically, the men ran from side to side, frantically trying to throw off the poisonous snakes. Viken admitted that it was not his doing, but the forest deity, who was angry that they were going to harm his property. His property is she Al-Mahaka. Ignoring the poisonous snakes entangling his limbs, Rakik cursed, "Useless trash." He growled Viken's name with hatred. He was trying to escape again with his tricks. The man shifted his grip on Regria, who was sitting on his back, ready to move at any moment. He looked around, trying to find a loophole through which he could slip away. The barbarian warned the girl to hold on tighter, and the saint followed his advice. The savage pushed off the ground sharply and ran as fast as he could. Regria screamed in fear. Rakik, heading towards them, froze, ready to defend himself. But Viken had him fooled, turning sharply right in front of his nose, weaving between the shrilly screaming guards. And then the unthinkable happened. They managed to free themselves and even avoid the massacre. Completely ignoring the snake bites, Varakiel watched with an enraged gaze as their silhouettes dissolved into the darkness of the forest. A mad rage clouded his eyes with a red veil. He grabbed the bow and sharply pulled the string. The snakes crawling on it melted under the influence of its power. She asked him to stop, and then she asked that very question. He wanted to look into her eyes then. He didn't want to be rejected. He shouldn't show his weakness. The moment she considered the question seemed like an eternity to him. Then she parted her lips and took a breath. Does he love her? There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. And now this same woman looked at him with contempt and pity in her eyes, rejected him, and said that she would not be with him. She betrayed him, but why did she look back one last time as she ran away? The fingers pulling the bowstring were gripped by a spasm, and he couldn't let go. No matter how much he declared that she could be crippled, the main thing was that she was alive. This thought was still disgusting to him. The rage faded, leaving a void in his chest. The corners of his lips turned down, and a spasm gripped his throat. Lady Regria turned away, as if he wished she would look at him with those eyes again. His heart was torn between regret and the desire to control what he had done. A new day dawned. Viken and Regria continued to run. The barbarian didn't want to stop. If they kept going at this pace for about a day, they would be able to get out of the forest. A muffled groan escaped Regria's lips. Viken looked up at her with concern, wondering what had happened. The girl shook her head weakly. Her voice was almost inaudible. She was fine. Saint didn't have the strength to finish her sentence, and then she passed out, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Varvara shook her with all his might, begging her to wake up, but only noisy sighs came out of her throat. Panic gripped the savage's heart, and he turned his head from side to side, trying to find some kind of shelter. Finally, the man noticed a suitable place, a small cave. He carried the girl inside, carefully laid her down, and took his place at the entrance to keep watch. Some time later, Lady Regria finally woke up. All this time, Vikan was anxiously monitoring the situation. There was no way to find food, and no way to light a fire either. The night surrounded them from all sides, and despair gripped Regra's heart, which was to be expected. Viken was very worried about her. Now she could sleep. It would be quiet for another couple of hours, but the girl shook her head. The man was silent, staring at her with wide eyes, puzzled. Tears welled up in the saint's eyes. She sobbed. She no longer understood anything at all. In fact, now she also doubted. As Rakik said, even if she ends up far away, she's unlikely to be able to do anything on her own, so why would she run away so hard? Viken tried to cheer her up, but she cried even more. Who was she anyway? All that remains are vague memories of a past life and of Beatrice, who left it, and now she doesn't even have a name. Tears flowed in an endless stream. She also had to live in someone else's body, causing harm to its owner. Vikan screamed, "Enough! You can't mutilate yourself!" Everyone born under the sun must live the life given to him. Lady Regria grabbed her hair. What is he talking about? What obligation? She is almost dead. Vikan hesitantly touched his almahaka, gently stroking her back. Well, Regria just couldn't calm down. Her chest was burning with pain. Maybe it would be better for her to just die. The man froze in shock at how she could say such terrible words about herself. To be honest, when they first talked, he grabbed her by the chest and her coat involuntarily opened. The girl forgot how to breathe. Her whole face turned red, but at least the tears stopped flowing. Viken's face came dangerously close. He openly admitted that for the first time he, too, was thinking of her as a means of escape. With a sharp movement, the barbarian pressed her to his chest, hugging her tightly, a pleasant warmth spreading through the saint's body. The body is cold, this will make it warmer. The man began to rub her shoulders. Even if she doesn't want to, it's better for her to get some sleep. He will continue to warm her no matter what. It was pleasant to lie like this, feeling the warmth of someone else's body and the subtle rays of sun on my skin. Viken mechanically stroked the saint's shoulders. The gods constantly send trials. Of course she will be offended, perhaps even annoyed. But he wants Regria to know only one thing, no matter where she comes from or what name she had before this moment. What matters is what they will call her in the place where she goes next. She must ask herself what kind of life she wants. Finally, his actions had a positive effect. The girl slowly bowed her head and closed her eyes. Half asleep, she promised that she would think about it. The saint began to snore quietly, falling asleep, and Vikan could not take his eyes off her. Even in this state, all tear-stained and dishevelled, she looked beautiful. He stroked her swollen eyes, wiping away the remaining tears, and gently brushed the hair that fell over her face. For the first time in his life, the savage felt an incredible attraction. This feeling seemed wild and unfamiliar to him, but he still succumbed to it. He had no idea what he was doing, but he wanted to touch her lips with his. Realizing what he was doing, Vikan pulled away awkwardly and shook his head. Continuing to hold the girl close to him, since her body was still cold, he sighed heavily. A furious cry for the fire to be lit made him flinch. The savage watched the entrance to the cave tensely, expecting that someone might break in. Fortunately, Regria continued to sleep. About half an hour later, his nostrils caught the sharp smell of smoke. He looked out. The whole forest was on fire. Viken carefully crawled closer, trying to see as much as possible without being noticed. Concentrating, he directed his consciousness as close to the scene of the incident as possible. Orders to set fire were heard from all sides. They checked the direction of the fire. Soon the fire would spread further. If the fire gets too big, their escape routes may be cut off, so they need to leave before it's too late. The soldiers carrying out the order quickly retreated, but the woman remained in place, watching the flashes. Her keen hearing picked up a quiet squeak coming from somewhere below. The woman turned around sharply and lowered her cold gaze. It seemed like it was just a wood mouse. Suddenly she growled, filled with anger, and raised her leg to swing. The sharp heel furiously tore the ground. Fortunately, the rodent was able to dodge, squeaking desperately. The woman's eyes burned with hatred. The muscles on her face trembled. Filthy creature, may they all die in the fire. The animal continued to squeal in fear, trying to escape, until something blocked its path. Sensing the protective aura of the man, whose body was completely covered in scars, the frightened animal jumped onto his shoulder. The woman knew that this man was not from her squad. This could be understood from his ragged, dirty appearance. She grimaced contemptuously. The man's eyes flashed warningly. If she made even a sound, he would burn her alive. This quickly brought the girl down to earth. She took a step back on trembling legs and covered her mouth with her hand. There was something wrong with his eyes. She couldn't take her frightened eyes off him. What was he going to do to her? A moment later, a long cry rang out over the forest, but the crackling of burning trees swallowed it up. After some time of confusing wanderings through the forest, Vikan finally returned to the cave. Regri was still asleep, leaning against the cold rocky wall and snoring peacefully. Vikan lightly pushed the girl in the shoulder. Regria blinked sleepily, gradually coming to her senses. A barbarian loomed over her, holding in his hands a multitude of rags of unknown origin. The man threw them at her feet, telling her to put them on. The girl looked closely and it seemed like they were clothes. Looking at it, the saint asked where he got it, but the man did not answer her question. The size should fit. It will be easier to move, so she better change her clothes. After these words, he quickly jumped out of the cave. He paused for a moment at the entrance, without turning around, and said that he would wait for her outside. Lady Regria could only watch him silently, the thought flashing through her head that Vikan was acting strange today. The peace and quiet of the forest was broken. It crackled and groaned, overcoming the pain of burning. The heat and black smoke made all living things run away in fear. Their eyes watered, but dozens of people continued to wander through the forest. Watching everything around him crumble, Rakik felt satisfaction. She would know all his rage. From somewhere in the depths of the smoking forest, a heavily breathing guard ran out with a report. His breathing was heavy. He broke off on almost every word some time ago in the vicinity of the western border of the forest, where their squad was located. Vikan appeared and attacked the squad leader. They haven't found him yet. The search is ongoing. His Majesty leaned forward sharply, piercing the soldier with a furious gaze. However, his voice sounded cold and calculating. He says, "The savage attacked. Where?" Smoke curled in rings in the air, poisoning it. The barbarian watched this horrific picture with regret. Deep down, the rage never left him, but it was calm and cold. Someday the devil will get full retribution for his sins. Hearing the crack of a branch, Vikan turned around sharply, ready for battle. Tying her hair, the crown princess approached him. She was ready. Vikan again felt an unfamiliar feeling, as if a feather had passed over his heart. However, he suppressed it in himself. Now was not the time. Before they went on, he needed to say something. Unfortunately, they have little time. The forest is all on fire, and the enemy is getting closer. So now there is only one way to freedom. Slowly turning his head to the left, the man pointed into the depths of the forest, where the darkness was so thick that the trees were barely visible, dissolving into it. Watching the girl involuntarily shudder, the barbarian repeated again that they had to go that way. They both felt a chill run down their spines. There was something ancient and frightening in this darkness. Vikan sighed heavily. There was the edge of the forest. She would have to go on without him. Regria felt her heart sink somewhere. What is he saying? They should go together. If they both escape, wherever they go, it will become a battlefield, and the blood of innocent people will be shed. Someone must stop the crown prince. The girl couldn't breathe. Was he really going to fight against Rakik? Stop talking nonsense. He'll be alone. It's the same as going to certain death. Vikan was afraid to look into her eyes, but he firmly continued to stand his ground. He knew all this, but he didn't want to run away. The words stuck in her throat. Regria muttered in confusion. Then why? Why is it like this? Vikan and she are in the same boat. Just as she does not want to be the wife of the crown prince, so he did not want to become the best warrior. And the barbarian can also find happiness only if he returns to his homeland, having fled from the empire. Regria wanted to be indignant, to say something, but she understood that she had no right to do so. Vikan's gaze, filled with pain, was directed somewhere into the distance. Being in captivity, he realized that he would not be able to return home. He cannot be happy until the smell of blood and iron caused by the war disappears. The girl so wanted him to look into her eyes, she took an awkward step forward and called his name. But Almahaka is different. The man finally looked at her. The rough skin of his palm touched her cheek. Regria must definitely survive and be happy until the end. Slowly, as if reluctantly, Vikan removed his hand from her cheek, which was burning from his touch alone. He turned away again because her gaze made his heart clench. This is where their paths diverge. Without saying anything else, Vikan walked away in the opposite direction, and the girl could only listen to his retreating steps. No, it couldn't end like this. With a palpable silence and painful silence, the saint turned around and screamed his name at the top of her lungs. Tears came to her eyes, but she fought herself. She had to say it. A quiet plea escaped her lips. He must survive. For a moment the man froze, but not hearing her words, he continued to walk towards the fire. Hours passed. The sky was covered with an evening shroud, but the fire only grew stronger. The temperature in the forest was rapidly rising. It was unbearable to be in this hell. The soldiers were languishing. However, the crown prince did not care about the condition of his subordinates. He stubbornly continued to move forward, searching for the desired silhouette among the flashes of fire. Heavy wheezing could be heard from somewhere below. Lord Jonathan looked closer. The animal, a deer, was desperately fluttering on the ground, like a fish thrown ashore. But on the contrary, it was lacking oxygen. The tension was growing, and it seemed that a surprise attack, as before, was not expected. However, Rakik suddenly raised his hand and shut him up quietly. As always, His Highness's sixth sense was more sensitive than that of others. His golden eyes flashed with malice. The silhouette, burned with hatred into the subcortex of his consciousness, approached. Lord Jonathan squinted and muttered Vikan's name uncertainly. A deafening roar echoing through the forest drowned out his whisper. Lord Jonathan, being on edge, ordered the savage to be surrounded, but the crown prince was calm. There was no need for that. He was sure that this time the bastard would not escape. Vikan really did stand in place, not taking his contemptuous gaze off Rakik. The man reached for his sword. Vikan swung it sharply and pointed the tip at the prince, challenging him. Today he would end the crown prince here and now, before this devil could do any more evil. Rakik raised his eyebrows. It's funny, only their barbarian tribe calls him evil. The barbarian's voice trembled with rage. Does this insolent man not hear the forest crying? The heavens will never forgive him for what he has done. Verikil laughed madly, a deep laugh. He didn't care about their forgiveness. As soon as the heavens stood in his way, he would consign them to fire too. Therefore his whole body was electrified. Let him say where he hid his woman. Vikan's eyes flashed with rage. Regria was not his woman, and certainly not a thing. The muscles on the prince's face trembled. He muttered through his teeth, "Regria belongs to him." The crown prince could no longer contain his rage. The air around him exploded like a firecracker. He had to answer immediately where she was now. Vikan chuckled. She went to heaven. The puzzlement that appeared on the crown prince's face made him feel immeasurable pleasure. Exactly, a place where mercilessly abandoned, lost souls end up. Souls who are not afraid of their destiny and fight, overcoming all trials. Regria was gasping for breath. Her lungs were burning, but she couldn't let herself stop. She had to run. A place created by God for consolation, they call it paradise. The girl closed her eyes and ran towards the bright light that blinded her eyes. A moment later, she felt the ground disappear from under her feet, and she couldn't hold back a frightened cry. The girl landed on the ground. Fortunately, her fall was softened by the soft grass. Fear still gripped her muscles, but the girl felt a surge of joy. She had succeeded. She had gotten out. But a deafening bolt of lightning that suddenly struck somewhere in the forest made her tense up again. Bang, bang, bang! An electrified crackle resembled a series of shots. A rolling roar covered the entire forest. The most terrible scenarios unfolded in Lady Regria's head, and a stifled groan escaped her throat. Everything inside me went cold, and my throat was seized with horror. She tried to get up, but fell powerlessly onto the grass. Vikan. The thought that this brave man could die made her faint. Bubbling and gurgling, the black resin slowly but surely enveloped her figure. The pool of black substance grew, greedily consuming the girl's body until she completely dissolved in it. Regria! Regria! Someone in the distance called her name. The girl raised her heavy eyelids with effort. Vikan's face was hidden in shadow. He looked frightening, but she was still glad to see him. His dry lips parted, about to mutter something, when a white-gloved hand covered his head. A terrifyingly familiar golden crown appeared as the barbarian's head was roughly pushed aside. Rakik's silhouette resembled a roughly hewn block of stone, his eyes burning, thirsting for violence and blood. A hand in a white glove slowly and threateningly reached out to her. Regria, a growl sounded. The girl's heart was beating like crazy, but no matter how much she wanted to run away, she was unable to move. A deafening scream echoed through the bedroom as the girl's eyes widened, gasping for breath. She winced, her whole face wet with tears. The faint rustling of the curtains fluttering in the wind brought her back to her senses. It was so pleasant to breathe in the clean air. Regria looked around tensely to see where she was. A soft meow made her flinch, but a moment later her face broke into a smile, the purring creature sleeping next to her. Lady Regria hesitantly reached out to the cat. She really wanted to pet him. The men's hands picked up the animal and removed it from the bed so that the cat would not interfere. Ava smiled tenderly at how she slept. Stroking the cat, he tilted his head slightly to the side, welcome to his home. The saint's mouth opened in surprise. Lord Mosgrato explained that he lived here. She had finally reached the Archduchy of Mosgrato. His little sister slept for so long that he began to worry a lot. Lady Regria couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when she learned she had been unconscious for 5 days. Suddenly the man's voice became more ingratiating, and he sat closer to her. In that case, she's a great girl for getting here. Now he'll take care of everything. If she needs anything, she shouldn't hesitate to ask. The young man headed for the exit. Since his sister had woken up, he would rather tell his godmother about it. But the girl stopped him. She wanted to ask something. Ava smiled and answered patiently. He knows, of course, she has a lot of questions. But first he squeezed her fingers lightly, making her embarrassed. It was better to start with the bathroom first. The hot water perfectly relaxed her stiff muscles, and the girl delightedly basked in the bath. The maids kept helping her wash herself. Lady Regria was so badly injured that her wounds became crusted over. They will gently rinse everything with water to soften the wounds. Dinner will be served in about an hour, although she will only be able to eat porridge. The maids treated her with care, admiring her beauty. She had such beautiful hair, very thick and shiny. The saint involuntarily remembered how the crown prince loved to stroke her hair, burying his nose in it. He inhaled her scent, snoring peacefully, and these moments warmed her heart, as before. How naive she was then. She didn't yet know what Rakik was really like. Then, in her eyes, he was a beautiful young man, from whose lips her name escaped in a dream. The maid took the scissors in her hands. If you look closely, the ends of Her Highness's hair were burnt. Does she want to cut them? A shudder ran through Regria's body. She sharply put her hand forward, let him give it to her, herself. The saint rose sharply from the water, drops quickly flowing down, outlining the lines of her body. The girl roughly grabbed her hair and put the scissors almost to the very roots. With each screech of the scissors, more and more hated strands fell into the water. Finally, she was free of this burden. Lord Mosgrato waited for the girl for some time at the door of her room. It seems she is late. The doors swung open silently, and rustling black skirts emerged first. Sinuel felt his heart do a somersault in his chest. It was such a beautiful picture. Ava continued to burn the girl with a passionate gaze, which did not escape her attention. She froze in place in surprise. Lady Regria narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled slyly, wondering why Ewa was looking at her like that. The boy's gaze darted from side to side. He awkwardly apologized. She was just very beautiful. She looked good with long hair too, but this length also suits her. Putting on the mask of a gallant gentleman, Lord Mosgrato extended his hand to her. If she did not mind, he would accompany my lady. Closing his eyes, the young man was still waiting for the tender palm to appear in his hand when the girl floated past. Having received a refusal, the young man almost jumped in surprise. Never before had a lady reacted to him like that. Lady Regria threw the doors wide and loudly open, bursting into the main hall. The grey-haired lady sitting at the head of the table smiled tenderly. She was glad to meet Miss Regria. The woman tilted her head slightly to the side and squinted. It must have been hard for her because the path was not easy. After a while, Regria finally sat down at the table, her stomach growling with hunger. She held the spoon unsteadily as her hands ached from the stretched wounds on her knuckles. Having put the first spoonful of porridge in her mouth, the girl froze in surprise. Its taste was unforgettable. Mrs. Mosgrato smiled tenderly and asked to make crab porridge, although she wasn't sure if she would like it. He and his godmother prepared the dish together, but Ewa prepared all the dishes. Sitting like this, swinging his leg under the table, Ewa resembled a boastful child. He wanted the first dish for his sister upon waking up to be prepared by him. His lips stretched into a charming smile. The woman interrupted his boasting. She heard that the saint had many questions. The countess instantly became serious. Perhaps she would begin with what worried her most. At the moment, the crown prince has declared her wanted all the way to the state border and ports. After returning from the Utgard, soldiers were posted in every city to search for her, but they were not enough, so it came down to mercenaries. Regria was so shocked that she forgot how to breathe, but the young man assured her that she didn't have to worry. Even his brother couldn't get here so easily. Mrs. Mosgrato heard that the girl sought refuge in Mosgrato County to escape the crown prince. Wise of her, there is no better place for a saint. It seemed like these were encouraging words, but Regria's head hung low and she felt disgusting. In a thin, cooing voice as if he were talking to a child, Lord Mosgrato feigned sadness and asked if she didn't like it here. Lady Regria appreciates her ladyship's offer, but she doesn't think she can stay here, so she will leave as soon as her condition improves. She is very sorry. Sinuel jumped up sharply, indignantly slamming his palms on the table. Countess Mosgrato cut him off abruptly. Afterwards, she softened her voice, apologizing if he could leave them for a minute. Ewa felt a surge of rage. He didn't want his sister to leave him. But the boy understood that he could not object to his godmother in any way. He turned around, offended, and headed for the exit. The doors slammed loudly, and finally the women were left alone. The countess sighed heavily. She was just as beautiful and timid when she arrived in this unfamiliar place. Therefore, she knows firsthand how terribly lonely the girl was, as she knows she is also a saint. To be honest, the world she initially lived in was much more terrible because she grew up in a mafia family. However, now the woman has completely gotten used to this place and lives happily. Her warm gaze was somewhat reminiscent of crackling coals in a fireplace. But Lady Regria did not agree with her. If she stayed here, her happiness would be ruined. If Rakik did not stop, then the Mosgrato estate would become a new battlefield. It is possible, but this does not mean that they will refuse saints who need help. It is not her fault. Countess Mosgrato pulled her chin and looked tenderly into her eyes. She asks only for one favor. Not as a duchess, but as a woman like her who came here from another world, she asks her not to leave the estate. They would become a safe haven for her. The girl wanted to resist, but she didn't have the strength because this was exactly what she needed. Her head hung down as she was tormented by a feeling of guilt for what she was about to say. If the woman insisted so much, then good. But in return, she would also like to ask the countess for a favor. Her voice wavered. Anything but let her not call her Regria anymore. The woman was puzzled, but how should she be addressed then? Dozens of memories flashed before the girl's eyes. About the man who wanted her to survive and be happy until the end. About the barbarian who kept his promises, who calmed her down and worried about her, Vikan. She wants to be called Al-Mahaka. The girl's voice sounded muffled. Sinuel's heart, who was eavesdropping behind the door, was painfully squeezed with jealousy. The Mosgrato estate was magnificent, spacious rooms, beautiful architecture. All of it was pleasing to the eye. The garden spread out below, fragrant with the aromas of hundreds of different flowers, calmed the soul. The saint was strolling along the path with delight, enjoying the fresh air, while Sinuel, who for some reason was not in the mood, was stomping behind her. His Grace the Archduke was not at dinner. Did he really go somewhere? Due to preparations for the war with Aritum, the godfather is currently temporarily acting as the head of the Holy Knights detachment. The girl realized how far she was from the world. She didn't even suspect that they were so close to war. Lord Mosgrato shrugged nonchalantly. Well, it was inevitable. Lady Regria smiled nervously, which did not escape his attentive eyes. That day, she knows that he helped her, but how did he understand that she was in trouble? And most importantly, how did he understand where she would come out of that huge forest? Ewa turned on all his charm, and in a mocking voice he proclaimed that, of course, it was love that brought him to her. The saint waved her hands indignantly, but seriously, he was simply acting by the process of elimination. Having climbed to the heights, Sinuel calculated where the fire would spread next. Then he excluded all places where there were concentrations of soldiers or holy knights. This way he guessed where approximately it would come from. His determination, pragmatism, and intuition make it no wonder that the ever-jealous Rakik dislikes him. When the girl thought about the crown prince, she immediately remembered Vikan. Her heart sank painfully, filled with longing that he had died. Then they will never meet again, and she will not be able to repay him for everything. As if reading her thoughts, Sinuel quietly said, "He is alive." The girl's eyelids fluttered, her dry lips parted, and she turned her large eyes on him, demanding an answer. Ava answered with force, against his will. He didn't want her to know about it, but her peace of mind was more important to him. That barbarian, he did not die. If he had left him there, that savage would have definitely died, but he thought that the girl would be worried, so he picked him up. It's hard to explain, but something, let's say, very interesting happened in the forest. Regria's patience was running out. Let him clearly say whether he saved Vikan or not. Lord Mosgrato groaned in annoyance. This is already going beyond all bounds. It is enough for her to know that he is alive. Is it really necessary to ask where he is now? Why does she need this? She will want to see him again. Why does she always think about him when she is with him? He lowered his voice in frustration. He doesn't think about anyone except his sister. In any case, this barbarian will be fine. He was safely delivered to the steppe, so the saint need not worry. Having finally lost all remnants of his good mood, Lord Mosgrato silently headed deeper into the garden. The girl stopped him with a soft voice. The guy turned around sharply. What else? His chin was tickled by red hair. The girl pressed him tightly to herself. The young man's face instantly changed, as if he had long dreamed of feeling the warmth of her body. She had no idea. It turned out that it was because of her that he had a hard time. Ava raised his chin. He was ready to do anything for his sister. It was as easy as pie. Someone's joyful cry interrupted the entire atmosphere. Sinuel glanced displeasedly at the culprit. Celine, comically stumbling on her heels, ran towards them at full speed, with Fyodor striding rhythmically behind her. The girl threw herself into Regria's arms. She missed her mistress so much. Having knocked the girl down, the priestess continued to mutter that she was so glad that she was okay. They sent several of their people to the imperial family. Ewa heard that she became the best friends with his sister, so he brought her here. She could also be tortured by His Highness, since the search for Miss Regria was still ongoing, but Ewa insisted on it. Regria's back shook with uncontrollable sobs. She was incredibly grateful that they saved the girl. Tears continued to flow down her face in a continuous stream. She would never forget their help. Never. Without taking his tender gaze off the girl, Fyodor lowered his voice, in case Lord Mosgrato suddenly misunderstood his actions. Fyodor did all this for Miss Regria, not for him. Sinuel was in too good a mood to be angry, he knows. Fyodor nodded. Then he is calm. It is time for him to return to the palace. The war is about to start, and until it ends, he asks the boy to protect Miss Regria. 3 days later, residents of the outskirts were the first to feel the horrors of war. Bellegram's army, under the command of the Crown Prince, continued its journey through the lands of the Union of Steppe States and launched an offensive on Aritum. If rumours are to be believed, this war is even more brutal than ever before. The world has never seen anything like it, where so many people died. At the same time, rumours began to circulate that the place of the missing future crown princess would be taken by Regria's younger sister, Rommel. 3 years passed, and it seemed that the war between the two powers would never end. Eventually, driven by a sense of rage, Bellegram prevailed. However, the fruits of the protracted war were not the glory and joy of victory, but complete confusion. Not because a quarter of the soldiers who took part in the war did not return home, and not even because of the unnaturally gloomy crown prince. In the blink of an eye, gossip that Giselle Rommel was carrying the crown prince's child became the talk of the town. However, the imperial family made no official statement on this matter. The triumph of victory, disorderly rumors, hidden truth. So, surrounded by doubts and confusion, summer came again.